Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. International cricket, well, A Division cricket here in the CSA YouTube channel. We are in the Northwest Province at the JB Marks Oval, where Sri Lanka A will be facing South Africa A in the first of three unofficial ODIs. We'll be bringing you ball-by-ball action. On commentary, it's myself, Mpendulo Makubane. Next to me is Brady Barons.
Thanks, Mpendulo. Nice to obviously be here. Beautiful day here in Potchefstroom, but a cold one though.
Indeed. But the players, the cricket is going to keep us warm with Luso Sipamla opening the bowling. South Africa winning the toss, opting to field first, and given the conditions, how windy it is, it's still early in the morning, doesn't seem like a bad toss to win.
Yeah, Mpendulo. Obviously, like we know, it's quite easy to obviously to chase here in Potchefstroom, and obviously numbers say that it's a ground that you can obviously chase down any score. So South Africa obviously thought, let me just try and get the best conditions from a bowling point of view in the early this morning.
Luso Sipamla starting with really good lengths here. Doesn't waste any time getting the batters to play. Opening the batting for Sri Lanka, Lahiru Udara.
Yeah, Mpendulo, like I said, obviously with South Africa obviously winning the toss and electing to bowl first, they probably thought, let's just get the best out of the conditions early doors, if there is any. New wicket, probably been under covers for a couple of days now as well, so a little bit of moist in the wicket.
And it's been a good start here from Sipamla. They go for a quick single. They make it home with Ethan Bosch covering down at the mid-off. Quick running from Lahiru Udara.
Yeah, good starts here by Luso Sipamla. Obviously looking to run in pretty hard, looking to hit the deck extremely hard as well. Very, very important in one-day cricket, especially in white ball cricket. But on the top of his head, he's probably thinking, let's just try and obviously pitch it up a little bit as well, just to see if there's any swing early doors. If not, then they'll probably look to probably hit that waist-high length.
And it's easier said than done normally, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Luso Sipamla making easy work of it with his first three deliveries. He'll be wanting to close off the latter half of his over so as well. It's a good adjustment to the left-hander. Opening with Lahiru Udara is Kamil Mishara. Lahiru Udara, who plays for Kandy in the National Super League back in Sri Lanka. Bowled nice and full here from Luso Sipamla. It's exactly the starts that you want. It's what you talked about here, Brady, that when you're opening the bowling right at the beginning of the innings, especially after winning the toss, you want to toss it up there and see what the surface has gotten for you. But the opening pair here, it's nice to see them trying to extract as many runs as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I think with two guys obviously catching behind as well, you obviously want to give the ball a chance, and obviously a chance for them to nick the batter off. So he will obviously look to pitch it up, but it's a hell of a start first over here by Luso Sipamla.
Fence for the ball does Lahiru Udara to end the first over. It's 2 for no loss. So Luso Sipamla, he's had support with two slip fielders next to the wicketkeeper. David Bedingham is there. Zenoran Mutusami, very capable hands for any ball that might be edged. And what we're seeing here is some really good juice off the surface as well. It's carrying really nicely and it's hitting the bat with a really good sound too.
Potchefstroom is obviously well known for that. You'll always get true carrier, especially early doors in the season. Yeah, maybe if you play on the same strip a few games, but other than that, you normally do get good carry, good bounce, not much lateral movement. You'll probably get lateral movement in the first hour, but other than that, the one thing that you will get is good carry, and it'll be good to see a young Tristan Lees run in here on this wicket. Good pace, really good pace here.
Just drifts down the leg side on his first delivery. Also bowled well in the emerging series in Zimbabwe recently that just finished as Tristan Lees, one of the upcoming pace bowlers in what you'd say is a good pipeline of South African fast bowlers coming up.
Yeah, it's really good to see a crop of fast bowlers coming along now, and CSA is obviously CSA has obviously started this new initiative with the young fast bowling camps that they have in around, and it's so good to see the amount of fast bowlers that are coming through our system at the present moment and getting nurtured obviously in the right way, under good leadership, good coaching as well, and this is one of the products that is obviously coming through with good raw pace.
Oh, goes for a wild flash, does Meshara. Felt like it was there for a swing.
A little bit of width offered there, but Tristan Lees. The one thing that you do want to try and do and try and be consistent with is your lines and lengths in Potchefstroom. The minute you start straying off the wickets, it's pretty easy to obviously score. So you want to be holding that tight off stump line.
Oh, gorgeous shot from Meshara. That is outstanding. The outfield seems to be quick enough. Good pace from Tristan Lees, and just as quickly as they come, the quicker they go.
Yeah, just like I said, obviously looking to swing the ball, pitch the ball up, but unfortunately over pitch there. I'm pretty sure he'll change his length and go back to try and hit the top of the bails now.
Found the perfect gap there, did Meshara as well. Had enough time to just have a good flow off the bat through the shot, through the line of the ball. Gorgeous extension. Plays that one well under his eyes as well, playing it as late as possible. Seems like Sri Lanka have quite a weapon here.
Yeah, obviously Tristan Lees dragging his length back, and I think that's the length that you probably got to hit here in Potchefstroom. Not much lateral movement that we've seen this morning, like obviously spoke about him. Gorgeous shot. Gorgeous cricket shot.
It's one of those that even the South Africans wouldn't mind seeing because it's bowling to the plan here, Tristan Lees. They have the fielders for those shots. That boundary just came off because of perfect timing, and like you said, it's just slightly overpitched. Here his lengths were just on point.
And you still look to obviously nick these two guys off here. With those two guys catching behind. Don't be scared if there's a short ball coming up now. Very well bowled.
Very good lengths indeed here. Lovely intent between Meshara and Udara as well. It's not as if they're just letting the bowlers bowl at them. They're looking to be proactive despite the field being closed in, and they get another single to end over number 2. It's 8 for no loss.
I think very important in the power play. I think we always think boundary option, but what's really important is obviously the rotational strike in the power play as well. If you obviously looking to rotate and you're rotating off a good ball, it becomes very difficult for the seamers to obviously think of where can I get my dot now all of a sudden, because we get in the dot off his best delivery, so it becomes really hard. Next thing he's obviously going to try and over pitch or go a little bit shorter, and then that's when the boundary option comes in.
And more often than not, we underestimate the length of 50 over cricket actually. It is quite a long game. You have more time than you think that you do.
No, 100%. I think with regards to 50 over cricket, I think a lot of the times yes, we understand that there's T20 cricket that's come into play, and I think a lot of people obviously want to be attacking. A lot of cricketers want to be attacking, but you still got time in this game, time to bat. We actually underestimate the balls that you obviously got to face.
And see, it's the same thing with the bowling, like you were talking about, that with the batters being able to eke out runs from your good deliveries, you start searching for those magic deliveries, which then allow scoring to be done. And with the length of the game, you actually do have time right at the beginning of the match to just be boring per se. Continue on those lines and lengths, and Lutho Siphamla is actually providing a good example of that. He hasn't changed from what he did in the first over, and you can see he's only gone for just 2 runs in his 8 deliveries. Dragging it a little bit shorter, but there is a man just right there. South Africans are happy with the start from their opening bowler.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you win the toss and you're looking to have a bowl, you obviously want to look to knock them over, set the tone, and I think Lutho has really set the tone this morning with the ball in hand. Even though it's only 2.3 overs gone, but you've got to set the tone, and he's obviously leading from the front show with the ball.
Just Mishara dealing that well though. Soft hands guiding it down past the second slip. They take one as Andile Petlowayo is covering the third man.
Yeah, cricket is obviously it's a great game. It's almost like a chess game. You know, where as a batter you're trying to score off the bowler running in. You got to think of, okay, where he's obviously looking to get me out. What are my scoring options? So you got to really be proactive.
Bowling it nice and straight there. Lutho Siphamla just varying his areas. I love the control that he has between the exchange of the right-hander to the left-hander. It's an instant adjustment and a threat to actually both batters, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's very important from a batting point of view. A lot of teams go into games where they try and have that combination of left and right. So obviously the bowler doesn't settle into a length and a good length and a consistent length. But he's been really, really good. And I think the one thing that he's been very good is that he's actually attacked the stumps. So he's bringing in all dismissals here.
Of course, Lahiru Udara, very good player. Like we mentioned, plays for Kandy. And Kandy in the National Super League actually reached the final. They lost out though to Dambura. It's 3 overs gone, 9 for no loss here in Potchefstroom. And in that final game, actually, Lahiru Udara, he scored 86 runs from 50 deliveries. He was blitzing hard where they were chasing 333 runs, fortunately falling short despite his magnificent efforts. So not only is he a scorer of runs, he's also a scorer of quick runs. Tristan Lus arrives. Dropped short, well bowled indeed, but well handled by Camille Mishara.
You know, you talk about quick runs, and I think quick runs is, in the modern game and the modern cricketer, they thrive over that. If you got a lot of the modern day cricketers talk about the strike rates now, and it's actually crazy how cricket has developed to the emphasis on strike rates. And it used to be a lot about numbers and what am I averaging, but it's all about the strike rate and how you impact a cricket game, especially with white ball cricket.
Ooh, gorgeous delivery from Tristan Lus. Cutting Udara inside out. Lucky not to get a feather through that.
Yeah, almost looked like the batter signaled that it maybe kept low there, but I don't think it kept low. I think he just got beaten for a bit of pace there. Tristan turning it up a little bit here now. I think he's nice and warm now, so we might see some rockets getting let go now.
Seemed as if it also jagged back off the pitch just a little bit by Lus. Gets a little bit greedy there. He gets greedy, goes straight for the legs, and he is whipped away by Udara. 4 runs. It's 10 for no loss.
Yeah, a little bit too straight by Tristan. Probably looking for the magic ball. They're obviously beating him and trying to look for that magic ball, but unfortunately he came too straight.
It's 14 for no loss, actually. And back to your point you mentioned in the very first over, or in the second over rather, that you just want to keep it in that area. The moment you start fishing for those wickets, you give the batter room to score. And trying to recover that, it's left by Udara. Thought that might be a wide.
Yeah, obviously his previous ball, he came a little bit too straight, looking to compensate for the previous ball and maybe starting a little bit too wide there. Udara probably thought, yeah, missed out on one there.
Top of that, there's a nice healthy gap. If you pass the inner ring, of course, he's still in the power play for the first 10 overs, meaning that there can only be 2 fielders outside the inner ring. So the South Africans opt to use a deep third man and a deep fine leg. Everyone else is in the ring.
Yeah, Potchefstroom known for a fast outfield as well, and the minute you beat the inner ring, the chance of you chasing it down is very slim.
Matthew Brietzker, the captain, as he comes into your picture wearing the number 3 jersey. He takes over what would have been Carl Varani's reins, but it rather falls to Brietzker, the man from the Eastern Cape playing for the Warriors. He'll be happy with how his first 2 openers have started this game. It's 14 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, definitely. Good start here by the South Africans. Tristan Lees, obviously 2 overs, none for 11. But the interesting thing and the very good thing is the run rate that's obviously controlled. They're going at 3.5, which is really, really good. Add a wicket onto that, South Africa will definitely be smiling.
And Lusosi Pamla has been looking the most threatening to do that.
Great shot.
Oh, fantastic shots from Mishara. Right up there by Lusosi Pamla on the legs, but a full presentation of the bat by Mishara. A classy left-hander shot, and it goes for 4.
There is nothing better than a shot down the ground. Absolutely beautiful.
It speaks that you got that ball well. It speaks that you got good timing. It speaks that you just were able to read it from the time it left the hand to the time it placed onto your bat. And if it's played in such a textbook manner, of course it's gonna go.
Yeah, Luto just over pitching there. Maybe looking for the magic ball to knock him over, but unfortunately he over pitches and got hit down the ground. But a beautiful cricket shot that is.
Of course, Camille Mishara is not one to be played with. He packs the highest average of all the players selected for the Sri Lankan A side. He averages 51 in his total of 37 games so far in his List A career. 3 centuries backed up with 8 50s. He scores them at around 78% as strike rates. Good numbers, that, for an opening batter.
Great numbers. I think by you saying good. Beautiful.
And it just shows with these shots that he's playing here is Mishara really getting to the pitch of the delivery, reading it well. He's not even trying to overplay it. He's playing the ball on its merits and he's getting purchase, 12 from 16.
Yeah, just looking at how these two have gone about their business as I speak now, we've just lost the slip that has just gone into an extra cover catching position, which is a sign that there's there's not much lateral movement that's offering and assisting the bowlers at the present moment.
Ooh, not the ball he wanted, that Lutho Sipamla. Removing the slip fielder, putting them at short extra cover. You want him to be outside of that off stump. You want him to be bowling just slightly back of a length so that he draws that false stroke, hopefully. Not down that leg where there's no one at deep square as well.
Yeah. Like I said, they're probably attacking with extra cover. His lines might just adjust now, but still doesn't want to leave the stumps. Still looking to attack the stumps. Perfectly bowled by Lutho.
And he should allow those to happen, shouldn't he? Just trust in his field to ensure that they're going to protect him, and trust in his field that the pressure that they're going to put on the batter will somehow be able to get those wickets. But of course, in this over, Mishara has gotten that boundary, so the need for them to try and scamper for those risky singles has quite, it's lessened.
Chance.
They make it home easily there with a gentle push to mid-on. Nothing risky about that single. They played past short mid-wickets. They get it to Tristan Lewis, which ends over number 5. It's 20 for no loss. Ooh, over's not done yet. So the transition fooled me a little bit.
But like I'll go back to the previous ball where he got driven to mid-on. I think Lutho mustn't get despondent about that length. I think he really needs to. Chance.
Oh, just like you said, it doesn't have to be despondent. He must continue bowling at that length, and all of a sudden he creates the opportunity. Lahiru Udara looking to whip it over the top of a square leg, but he finds the hands and it's all over. 20 for 1 and a deserved wicket for Sipamla.
Definitely deserved wicket. Like I said, you shouldn't get despondent by this foolish length, trying to whoop it through to mid-wicket, but finding a fielder in Tony Dezorzi. Hell of a great catch by Tony Dezorzi. Great catch by Tony Dezorzi at mid-wicket. But going back to what I said, in the power play, it's really important that we look to hit fuller lengths. Fuller lengths, yes, he's taken out a slip, but there's still a guy that's catching at extra cover, which you're also bringing him into play. You're bringing in slip into play and you're bringing in extra cover into play. So the harder he tries to hit it and it's not beating the gap, he has to try something, and he tried something by maybe flicking, and unfortunately found the hands of Tony Dezorzi.
And the thing is, the South Africans are doing that on both sides of the wickets. They're doing it on the leg side with the usage of short mid wickets and that deep of that square leg. They're doing it on the offside as well with the short extra cover and the barrage of cover fielders there. So if they want to go through that offside, they have to hit through and try to risk that short mid wicket. And like we said, and when they tried it on to the leg side, caused that first demise of a wicket. Brings in the new batter, Nwanindo Fernando, for the Sri Lankans. He was here, he did play the South Africans in the tour last year when South Africa went to Sri Lanka. But he's in the non-strikers end with Kamil Mishra on strike. Just a looser start from Tristan Lewis, but good wheels.
Good wheels by Tristan Lewis. You can actually hear him hitting Mikhail's gloves there from on top here, which means he's not letting it go slowly.
But it just needs to be careful that he hits his mark, because a little touch from Mishara's bat, we've seen it fly through to the boundary.
I think Tristan Lewis has found his length now, where I don't think he's going to look to overpitch the ball. We spoke about hitting the top of the barrels, and I think that will suit Tristan with his pace. He doesn't shape the ball that much. Probably looking to go across the left-hander.
Ooh, a
Chance,
shorter
chance,
delivery.
chance,
Chance for
chance.
Tazorzi. Bounces in front of him. He got himself into a position where, do I catch or do I stop the boundary? He got neither. And it's 4 runs for Mishara.
Chance down at fine leg with Tony Tazorzi, and obviously fell short. But that's still a wicket-taking ball for Tristan. And people at fine leg, or if he does eventually move down to deep square, it's a wicket-taking option there.
It's a different test here brought by Tristan Luss. We've seen from Lusosi Pamla, he is going into those full areas, inducing the front foot shots, and now Tristan Luss is bringing in different elements, pushing them backwards, seeing how they fend off there. Mishara putting him in a little bit of a pickle with the ball previous to this one.
Yeah. Very well bowled. You're spot on there. 2 different bowlers. Tristan hit the deck, runs in really hard, hits the deck really hard, looks to bowl as fast as he possibly can. And you don't mind that, because he's probably the enforcer in this team. The enforcer obviously to get wickets as well. And Luto on the other side runs in, hits a good area, hits a consistent area, looks to probably drive runs, where Tristan on the other side looks to knock them over.
Great partnership work here. Mishara is adjusting well now to the shorter delivery. But of course he's been playing well on the balls that have been in front of the wicket. The only one we just saw putting him in a bit of a pickle was on his hip. Interesting to see that Liz hasn't tried that option again to see if it's actually something that they can work over Mishara. Of course, these quick and fast wickets rather different from the Sri Lankan wickets that they are used to.
Great shot. Great shot. Mishara down the ground. Chance as well. Not really convincing there.
Looking to fight back is Kamil Mishara. Almost got himself caught out at deep fine leg, but he keeps his wicket. And after 6 overs, it's 25 for the loss of 1. Lusosi Pamla had a long layoff last season, being injured the season before. Only made his return in April, when it was the 4-day series, or rather in March during the 4-day series. He's been looking good ever since his return for the Lions. He's bowled his way back to the South Africa A setup. And consistently keeping it full here, Sipam.
Yeah, going back to Luto, obviously been struggling with a little bit of injuries, but he's come back really strong, and you can actually see that he's put in the yards. He's a guy that obviously works really hard. He prides himself in his work ethic as well.
And he got injured at such an unfortunate time, Sipamla, as well. Look at that ball. It's so good just outside that off stump. Well left by Nwanindu Fernando.
Beautiful line and length. As you can see, we spoke about Tristan and Luto as well. 2 different bowlers. One runs in, bustles in really hard, looks to hit the deck really hard. Luto also runs in really hard, but he looks to bowl a fuller length. Looks to drag. And as we speak about it, he's just put another slip back here, looking to nick the guys off.
Mutsasamy goes to second slip next to David Bedingham, former player of the Northwest Dragons, Mutsasamy. Ooh, good lengths here, good areas by Sipamla.
Great areas by Sipamla.
Just didn't look confident through that shot. No, and into Fernando. Previous, when he did play South Africa in his home turf, didn't look too convincing there either. In his 2 innings, he only scored 7 runs, did Fernando. He'll want to have some revenge, some fight back, especially in the home turf. But Sipamla is keeping him at bay.
Yeah, Sipamla settled into a nice little line and length. This new, but I'd like for him to obviously make him play a little bit more. He's hanging it out outside off stump there, which makes it a little bit more easier for the batter to get in. And I'm pretty sure Luto's looking to make him play a little bit more here, especially to this new batter.
Just like that. But good hands from Fernando. He's able to work it in between backward point and the cover fielder. It's well recovered from Andile Mokhakane. And great running between Mishara and Fernando. They trickle for 3.
Yeah, like I said, you probably don't want to be bowling that line, that outside, that width, 4-5 stump line. You probably want to be the widest you probably want to be going here is off stump, just outside off stump. The length is quite good that Luto's obviously has hit this morning. And I'll just go back to conditions. I've got a great theory that I always live by, and I keep telling people sometimes it might be too cold for the ball to swing. And conditions today here in Potchefstroom, it's not the warmest. So the chances, obviously, the ball swinging and going around early doors might be a little bit tough, and that's just my theory. I don't know what you think of it.
It's over 7:28 for 1. But you know what the thing is also, it's the fact that it's cold but it's dry. There's not much moisture in the air. It's not the humidity you'd find down at the coast either to help assist that. Maybe what could work on the bowlers' favourites, that is the gust that's there. Maybe it might help them out somewhat, but we haven't seen that much either. But it's always that combination of that cold and the moisture. It's the lack of moisture, I believe, that is harming more of the movement. It's very dry. But here's Ethan Bosch. He'll be very familiar with coastline conditions, playing for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins in Durban, home ground of the King's Mead.
Yeah, Boshi, similar to Luto, bustles in, hits a good length, looks to shake the ball, looks to nick the batters off. So it'll be interesting to see, and it's good to see that he's been throwing the ball in the power play as well. If there's anything in the wicket, I think Boshi can get something out of the wicket.
I remember commentating with the South Africa A and India A tour right here in Potchefstroom, and he was amongst the players, Ethan Bosch. They take a quick single. There's a slight chance, but it's a perfectly judged run between Mishara and Fernando.
Very, 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 very important, the drop and run. Left and right combination. Great running. Has to have a good understanding with his batting partner, which by the looks of it they do. Sneaking through that for that quick one there.
It's also going to be very helpful to throw off the brand new bowler who's come in, who wants to settle into his own rhythm. They come back for 2 runs off the pads as it runs down to Sipamla at fine leg. And those drop and runs, like you said, very important. It's what they've been doing well here, Sri Lanka. They've gone over to pick up that run rate as well. It was lingering at around 3.2, 3.5, and now they've earned an extra run through their running.
Yeah, like we said it It was at 3.5, now it's gone up to 4.3, and hasn't been lots of shots that have been played.
Ooh. It's just been that type of batting, but it's good bowling this from Ethan Bosch, getting it right up there, especially to Fernando, who actually hasn't been looking quite confident on those deliveries right up into his face.
Yeah, up to the bat, testing his defense. Boshi and Luto, they really look to test your defense. They bring you forward consistently with a good bouncer. Only gone for 3 runs in this over, looking to close this over off Boshi.
Great delivery. Meshara didn't know what to do about it. Perfect ball from Ethan Bosch.
If he can hold that line and length, I'd like to see him carry another slip. Carry another slip, add another wicket or 2 onto that. They've won the power play then. We will take 33 or 35 for 2 or 3.
Just pulls it back, goes a little bit straighter, does Ethan Bosch. But seems to be in good control, comfortable in his first over, only going for 1 run off the bat, 3 in total. It's pushed up to 33 for 1.
What I've just seen now is, I think the South Africans have identified that it's really hard to get that boundary option, so the Sri Lankans are obviously opted for the drop and run now, which is so good to see. Point a lot more tighter on that one, because previously they took that one with that drop and run. Point has come in a lot more tighter, which is so good to see. The awareness is really, really important.
It's like you said, it's a chess game here. It's not checkers. Playing little mind games. Short extra covers standing 3 strips away. It's hit through that short extra cover. Brilliantly driven from Niwanindu Fernando. Barely could move Senoran Motusami. It's 4 runs.
Luto just over pitching there. And we just spoke about the boundaries not coming as easily and freely as they would like. And as we said that, he gets driven through the covers for 4.
It's what you said in the previous over when he bowled to Fernando. Just a little bit too much width. You want him to be a little bit tighter on that off stump. His deliveries have just been a little bit free, allowing Fernando to stretch his arm or to leave. Just like that.
He got away with one there. Fernando probably thinking he could have scored off that ball. As a bowler, and in these conditions, if you're getting hit down the ground, you should be happy. Getting hit down the ground, yes, the batter is allowed to play a good shot, and if he's hitting you down the ground, it's a good shot and you got to give him credit. But you don't want to be getting hit square of the wicket. If you're getting hit square of the wicket, you're giving the batter width, and you don't want to be giving the batter width in the power play.
Oh, glorious shot. That is the perfect example of what you're talking about. You don't want to be giving them width, not enough protection for any of these deliveries. And he's been punished again, Luto Sepamla.
Beautiful shot by Fernando, but once again giving width and allowing him to free his hands. I definitely feel that if anything in the wicket is completely gone now, and he probably just needs to drag his length back a little bit here.
Niwanindu Fernando's made his debut for Sri Lanka already. 24 years old is the batter. And on debut, he scored 50 runs against India, actually. Just unfortunate that from then onwards, hasn't really fired. He's only played 4 games, but he showed promise in that first game. And he's showing the promise here today as well.
Bang on there. We've just seen 2 beautiful shots through the covers.
thing is, he performed when the rest of his team couldn't fire. In that debut game, Sri Lanka posting 215 runs. So he was responsible for around 25% of the team's runs on his debut. So of course, if you give him width, he's going to be able to play that. And what you're seeing now, he's more confident to go for those balls. He's no longer leaving them.
Yeah, like in the beginning when he first came in, I think it was 2 or 3 balls that Luto bowled to him outside of stump, which he let go. Probably sussing out conditions, seeing how true the ball's coming through, if there's any lateral movement. And once he got comfortable with that, he thought, I can actually score from this length and this line. And as we speak about it, it's going to be interesting now. They've just lost a slip. Deep square's gone down onto the boundary. Lines and lengths probably going to be changing now.
We really actually haven't seen the short stuff from Lusosi Pamla, who's more than capable of firing them down to the batter.
I think we'll probably see that more outside the power play when they do have 4 guys out. They'll go with fine leg, deep square, third man, cover sweeper, look to hit hard back of a length with the bouncer as well. So because, and I know I keep saying it over and over, that there's not much lateral movement, you've got to opt for that now, because if you do pitch the ball up, it's going to be easy for them to score.
It's going to be interesting then to see how Ethan Bosch is going to be able to handle this. Ball is 9 overs old. It's 41 for 1. His last 2 deliveries to Camille Mishara were absolutely fantastic around the wicket. Starts off a little bit short. It's pulled brilliantly from Mishara, past Andile Petluwayo, and into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
A little bit short by Ethan Bosch there. I really don't think that was a short ball. I think he's just leapt jumped onto the line, onto the length, picked it up early and went with it, which was a really, really good shot. And as we speak about it, once again the slip goes out of there. Deep square. Oh yes, deep. We don't know yet. Deep square is going back. And just a normal mid-wicket in.
Seems like that avoidance of that full line you were speaking of, where they can just hit through the ball, slightly pulled back from Bosch.
There we go.
And this time he gets it back, and it's so amazing when you're looking at it. It seems like the ball bounces in the same area. It just shows the margin of error that the bowler has from being a little bit back of a length or just being too short.
Yeah. But the caliber of these batters and these players that are playing in this game, they pick up length so quickly and they identify length so quickly and they execute.
Slowed it down, Ethan Bosch. Good change up. Fantastic fielding. Great fielding from Tristan Luce.
Bit of a change up there. Also really good, I think. Bosch is really good with those, and we'll probably see that outside the power play where he'll be bowling a lot of these change-ups as well. Just makes the batter think, just like the short ball. The short ball in white ball cricket, it's a wicket-taking ball, especially if you've got a bit of pace. A slow ball in white ball cricket, also a chance.
Gives width to Fernando. Great fielding. Amazing fielding from Andile Petluwayo. Deserves the cheers, 100%.
Great fielding there by Andile Petluwayo.
Seems like it's a ploy to keep it wide to Fernando. Got a great connection, but ooh, what an effort on the field.
Great fielding by Andy. Not known for his fielding as Andy, so when he does these great stops and great catches.
He's pushed back now, Petluwayo, standing at deep square leg. Just made his transfer from the Hollywood Bets Dolphins to the Momentum Multiply Titans in Pretoria, showing them like, hey, here's your purchase. I can do it in the field as well, not only with the bat and ball.
I think having a conversation with him a couple of days ago, I think it's a good move for Andile. For his cricket to grow. I'm not saying it didn't grow in Durban, but I'm not saying it didn't grow in Durban, but he really developed in Durban. He became a really good cricketer, and by him moving up away from home, away from his comfort zone as well, to test him and probably also give him responsibility and big responsibility as well.
It's been an awesome start here for the game, a rather balanced start as well. Brady, he takes a break from us. He'll return after 10 overs. In the first 10, it's 48 for 1, which signifies the end of the power play as well. Good hard cricket being played by both teams as we are introduced to Dadagart Maloney.
Pendula Makubani, thank you very much. It's been a fantastic start to this season, hasn't it? We had the Momentum Health Challenge, now we're back in Poch. And it's a fantastic honor to be all the way back here at JB Marks as I'm greeted by Spin.
Change up of pace with Senoran Mutsusamy. Had a couple of seasons playing here in Potchefstroom with the Northwest Dragons being his home ground. Tons of experience under that left arm.
Oh, he tosses one up right up to the batter, full toss, and he's greeted by a forfer.
Devald Brevis is only running to pick that up. Great shots from Kamil Mishara. He's been showing such great class. Sri Lanka A make it to 50 runs.
That's 50 up for Sri Lanka A, and both these two 24-year-olds, a couple of days short. We see the replay there, just a juicy full toss. We often speak about seamers having looseners. I think Mutusami just having a bit of a loosener. That was the delivery he was looking for, the previous one. Just the ball to dip. And a nice long chase. Are they going to triple up? The running has been fantastic, but this time round, no chance for a third.
David Bedingham running down to chase it. Fantastic seeing him in coloured clothing. Came into the South African setup in the white and he played fantastically well. And he is now being tested out because his performances in England have been simply outstanding.
He's just one of those guys that keep putting his hand up, isn't he? Oh, what a lovely shot. He struggled to find his timing and almost fantastic fielding there. A lot of ground covered. Just could not cut it off. The ball just winning the race. He got a hand to it, just not enough to keep it in play.
Not the starts Senoran Mutsusamy is looking for here. 10 runs already being taken. Kamil Mishara, he has been patient, and now his patience is starting to pay dividends. 34 from 35.
See that fantastic effort. Oh, that's the length. Drawing him forward, drawing him into the shot. And hopefully he can settle down into that length. Coming with the left arm around the wicket for the left-hander. This time just worked down too long on. Just wanting to see him just kicking the pitch there, Tad. I don't think it's anything to do with the foot marks. I think it's a little bit of frustration coming in. Because they were looking at Mutusami to actually keep the run rate down. Make sure that he carries on the good work that's been done by the bowlers in that power play.
He is the team's main spin bowler, of course, here. The only other option you can hopefully use is a Devald Brevis to hold it down for a couple of overs. Other than that, seam-heavy lineup by South Africa. Still going to see the arrival of Andile Mokhakane, who comes in with his medium paces. Also Andile Petluwayo, who's also medium pace bowler. So he's going to be a lot on his shoulders here, Senoran Mutsusamy. It's 59 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on his shoulders because it is seam heavy, but I'm going to be very interested to see what the medium paces does on this wicket. We've seen with the previous games we've done that little bit of pace off the delivery has actually been a lot harder to play, if you can bowl those change up, and we do. No, Andilo Petlakwayo is a master at changing it up. So we have a look at the summary of the bowling lineup thus far. Luto Sepamla did a great job picking up the wicket of the opener, Udara. That was caught by Tony De Zorzi. He's going at 4 and over. Tristan Lees, 16 from his 3. Ethan Bosch continuing the attack. He's only going at 10. And then Mutusami greeted by a big over, going into double figures, going at 11. A 4-2-4 there to his card.
Those numbers truly represent an even start for both teams. It's that over from Mutusami that cost 11 that just shifted the momentum a little bit to the Sri Lankans. Good delivery.
There's that change up that we're talking about. Is just not carrying to the keeper. He just took a bit of pace off there. Bit of an off cutter. And your reaction, warranted, Pendulo.
It's a really good change up, and Mishara went to fend off at that one. I thought for a moment there was an edge, but the ball just dying off with the change of pace from Liss, or rather Bosch.
Oh, this time just angling it back into the left-hander. Bosch getting the ball to straighten up on the left-hander from around the wicket. We saw a couple going past the edge in that first over or two of his. Going back over the wicket to the right-hander.
Every now and then when he bowls that good delivery, comes in straighter for the next one. And every time when he does that, it gets pushed for one, and he lets the batter out of his grips.
Oh, this time that right-left combination coming into play there. Just straying onto the pads. Fernando happy just to work around the corner.
It's a good partnership here between Fernando and Mishara. It's gone up to 40 for the first time. It's the balls that are surpassing, or it's the runs that are surpassing the balls. 41 from 40. And it hasn't come off as if they're being aggressive. They haven't been overhitting the ball. They've just been waiting on those deliveries they can score off.
Again, the ball just getting up as much as he would have liked. Might have a bit of a change of pace. You see the smile with Ethan Bosch coming back. Just a bit of a chuckle as he comes back to his mark.
It's like how Brady said that at the end of the power play, that's when we're going to start seeing more of the variation from the pace bowlers who then have protection. And we see that there is a deep square leg, there is a deep point, deep fine leg, deep third man.
Just on the money. Bosch has just bowled brilliantly thus far. Only the 2 runs conceded in this over. Another delivery to go. And yeah, they must be very careful for Mishara. He is a T20 specialist. He's made his debut against Australia back in 2022. And he also played a game against India. Was his last T20. So he's a bit of a white ball specialist for Sri Lanka. Big eyes on him. Oh, just hitting the deck and the bat very hard as we come to an end of another Bosch over. 12 overs gone, 61 for the loss of 1.
And this is all in preparation for Sri Lanka returning back to South Africa here in December. So it's good preparation for some of these lads who are looking to get selected. And then after that, they'll be traveling down to New Zealand in January. So they want to make an impression right now with Sri Lanka playing in England, maybe seeing where they can, who can they replace.
Mutusami just coming in, and a fantastic play off spin is Fernando. Positive footwork, just angling it into those toes. He'll be looking to come back in this over.
Absolutely has the skill as well, Senuran Mutusami. Hopefully it was just a once-off over. You'd be hoping as a South African watching this game, as a Sri Lankan, you'd be saying, yes, we need more of what you did in the first over.
Fantastic length. And we all know the subcontinent teams generally is fantastic players of spin. Oh, this time straying on those pads. A lot of work to do here on the fence. They will double up. Just evading the man at short fine leg there. Not what the captain would have ordered.
Like you said, good players of spin swept that away. Swept that very well. And the Mohakane running around and stopping it.
Oh, big appeal. What does the umpire say? Oh, might have been two noises there. Two noises. Just sounded a bit of woody there as it came past the batter.
And what a good wicket it would have been as well for the South Africans. Meshara has been bowling well. Oh, Meshara has been batting well.
See the change up there by Ethan Bosch. Back to the live game. This one just popped there to mid-wicket. And you got to feel that the ploy might be for Mutusam because he's bowling so straight, that big, vast leg side that he's working with.
And now he has two fielders patrolling that leg side, deep, square leg. Was standing behind square and a deep mid-wicket alongside the man who's hovering deep at long on. So that square leg, seems like South Africans are happy if they just get ones or twos from there.
And another great over there by Mutusame. A great comeback by him. Only 3 runs conceded in that over. So that's kind of what South Africa would want from their left armour. With Bosch continuing.
It's been excellent, Ethan Bosch, in his beginning here. Going at only 3-4 runs to the over. The thing is, it hasn't been any boundary deliveries from Ethan Bosch. He's just been keeping it tidy.
Yeah, that one just, again, just the batter allowing the ball to come to him. Plays the soft hands down there to Andilo Petlakwaya. He's got a bit of work to do from the cover fence. He's one of those guys, Ethan Bosch, it's kind of been there or thereabout. He's one of those players that would love to stick his hand up and say, look at me, I'm here, give me an opportunity. And this is the stage for him to prove himself. See, just trying to access that offside. Another single to the score, and it's kind of been computer digits for Bosch, the ones and the zeros.
It's good work from Bosch as well, changing and get up every now and then. Seen the ploy of trying to bowl it wide for Nwanendu Fernando. He's got into a liking of striking the ball now on 17 runs. Let's see if Bosch is going to continue.
Or this one, trying to run it down to third man with a very, very late cut. And almost cutting it onto his stumps.
Nearly chopping it back and putting himself into hot waters there, Fernando. But he's had such a good start alongside Mishara. These are the overs where the game will slowly calm down and it builds up that platform for the latter end of the innings. Taking these 5 runs per the overs, they accumulate those runs.
Oh, short, and what a take that was. Diving away to the left-hand side. There was a bit of lateral movement after that ball hit the deck. Bit of sea movement.
Finally, there's the ball working in reverse where the more it ages up, the more it moves. That's a great take from Mikhail Prince, who is right at home, the Dragons boy. Saw that ball just jagging back to the right-hander. Superb work from Mikhail Prince.
Oh, this time just having a look at it because they saw that previous delivery just jagging back quite a long way, and this time round Fernando just having a look, making sure that it behaves a bit more properly.
So just removing a bit of pace there, Tristan Loose. Ethan Bosch.
Similar in stature is Leeson Bosch.
Similar teams.
Oh, this time expecting that one back of a length. One bounce cluttering into the advertising boards. And Sri Lanka will say finally a 4-ball from Bosch.
50-run partnership as well between Fernando and Mishara. That's how you bring it up. It's just been the display of their partnership here. Patience. And when one comes in the arc, they are unafraid to take it on. Fantastic shots from Fernando.
Both these players making their debuts in the T20s. Trying to make their name in the longer formats as well. And a fantastic shot. A bit of a short arm jab there for the 4. First time that he's really missed his length. That Bosch. Mutusami carrying on. Again, positive footwork, and he's setting off for the 1 immediately, knowing that that fielder will be hanging around on the circle.
It's going to be important here for South Africa to find a way to break through, because there are still other dangers lurking down the Sri Lankan batting lineup. Seeing how these two guys are batting, they'll also want to have a taste as well. Of course, they're hoping that these two bat for as long as possible, but there's still more danger for South Africa to deal with.
There we go. Just tossing it up and making it a lot slower through the air. Hopefully, once they come down the wicket, turning one past the bat. Just give Michael a chance to take off the bails.
They want him to drive those balls because they actually have 2 men stationed at third man, standing next to each other. Andile Mokgakane and Ethan Bosch were next to each other. Those drive with those big leading edge with the ball spinning away from Mutusami could have brought them into the picture. Alongside that short mid wickets, they're trying stuff here, are the South Africans.
Oh, this time slog sweep. 2 bounces and into the fence, and it's another 4. And you've got to feel that the Sri Lankans now got the pace of this wicket down.
Gave that a good pump, did Kamil Mishara. He's been playing good shots ever since arriving, and now a shot of pure brutality. You don't play like that if you're not confident in your reading of line and length, especially with that short mid-wicket station there should you mistime it. So indeed, it seems like they're picking it up well here.
Mutusami just going a bit wider and just evading the diving fielder. It is just wider and driving it to perfection. Tony De Zorzi not able to get that one cut off. That's a double 4.
Great shot from Mishara. Beautiful stride in. Hand-eye coordination to a peach. Tony De Zorzi thought he had a chance, but it was placed to perfection by Kamil. He moves to 48.
Oh, and what good cricket this is. Just dropping and going down to that leg side. Another one. It's another big over. 11 runs coming from that one as well. Mutusami has gone for 25 in his 3 overs, being by far the most expensive of the South African bowlers. And you mentioned Devil Brevis maybe having a turn. He's not known for keeping the runs down, but he's got a bit of a golden arm. You see that drive. He's just opened up the face slightly to evade the man there at short cover. And Tony De Zorzi never had a chance.
It's great placement from Kamil Mishara. And speaking about still to come here, the captain, Pasindu Surya Bandura, he's yet to come. He had a great outing in the semi-final for his gala outfit in the NSL, the National Super League, scoring 60 in that loss, unfortunately. Still, Sahan Arakchige, he was here, or he played against the South Africans when they toured there. He averaged 63 in that tour, so he played well against the South Africans. Still a whole loads of dangers to come. Sonal Dinusha, young 23-year-old as well for the Sri Lankans.
And talking about dangers to come, a lot sooner than I think he thought he'll be bowling. Andile Petlukwayo going into the man that's on 49. Oh, flashing blade. Very interesting to see how close in the cover and the point is actually for the left-hander.
Might be expecting a lot of change-up deliveries as well then from Andile Petluwayo, with the risk of the ball not getting to the fielders in the inner ring. And it's one of the best when it comes to that in the domestic South African circuit. Great change-ups.
And that would be the 50 up with that single for Camille Mishara. And you can just hear the applause from his dugout, appreciating that. And what a way to start your tour.
It's been a great innings from Camille Mishara. He does average 51 in list day cricket, and he backs it up here by scoring those runs. And he's been doing them with absolute elegance, class. He scored 23 runs through the covers, but he's been effective all around the field, taking him 54 deliveries to accumulate that 50.
Very good going. Again, just hitting that very hard length is Andile Petluwayo. And Fernando very happy at this stage of his innings, 23 of 27, just to give the strike back to his partner who just reached that 50 milestone.
And also here, run rate slowly creeping up. We're at 5.5 to the over now.
And how good has this deck played? Fantastic, nothing misbehaving. Oh, worked off the hip. Will they look at it too? Tony De Zorzi very quick. He's got a fantastic arm as well.
Just seeing how the ball comes onto the bat so nicely, how it carries to the wicketkeeper, and the only time it doesn't carry is when the bowler has brought those change-ups in the slower balls. And that is that's a reflection of the pitch playing exactly how it should. The only thing that Brady did mention is that lack of lateral movement, just to assist the bowlers a little bit further, so they'll have to rely on their skill a little bit more.
But on that, I think it was a great toss to win. Batting second on this wicket, I think, is going to be a dream. It's going to get easier and easier to bat on. It is very chilly here in Potch. We woke up yesterday morning with a bit of cloud cover and everything in Gauteng and here northwest, and we thought there might be a bit of rain because Leah jinxed us when we were in Centurion, said whenever SAA plays, there's a bit of rain around. Oh, fantastic bowling. Just keeping the run rate in check there.
There's barely any cloud cover here in Butchofstroom either. You can count the amount of clouds that linger in the sky. Very dry weather. Still winter, but we are breaking into spring right around the corner. And after 16 overs, it's 84 for 1.
And a great start for Andile Petluwayo. Only the 3 runs conceded. He's going to be one of those bowlers that they're going to need to keep the run rate in check. And we see a change up in bowling here. We kind of thought after that last over from Mutusame that he might be replaced. They might change ends with him.
Andile Mokhakane, he comes into the attack, bowled pretty decently in the emerging tour for Zimbabwe. He's been brilliant with the bat over the past season. There's a reason why he's up into being called. The white balls especially turned it up in the T20 series, did Andile Mokhakane.
Oh, immediately settles into his work. He's not the quickest. He doesn't have express pace, but I'll tell you what, he does surprise you with that bumper. He does have one ball that he really puts some effort in and just climbs up on you. So you'll see immediately if you look at the field, there's the 2 gentlemen at a wideish fine leg and deep square, especially for that one that is just going to rush him, hopefully get a top edge, and he can get a breakthrough because it's desperately needed by South Africa.
Partnership now 64 from 68 as well. Still 9 wickets in hand. Sri Lankans are taking good breaths right now. They are happy with how the proceedings are going.
coming on nicely to the bat. And if you're Sri Lanka, you would eye up a 250 to 300 score on this deck, because you realize that it's only going to get easier to bat on.
That's the importance of this platform, isn't it? Start of this partnership. And if it does happen to fall, the next guy to come in to take the mantle and carry on that for the Sri Lankans.
Oh, just squaring up the left-hander. Went for the quick release, but you could just see hands on head there. Not really getting the release accurately.
That's what Mohakan is going to bring to you. Doesn't have much pace, but it does hit that deck. It does push it through. And the lovely thing is the lengths that he's able to execute are perfect for the type of bowling that he does. So it's a little bit tricky for the batters on what to do. They always seem to be playing on the up, which is quite uncomfortable.
He's one of those bowlers that seam is just always nice up and straight. See that one just jagging in, as the previous one left the left-hander as well.
Batters are always halfway in between their stride. They are mid-forward, mid-backwards. They are playing it in between. But also that just speaks to the skill of Fernando and Meshara here, who are able to just deal with it well, eyeing out what Mohakan is bringing. He still has a maximum of 9 overs to go after this.
Oh, bit of whip, that's the one. Oh, just not carrying 2 bounces, 3 bounces to the fielder down there. And it's just one of those that you would have hoped would have carried to Sepamla.
Tricky little customer here, Andile Mohakan. Hitting the top half of the bat for Fernando. The width definitely was there, but it's that length that's just keeping them under check. Comes in for his final delivery.
Oh, straying on, and Sepamla a lot of work to do. Keeping it down to the 1. Don't want to take on the shotgun arm of Lutu Sepamla, as that is a fantastic start to Mokhakane's over. Again, only the 3 runs coming from it. And as you mentioned, he strayed in line once or twice, but it's that lengths that he's hitting, those hard lengths, as we see the score rocking on to 87 for the loss of 1. A quick summary there. 50 up for Kamil Mushara, and Fernando is on 24 of 31. The only victim thus far is Lahiru Udara. He went for 5 with the compliments of Luto Sepamla, caught by Tony De Zorzi.
Sepamla started brilliantly well for just going for those 20 runs. He was really bowling it full right in the batters' faces, asking them to do something with his deliveries. And Mohakan and Petluwayo, the middle or the change bowlers, come in with that medium pace, come in with better control, come in with all of those little tricks and trickery, but also will come with the defense of the 4 fielders outside of the ring to try and be a little bit of a threat. Tristan Liss and Ethan Bosch, they also bowled pretty decently. Liss, a little bit touch expensive, going at 5.3 in the context of the game. Not the other bowlers have done.
And it's one of those things that we saw 1 or 2 of Ethan Bosch really hitting the seam and taking off, with a great take by Michael Prince there at the keeper. And it's just one of those where you feel that if you get the ball in the right place and you keep that seam up, there's just something in it for the bowlers the entire time. But again, because of South Africa just coming out of their winter, those winter pitches, the length that you're bowling is going to be the important factor. We take drinks here at the JB Marks Oval. We're going to have a short break, go wet those goggles, get a bit of coffee. It is a very chilly morning, and we'll be with you in a couple of minutes. welcome back. I hope the kettle gave you some needed refreshment. Players look all refreshed. They've probably had something cold to drink. Although the wind is a bit chilly. Andile Petlokwaya just kicking up those knees. He's going to be continuing. And it's the man that's got the 50. Camille Mishara facing up. Those lengths once again, just popping it down to the offside. Sweeper coming in. It is Andile Mokokane, who most likely be bowling from the other end, picking it up.
Andile Petlokwaya will want to continue just exactly how he has started. Has a lot of experience now, does Petlokwaya. Total of 158 wickets in his 138 50 over games.
Oh, just a bit too straight, but he does have protection down here in the big frame of Ethan Bosch. Look at that throw, right on the money. And as you mentioned, in this SAA setup with a couple of the youngsters still knocking on the door, we speak a lot about him. You've got a Devil Brevis, you've got a Breetske in this team. Everyone just trying to cement their place. Having the experience of Andile Petlokwaya in this team is invaluable. Can't put a price tag on experience. This one just again, Mokokane picking it up, tossing it in for the one.
And it also helps that he does it with both bat and the ball, doesn't he? He can speak on approaches with both the bat and approaches on the ball as well. His exponent with the ball has been rather impressive here. Starts off, can come in really dire areas. We've seen him for South Africa just win games where it all seemed dire with the bat.
Lovely bowling, just adapting to the right-left combination brilliantly as Andile Petlokwaya. Just dealing in singles at the moment. And after the break, if you're Sri Lanka, that's kind of what you want to do. Just consolidate your innings again.
Very often that a wicket just falls on the first over upon the return from a little break. The rhythm of the batters is just off now, because it is a rhythmic thing. Communication, the chemistry between the batting.
That one you can just see him rolling his fingers, just bowling the off-cutter to left-hander. Even the batter's reaction there to his partner saying, just check the fingers. He's rolling it.
Another thing on top of that, with the break in play, is that it allows the bowling team and fielding team to regroup, re-strategize on what it is that they want to do and how they're going to execute it. The inner ring is right into the square, actually.
But I think it's been created by the batter, as we see there, just trying to play with soft hands and just get the ones going. And they felt that they walk in a little bit quicker. They're about 10 meters off that 30-yard circle to put more pressure on these batters. And it is the end of another over. It is 18 overs gone. It's 91 for the loss of one.
48 runs coming by way of boundaries, which means that there've been the other 43 that have been ran between the two batters, including our opening batter Lahiru Udara. And it's all been those little deft touches, those little pockets. Haven't been a lot of twos, been a lot of ones between these two in this particular partnership now. On 71 from 79. So like you said, it is that running that has forced South Africa to react.
Mokokane coming in just a little bit of width. Actually got away with that one. It's one of those that could easily have been smashed anywhere. But I also, like you mentioned, it's just the batters just hitting the pockets, making sure that they're going to take it deep into the 50. Making sure that they keep rotating this right-left combination. But thus far, credit to the bowlers again, they've been adapting very well.
Look, if these two can bat up to over 35, 40, Sri Lanka wouldn't even be far-fetched to think of 300, 320 coming into the board if they continue working like this. Their strike rates are pretty impressive as well. 55 from 63, 27 from 34. They can catch up at any time if they continue playing in this range.
They're harboring around that 80 mark. 85 for Mishara and Fernando, who started off very quickly. Has dropped down to just below 80 for the first time. Oh, there's that bumper. There's that. Look at that change of pace. Oh, and the big man Bath says, where are you going? Be very, very careful. I'm a dead-eye dick. Now, for the more younger viewers, they wouldn't know there was a band back in the 80s. Again, just on the money. Mokhokane has come in and he's just settled in after that emerging tour. He's just kind of settled into a rhythm and he knows his own game so well. Doesn't try and be express pace, doesn't try and go up to a Sapamla's pace or even an Ethan Bosch. He just knows his role and he gives you so much with the bat as well.
Didn't see him bowl too much last season.
Again, just got away with the wide one.
But then this just speaks to the competition now that's building up in that all-rounder role. Vian Mulder has recently made his way back into the international setup. We have Andy Lepetluwayo, who is gunning to make his way back, considering his move to the Titans as well. Mihlali Mpongwana, who captained that emerging side to Zimbabwe, has had stellar performances.
Another delivery coming in, and this time just dropping and going, soft hands played. And it's another over gone, and only the 4 runs conceded. This time it's 3 and then 4. Mokhokane doing a fantastic job, and nearly 20 gone, 1 more over to go, and it's a 95 for the loss of 1.
Nwanende Fernando, 25 or 24-year-old, is the younger brother of Sri Lankan bowler Vishwa Fernando, who's currently up in England. So he wants to follow suit of big brother. He has made those debuts, of course, but looking to solidify his place in the Sri Lankan team.
A couple of Fernandos putting their hands up for Sri Lanka. Oh, this time finding the inside part of the bat. Expansive shot. Seeing that Ethan Bosch have crept up and is about 10 meters off that circle after he's walked in, trying to access that long off fence, and nearly got an inside edge on the pegs.
Good stuff from Petluwayo. Knows exactly what he needs to be doing on these kinds of surfaces. His array of tricks will come in handy.
Again, he's just flirting with that inside part of the bat. Get the number.
All of a sudden, Mishara doesn't look comfortable on that full length on the middle stump around the wicket. We actually saw traces of that from Ethan Bosch when he was bowling. Right in front of that off stump, just fends for it a little bit and hangs that bat.
You can just see when he started his innings off as well, he was very tentative, pushing hard hands at the delivery, and he's almost coming back circle to that now, just pushing a little bit harder, not getting inside the line like he did in the middle parts of his innings.
It's that idea now of just that confidence of trying to get ball on the bat onto everything and trying to create runs out of each delivery.
Just past backward point, a diving backward point. And one of the rarities thus far in the innings is those twos, because the fielders on the fence has just been lightning around those fringes.
Oh, and the outfield as well is a rocket. Like we said, it's dry. It's cut here at JP Marks Oval, so once you get a good connection, it's gonna run. Devil Brevis tried his best to stop it at backward point, but even he, a good fielder, couldn't stop it.
He's very agile. We can see just the Bit of shoe repair there for the non-striker, asking the South African just to maybe tie my shoes. Mutusami, maybe tie them together. I don't know if you're a South African.
Get him stuck in the mud.
Can't evade the fielder. It is Bedders picking it up, Beddingham. Another great over thus far. Only the 4 runs coming from the 4 deliveries. 98, closing in on that triple digits. And only losing 1 wicket. That's great going by Sri Lanka.
Really picked it up well here, these two. It was 20 runs when they lost that first wicket. Big break. South Africans would have been happy seeing Udara go back.
Oh, this lovely shot. Great on drive. And they're coming back for the second, and they had to put the jet shoes on. As Bosch getting the throw in, and great work done on the fence. Just not timed to perfection. You can hear the thud on the bat, but oh, what a lovely shot.
Great shot, which brings up that 100 runs as well for Sri Lanka A. They've only lost 1 wicket. If there were plans that they had discussed, this exactly would have what they have wanted to come about from their batting, especially having lost the toss as well.
Oh, just that change up, bowling the off cutter to the right hander. That brings Andilo Petlokwayo's over to an end. Fantastic bowling thus far. It is that 101 triple digits up for Sri Lanka. South Africa, after 20 overs, just picking up the 1 wicket from the bowling of Luto Sipamla, caught by Tony De Zorsi. He struggled a tad, did Udara. 5 from 12 deliveries, hit the 1 boundary. And this partnership, and what a partnership it has been thus far. 81 coming from the bat of Lahiru Udara and Kamil Mushara. And with that first delivery by Mokhokane, I am joined by Brady, who's taking the place of Pendulo Makubane. Brady, welcome again back.
Thank you, Gert. It's good to be back here. Good to be sitting next to you as well.
Yeah, we started off together, didn't we?
We did,
back in the day, yeah. Nice, lovely T20 competition in South Africa.
And Dile Mokhokane, I've been watching him a bit here. He's running here and done the job for South Africa.
Yeah, he's been very economical, and since that emerging tour, he's just really gone from strength to strength. Lovely rhythm that he's bowling at, and he just gets the ball, because his seam is always upright, he just gets the ball to nip in, nip out. Got away with a couple of wide ones as well.
As he runs in here. It's that part of the game now where, in the stage of the game, Sri Lanka's got a good start here, 102 for 1 after 20. They're bossing the game at the present moment. South Africa needs a wicket here.
I think they are very structured in what they want to do. I think they realize that they got to go deep, especially with the bowling attack South Africa does have. And the fact that they've hurt Mutusame, and he's gone at a rate to knots. He was the most expensive of the bowlers thus far, going at 8.3. They know that spin is not really going to be a factor for them.
Mokhokane runs into Mishra here.
Short ball. There's a man on the
chance! Just over his head for 6. That was the chance that they tried to create, and unfortunately, Luto Sopamla down at square leg boundary just goes over his head. It's to the long boundary as well, so I think he was about 6 or 7 paces off the boundary, thinking that it might bounce short, or that chance that might fall short, but unfortunately he ran in a bit too in, and it went over his head for 6, unfortunately.
It's one of those where it's the left hand on strike, and he's been striking it nicely.
Straight into mid wicket there for a dot. Unfortunately, there was a chance that they created, South Africa.
Yeah, and it's that bumper that I spoke about. As soon as he came into ball, he does rush you, and it's one of those that just got big on him. And you got to feel if that man was stationed on the fence, especially for the left hand. I realize the big boundary, but especially for the left hander, timing it nicely, you got to be right on the fence.
Catch chance. Unfortunately, no slip. Beats the keeper and it trickles away for 4 runs.
If you're going to flash hard, Brady.
Very hard.
And that would have given first slip a bit of a run for his money as well. That was flashed very hard, got a thick outside part of the bat. And he threw the bat at that one. And that means that all of a sudden, the figures for Mokokane is a bit more expensive than he actually is. We saw that opportunity on the fence going for 6. And then also that 4 coming from the edge. Great bowling, but also more positive intent by the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, positive intent. And as we see now, bowling change. Tristan Lee's coming to attack. He started off pretty well, but just lost it a little bit, but still controllable in his figures. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 16. Good stage of the game here where South Africa is looking to knock 1 or 2 over, and it looks like he's the enforcer, which he could possibly bring a wicket for them, and the wicket that they're obviously looking for.
It's just one of this situation. There's a bit more protection on the fence. Might just express himself a bit more.
Great shot to the covers for 2 as Andile cuts it out.
Loses his glasses in the process. Lovely shot. Again, one of the Sri Lankan batters, no one has really forced the situation. They're just timing it beautifully.
It's been really good actually. They really looked after the power play where they didn't go at the rates of knots. There was some good bowling from South Africa. Looked after the power play. Outside the power play as we speak right now, they've really controlled it and they've upped the tempo. They started at 3.5 and over. They went up to 4.3. Now it's gone up to 5.4, where the field's a lot more spread out, and they've got wickets in hand, which is setting this game up beautifully for a high score as we speak now.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where as a fielding side, you might just feel, hey, we're doing a great job. They're only going at 5.5, but that wickets column is the issue.
Tristan Lees runs in.
There's that bumper. We've seen that the shorter stuff is not really taken off for the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, it hasn't really got up. An option for them, because it looks like it's obviously inconsistent bounce at the present moment. It's not taking off. Is to maybe try cross seam, slower ball bounces into the wicket, make them try and play cross bat shots to the long boundary as well. Short ball that's hit him on the shoulder, and that just explains that it's a little bit too paced, especially when you dig the ball in quite short. You can actually see, I've seen some of the balls that have been short that's been hit for boundaries and pulled crossbat shots which has been hit in front of square, so it's a sign that it's obviously a slow wicket.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the ball back of a length has always been easier to hit because it's coming onto the bat, and we can see the batter going through the shot there before it even got hit.
Tristan Lees runs in. It's a foolish ball which has been guided down to third man. Good fielding by Lutho Supamla down at the boundary there to cut it down to 1. Interesting field with deep point and third man down at the boundary. With that field, it probably looks like they're trying to go a wider line to both batters.
Just maybe trying to force the issue to that bigger part of the boundary as the right-hander comes into play now. That will now change to a deep fine leg and a square leg. And again, as you mentioned, the third man and the deep point on the fence.
Chance been cut over, extra cover for 2. And it just shows how slow the wicket actually is when they dig it in quite short. It actually holds up in the wicket.
Just sticks into it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And whenever it's pitched up, they could actually free their arms, play through the line. But again, as we come out the winter, it's kind of expected. The wicket is a bit too paced. Not a lot of grass on the strip.
Tristan Lees running into Fernando, yeah. Short ball again. Good dot. I think they have found what the length is here.
Yeah, just hitting that 8-meter mark on the length there, and you could just see the batter throwing his head back as he wants to say, come on, it should have been another one.
Missed out on one, yeah. After 22 overs, Sri Lanka 118 for 1. After 22, really good start by Sri Lanka. They're really bossing this game at this present moment, especially like what you mentioned earlier, wickets in hand to set up for them to have a big dip at the end.
Tell you what, if they got 7 or 8 wickets in hand in that back 10, we're in for some real entertainment from the Sri Lankans. They got a couple of big hitters coming in a bit later on as well.
As you see,
sorry, these two is actually T20 specialists because they both made debuts in T20 cricket for Sri Lanka.
yeah, kind of running in to Mishra, yeah. Full ball that's been driven to middle for 1.
Just hear the noise of the bat there.
Beautiful sound.
Just tapped it into that gap and just making sure the right-left combination makes it difficult. And this is one man that's really been able to adapt, him and Andilo Petlakwaya, to adapt to that right-left combination. Andilo Petlakwaya only bowling 3 overs, only going for 13 runs. In the previous over we saw a thick edge from Mokokane.
With a game that's been hit really hard to mid-off for a dot, good dot for South Africa. I'm going back to what you mentioned about Mutusami only bowling 3 overs and going for 25. I'm pretty sure the Sri Lankans, with them analysing this game, have probably said that they're going to take down Mutusami. Cut, good dot.
Yeah, I also think that in all due respect, I think Adile Petlakwaya would have been on their topics. Mutusami would have been. They wouldn't know a lot about Tristan Lee, so they would have looked at him. I think Mokokane is almost a bit of a surprise package for them because they saw what he did with the bat. He didn't bowl that much last year, so they didn't see him as a big threat. And all of a sudden, he's turning out to be one of the most difficult bowlers for them to work around. And as we see the third man coming into the circle, so there's a third man and a deep point coming in.
Kind of runs into the wicket. Good shot down the ground for 1.
And that just shows the point that so far 3.4 overs is only it is a 100-up partnership between these two batters, Camille Mishara and Fernando. 100 partnership coming in good time as well. Fantastic work by them. Only 107 deliveries.
Yeah, Groot, I think this is a really good cricketing wicket that we've got here. And I think we've got a good score bowling up here and brewing as Mokokane runs in. Bowls it short, being pulled down to fine leg. Tristan Lee picks up, cuts it down to 1.
It does have protection down there, and we've seen already. And again, that square leg is creeping up. He's actually further up than he was the previous time. He's about 20 in for the left-hander. And with them carrying on, they're almost hoping for the top edge and not really the ball that's timed well.
Yeah, I just think as Mokokane runs in there, hit straight back to some extra cover. As I was saying, that short ball is a wicket-taking ball as we speak now, because I don't think it's a wicket that you're going to nick them off. So I really think that short ball, so the guys at deep square and fine leg are so important to obviously judge the ball, where it's obviously going to, if it's going to go over my head or it's going to bounce in front of me. So it's extremely important. Like I said, it's obviously a wicket-taking ball, and we're going to see it here with Tristan. I feel that majority of his balls are going to be the short back of a length type of balls. So those guys on those boundaries need to be switched on at square leg.
Absolutely switched on. They need to judge it to perfection. 121 for loss of 1. It's 23 overs gone. We see Tristan Lee's continuing with his 5th.
The same feel as he runs in to Mishra here. Short ball once again. Chance. Oh, what a great catch! That is a great catch by Brevis. But my correction, Bedingham and mid-wicket. And we spoke about the short ball. The short ball has brought the wicket.
We saw him going for it, not hitting it, not hitting his straps. This time, again, not getting it out of the middle. And oh, what a take by Bedders. Fantastic stuff by David Bedingham. A great fielder in his own right, but oh my word, those either stick or they don't.
Yeah, great catch there. As you see the replay as Tristan runs in here, we spoke about the short ball, and the short ball has brought the wicket. Banged in really hard. And Bedingham has run in and he has misjudged it and he's taken an absolute blinder of a catch.
We were just talking about the boundary riders, how they need to judge it and don't come in too quickly. And he's almost walked in too quickly there because they want to put pressure on this batters. And finally, the partnership is broken for South Africa. And it will bring the captain. I beg your pardon, they've changed the lineup a little bit. They decided that they want to keep the right-handers in a right-left combination.
Interesting enough, you know, when you're looking at the dismissal, and I think this is why he probably misjudged it as well, he's trying to stop the one. The first two balls, obviously trying to stop the one. So he's crept in and he's got really, really close. And all of a sudden, it's been hit over his head, and what a grab.
Oh,
Great
you
grab.
plug out the mid there and he caught it.
I think South Africa really set their standards really high in the field. And I'm pretty sure the fielding coach or the management within that camp will be very, really happy with that take.
As you see the new batter coming in, it's Sahan Arachinge. He's another up-and-comer for Sri Lanka. It's another one that they really feel is going to change the tide for them. A left-hander, replacing a left-hander.
Be interesting to see what he goes up first ball, yeah. Oh, hey, good length left outside also. I'd really love to see him, carry a slip here to this new batter.
Yeah, just put some pressure on the left-hander. So it's not easy when you're coming in. As Arachinge has been around for quite a while, a 28-year-old player. He does also bowl a bit of right arm off breaks as one of those that batting in left-handed and bowling right arm off breaks.
Field change once again. Short ball. As you could see, the bounce is not consistent, and he has been wided as well. But I think that's going to be the ploy up now, going forward. I think the short ball is going to be the ploy, which the field just speaks for it as well.
Yeah, they've got a bit of protection. Now with the new bats, I kind of like what you said, is maybe a little bit of pressure in. If you're not going to bring in the slip, maybe bring in a gully. Especially for the left-hander, they normally like to flash hard outside off stump.
As you spoke about it, where is the slip?
Could just see Tristan Lee's throwing his hands on his heads there. Fantastic over thus far. Didn't deserve that boundary from his bowling.
Beautiful line and length by him. And like I said, to a new batter, I'm a big fan, a really, really big fan of carrying a slip for his first few balls. You can take it out after 3 or 4 balls, but early doors in the batter's innings, you've got to have a slip.
Got to have a slip, especially when you want to build that pressure after a big partnership of over 100, as we saw. He's played 5 ODIs and 1 T20 for Sri Lanka. Ahsan Arachinge.
Beautiful shot for a dot.
And he's also played some LPL as well.
Ooh, very interesting that.
Yeah, he's only played 3 matches. But if you look at his ODI career, he's averaging around about 30 in international cricket. And I think it's his list A that's actually got him the nod in his first class career, averaging 56.
That's the average, yeah. As Tristan runs in. Got away with one there.
Got away with one. He's actually got a fantastic first class 56, and the list A, he's averaging 72. So he is someone that's been there or thereabout, but at 28 years of age, he's one of those that you got to feel is almost like his last chance. It's been a frustrating part for Sri Lankans because he's been around the fringes for so long.
Way beautiful. And as there's a slip we spoke about as well that they've just brought in. we spoke about obviously Tristan, good run in between these two. We spoke about Tristan coming back into the attack to bring the wicket, and he's brought the wicket for South Africa. As we see, Sri Lanka 128 for 2 after 24. This morning I spoke about it that he's probably the enforcer in this team, and he's doing that. I don't think they really worry about Tristan going for runs as long as he's taking wickets for the team, and I think that's his job, which he's come back and he's delivered for them.
And that's exactly what you want, is having your enforcer, as you mentioned, is coming in and don't really mind if he goes at 5 or 6 to the over. I mean, if he can pick up 2 or 3 wickets in his 10 overs, goes for 50 runs, it's fine. It's 3 for 50, any team will take that. As we see the change of someone that's a little bit quicker, Pluto Sapamla, coming into the attack.
As he runs into Fernando, yeah. Beautifully bowled. Good, misfield at mid-wicket there, and they trot through for 1. I think the captain senses now that he can get us another wicket here. If they can get Fernando, they can slow that run rate down, maybe add another wicket or 2, and South Africa's deep back into the game here.
And quietly, Fernando has moved on to 40 from 53 deliveries. Made his debut in the T20s, and they've kept him subdued at going at only at 75.5 run rate.
Runs in. Beautifully bowled by Salute, but he's been defended into extra cover for a dot. Luto's been really good today. He started off really well as well.
Oh, he's another bright prospect for South Africa. Injuries plaguing him throughout his short career thus far. And the timing of those injuries was the biggest issue for him.
Yeah, unfortunately last season he got injured at a very crucial time in the season as well. That saw him not play a lot of cricket games as well. Beautifully bowled for a dot. They've strung up some beautiful dots now, and you can actually sense that there's a little bit of pressure that's building up here, and something could happen. Something could happen for these South Africans.
One thing we have noticed is that Sri Lanka doesn't really panic, even if they string those dots together, because they know they got such a deep batting lineup, bunch of all-rounders that can clear the fence at will. So they haven't been panicky at the moment.
And they've got the experience as well. A few of them have played international cricket, as you said. The art and the skill is not to panic. Beautifully bowled. Once again, defended into point.
At the moment, the green from the South African A team is just blending in with the green tinge we see here in Poch. Not being able to spot the grass is the Sri Lankans.
As you see, Tony Dezorzi dropping down to the boundary. They've probably dropped the guy down onto the boundary just to protect the over. It's been a good over so far. They'll try to squeeze for maybe another dot. Oh, and there's the dot we spoke about. This has been a beautiful over by Luto. He's running really hard. He's hit his straps here.
And he's got that protection at deep square and also a very wide fine leg if they want to go for that short arm pickup. And then, as you mentioned, third man and points on the fence as well. If he gets the line wrong, he's got some protection. It just looks like the South Africans have got their plans in place.
Yeah.
Great execution by the bowlers thus far.
I sense a short ball here just to close the over off here. He's taking his time here, Luto. Oh, bold.
As you called it, just to close off that over, and the batter knows it is the new batter on strike as well. Arakshinge just letting that one go, and it's another fantastic over by Lito.
Only 1 run coming from that over by Luto. They're really controlling the game now as we speak. We are 25 overs gone, halfway through the bowling innings of South Africa, and Sri Lanka 129 for 2 after 25.
So we see a summary of the bowlers there. Luto Sapamla, finishing up 6 overs. He picked up the wicket, the very first wicket of the day for 21. And the other wicket taker coming in now, Tristan Lees.
Oh, short into the hip, down to fine leg. Oh, and he unlucky. Good effort down there at fine leg by Luto Sapamla, but unfortunately he's gone for the boundary.
I don't think he expected that, to be very honest. They've all been on the money. That was a bit of a wayward delivery by Tristan Lees. And it just worked around the corner. You'll see almost Luto Sapamla didn't expect that. Moved very late. And that one just rolling underneath him.
Tristan runs in here to Fernando again. Short and wide, which has been dabbed down to third, to my correction, to deep point.
And Dile Petloquaya picking it up. And I think they'll be happy.
Yeah.
So far, the non-striker has only faced the 10 deliveries. And he's looked solid. Arachchinge, it's not like he's been troubled, but I think they know they can close this over off, maybe a couple of dots. Already 5 runs coming within the 2 deliveries.
Definitely so. I think they're going to try and get a few dots here. As you can see, also they got a third slip in. And he's been driven.
Oh, lovely, just getting it into the gap, getting it to the right of the wide. Mid-off. And this is right-left combination that they've just used to perfection thus far. And again, that run rate just suggests that, we've got them as a bowling team, but that wickets column, 8 wickets in hand. Round about the 30th over, you want to double up your score. Going at 135 for loss of only the 2 wickets.
Oh, it's a full toss down leg side, and wicketkeeper Mikael misses out and has gone for 5 wides.
Yeah, it's again one of those that I think as soon as they hit the deck, it just squirted straight past him. And that's 5 wides. Tristan Lees maybe just searching for a little bit of extra pace. See the replay, you could just see him, that wrist breaking completely in the action. And that's 5 wides to the scoreboard. Is not what the captain would have ordered.
I think he's trying to probably go for the full and straight ball there. As he runs into Fernando again to try to get a dot. And he's been cut down to third man and has just beaten point for 4 runs. Great shot by Fernando.
We saw a change in field as they just brought in Devil Brevis to that backward point. So that deep point has moved on to a square, a sweeper on the offside and then the deep third. And Tony De Zorzi, just not enough legs to cut that one off, but lovely timing. Fernando has now moved on to 49.
As Gleesh runs into Fernando, which has been guided down to third man, and that brings up his 50. Beautiful 50 by Fernando.
Lovely 50, and that delicate touch brings up his 50 of 57 deliveries, going at about 88 strike rate. And the way they've absorbed the pressure from good bowling, did not get panicky whatsoever. Just a testament of the coaching staff and also the mindset of the Sri Lankans coming into this SAA tour.
I just think Fernando's a big wicket chair for South Africa now. If they can knock him over, because he's actually getting going now. Short ball. As once again, it doesn't get through to the keeper. It just dies down, and they've widened it as well.
Looks like a bit of a tight call there.
Tough call that.
Bowlers never get anything in ODIs. Batters, we know batters get everything, Brady.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, you batters get everything. The one weapon we had is a short ball. Growing up, there was no limits. Now they've put limits on that as well.
Might get cut down to 1 now. Beautiful. Beautifully driven to mid-on for a dot there. Good finish to the over by Tristan. Expensive one though.
Now, expensive over. He's done brilliantly, but as those 5 wides, it's kind of just thrown him off a little bit. He has now gone for 45. He was going around about 4 to the over and now going at 7.5. Did pick up the wicket, the valuable wicket of Camille Machara for 71 as we hear the music in the background. Just a bit of a vibe starting here in Poch.
Yeah, I think as the sun comes up and it gets a little bit warmer, I think the students and the people might start coming out of their homes because it was a little bit cold this morning.
Yeah, very nocturnal animals, his students. They probably start waking up and moving around about 12 o'clock.
After a heavy night last night. As you see Luto at the top of his run-up, coming into Fernando. Oh, bowled. Dot ball by Luto. Going back to Luto and the struggle that he obviously had last season, where he got injured at a very crucial time, and he was just finding form at the time as well. And unfortunately, he got injured, but he's come back today, and it's been beautiful to see the way he has actually bowled, where he's bowled 6.1 overs, 1 for 21, which has been beautiful, obviously seen. And it's a good thing to see when guys obviously get injured and they come back to put in performances like how he has so far. Short ball and has been dispatched over the bank for 6.
Oh, horrible fielding by the spectators there on the boundary, ducking for the ball instead of going for the catch. And Tony DeZorge can only see that one flying through the air. I don't know what the high fives are for on the bank there. That wasn't a good effort at all.
It was more of a drag down. I don't think he tried to bowl it short, especially to the short boundary as well.
150 comes up. It's 152 for the loss of 2 with that maximum for Fernando.
Beautifully bowled by Luto as it been punched into extra cover for a single.
Isn't this a coach's dream at the moment? Just going in at 5s and 7s after the big shot, just getting the single. And looking at Fernando's career, his strike rate is not all that great, as his career strike rate is only harboring around about that 80 mark. First class cricket is about 57. So he's not a massive hitter off the ball, but his ODIs have gone up to 70. So he's a brilliant prospect with the 4 matches he's played in the ODIs thus far.
Striking it well today. Beautifully tucked into deep square for a single. Good fielding in the boundary by Mokokane.
What I've liked about his batting is never tried to look and overhit it. Try and clear the fence. They've been doing it with timing. That was the second maximum we've seen for the day. And it was all timing. And he's creeping up. He's going at 95 at the moment, his strike rate. Creeping up to that 100. And his partner on the other end, Arachinge, can just feed him the strike.
Which he's gladly doing. As Luto runs into Fernando. Beautifully driven down the ground for no run. That's a really good length, that.
And again, it comes back to the conversation myself and Pendulo had, is with South Africa coming out of the winter pitches, not a lot of grass on, you can even stray on line a little bit if the length is good. If that length is at hard length, because of the two-pace natures of the tracks, it does make it very, very difficult to bat on. But as soon as you start pitching it up or really digging it in, it just sits up and you can just hit through the line.
The key here is for them to run in and have the mindset of hitting that wicket really hard because of the inconsistent bounce. That's the length. Beautifully bowled by Luto. Well played by Fernando as well. Good length. And he's managed to flick it down to deep square for 1. As we finish off the 27th, Sri Lanka 155 for 2 after 27 overs. It looks like we've got a bowling change in Mutusami coming back into the attack. Going to be interesting how they go about their business to Mutusami here.
I mentioned earlier that they might change hands with him. He was bowling to the bigger part of the ground, but I think they realised that he has to come in. They need to string a couple of overs together. And he's got to get that run rate down and hopefully pick up a wicket. He's had a bit of a golden arm throughout the seasons. He does pick up crucial wickets and, more importantly, crucial times. He's a bit of a partnership breaker, and hopefully he can find his length.
I think Sen would played here for 2 seasons, and he should know these conditions as he comes into Fernando. Fernando runs on the wicket and just knocks it down the ground for 1.
He had a fantastic T20 campaign for the Dragons.
That shot has just shown us that I think they're going to try and take him on.
Even if they're not taking him on, they're definitely going to knock him around. They're not going to let him settle whatsoever. Get the right lefts going.
Most definitely. It'll be interesting to see how the left-hander plays him, ball turning into him. Just knocked it into the hole for 1, down to deep square for 1.
It's almost like the Sri Lankans are giving the bowlers that sense of security. Say, oh, I'm in a good length, I'm in a good space, that's where I want to go, and then they explode with 1 or 2 big shots. That's what they did to him in these 3 overs that he bowled previously.
As it comes into Fernando, yeah. Oh, yeah, well bowled. Beautifully bowled by Sen.
A little bit quicker, a little bit flatter.
Important facet of the game right now as we speak. As it comes in for beautifully played down the. Oh, unlucky.
Great effort. But what was the footwork? It hasn't been thus far. We saw the big frame of Matthew Brietske. Just not able to cut that one off.
Once again, it's been just worked around to short 45 for 1.
It's look a little bit more difficult to hit through the line from this end. Does Mutusami. I know for his franchise, he loves bowling
Yeah,
from this pavilion end as well.
hoping for a dot here. And there's the dot that we spoke about, which is well bowled. Well, good comeback here by Sen. Really good comeback by him.
Great comeback, and is exactly as a captain what you would ask your frontline spinner to do. Only the 4 runs conceded, and it's 159 for the loss of 2, approaching that 30 over mark where you would want to double up your score. And if that is the case, Brady, SA is going to be in for a run chase.
Yeah, this game is setting up to be a really, really good cricket game. As you see, Andile Petligwa coming into the attack, he's bowled his 3 overs for 13. Steady, as always. You'd like a wicket, but I'm pretty sure the skipper has brought him on to make that breakthrough, and they're really hoping to get Fernando. Fernando's key for Sri Lanka, yeah.
What Fernando is doing is, we saw the partnership was brilliant. That second wicket partnership between Mishara and Fernando. But what Fernando has done is just allowed Aranakchinge just to calm down, just play his game, work it around, get his eye in, get the pace off the wicket. And he's just allowed this partnership to grow, which has grown to 38 runs already, of just 32 deliveries.
They've gone about their business really well, as you see Andile Petligwa running in here. And it's been worked down to 3rd man for 1. Good start. He has just quietly gone about his business, which has been really good. Like you said, Fernando is been free, and he's actually scoring at a runner ball where he's just come in and he's just knocked it around, getting himself in. Fernando's probably taking the risk. You know, they've probably communicated that as well, where I'll obviously take the risk because I'm the in batter at the present moment. You just knock it around, which has been beautiful to watch.
I think this will be the key for them going up to that 35th, even 40th over.
Been cut down to extra cover or cover boundary for 1.
At run rates going up to about 5.7. Very steady. Nice, calmly. No real risk taken. South Africa had the one opportunity from the man that's been dismissed. Camille Misharo had a big pull. Fielder not on the fence. It just went over his head for the 6. And then a big thick edge that went down to 4. Before Tristan Lees got him caught brilliantly by David Bedingham.
Oh, and there was a chance there for a dot ball, but unfortunately they were snuck in for a single, like you're saying, Gert. I think this game they'll carry on going like how they're going until about 35. If they at 35 and they still got 2 wickets in hand, then I really think they're going to put the accelerator down and up the ante, which will be interesting to see. So they're rocking around here freely. As you see Andile running into Fernando. Fernando just been, chance which has just fallen into the hole and over mid-wicket's head, and there's a run-out chance, but they've got back.
I'll tell you what, that delivery, you can actually see, he didn't try and keep it down, didn't try and pick the gap. He wanted to go over that man. That Mutusami is just creeping up to the batter once again. He's not hanging on the circle. Even in his starting position, he's about 7 to 8 meters off. This one just lobbed over that mid-wicket, and just practicing the shot there is Fernando.
I think he tried to go over mid-on, but I think he just got the inside half of the bat and went over mid-wicket there. Ball Andy beautifully as he knocked it down to long on for a single. Fernando looks like he is setting up and shaping up for a beautiful innings here.
Yeah, he's already on 64 of 69. And it's one of those things where you realize that they've identified the bowlers that's going to be difficult to score of, so we'll knock them around. And then just targeting 1 or 2 bowlers, which is brilliant batting. At the moment at 165 for the loss of 2. One more ball to go in this 29th over from Andile Petlukwaya.
They really don't have to take any risk here until the 35th over. It's a short ball that's been worked down to fine leg off the hips for a single, and that ends the 30th 29, my correction. Sri Lanka 166 for 2 after 29.
After 30 overs, normally in an ODI, you would want to double up, especially with 8 wickets in hand. Whoa, 320, even maybe a 340 is on the cards here. If you just double that score, you're already looking at a 332, and that's only on after 29. As we see Mutusami coming into the attack again. He did a brilliant job coming back after going for a lot of runs in his first 325 in his first 3 overs, only conceding the 4 runs. Oh, very well stopped there.
That by Mukukane there. It could have been a no ball there. It's just caught Boshi just lagging a little bit. Good dot by Sen.
He's just looked different from this end. Like it's a bit more rhythmic. And that's not a big run up.
That's been his to Sen. He has worked that beautifully. He has milked him in that position, but I think Sen doesn't mind that. He's really obviously got his dot. He'll probably try and strive for another dot in this over. If he strives for another dot and not give the boundary option away, it'll still be a good over for him. So I think that's what he's striving for, and especially in this period of the game, if you try and get 2 dots here and you go at 4s, I think you're winning and you'll be happy, like, you know.
Making sure they don't get up to that 320 mark.
And there's a dot. There's a second dot we spoke about, Gert.
That's what you've been calling for, Brady, is just stringing a couple of dots together. Maybe just get the batsmen a bit anxious, because they have looked so calm at the crease.
Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious shot by Fernando. He has hit extra cover beautifully for 4 runs.
And that brings the partnership, has also gone to 50 runs with that lovely 4. And it's he's been shimming down the track to Mutusami quite often in his innings. Just look at that lovely footwork, getting it inside out, and again not trying to overhead it. Pure timing, and cluttered into that advertising boards, and no chance for the man at the sweeper fence.
Interesting, this ball. Beautiful. This is beautiful batting. This is absolutely beautiful batting there by Fernando.
After the 4, getting the 1.
I think Sen would be really disappointed with that boundary that he gave away, but it was a really good shot by Fernando.
Nothing much wrong with the ball, I think, there.
It's again into that vacant area for 1 there. It's just slowly but surely as we finish the 30th. Sri Lanka 173 for 2. As we look at the scores here, Udara for 5, Mishra for 71, Fernando 69 not out, and Sahan for 15. As Gert leaves us, it's been beautiful. As we look at the bowling figures here, Lutho Sopamla 7 overs, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Tristan Lees 6 overs, 1 for 45. Ethan Bosch 4 overs, 0 for 18. Mutsami 0 for 36 after 5. Petlu Guaya 0 for 20 after 4. Mokokwana 0 for 21 after 4.
Mutsami, despite a good comeback, those first 3 overs really just caused damage to his figures and boosted that Sri Lankan score.
And he has got the breakthrough. Andile Petluguayo as it traps him leg before wicket. Beautiful line, beautiful length by him, and that's a breakthrough that they've been hoping for. This partnership was building.
Sahana Rakchige, he came in 15 for 21. They were really starting to push that scoreline. 50-run partnership in a blink of an eye. However, he's fallen for it. Coming around the wicket, Talindile Petluguayo traps him in front. Adjudicated out.
Yeah, beautiful line by Andile Petluguayo to trap him in front. Coming around the wicket, which was really good to see, to cramp him up, and obviously not get any room for him to score, and he misses a rather straight ball that
Played all around it, did Sahana Rakchige. Going confidently, he was slowly going to grow into his innings. However, he's gone, and he makes way for the Sri Lankan A captain, Pasindu Suryabandara. He comes in now, 24-year-old, had school at Royal College in Colombo, but now applies his trade in Gaul for the National Super League.
South Africa was crying for a wicket, and they've brought a wicket. They would have liked Fernando, I reckon, because he was obviously the in-man in. As we see this wicket again, Andile coming around the wicket. Traps him. He tried to work it down to square leg and just missed the straight one. I thought it was a slow ball, but it was actually a seam-up ball that caught him leg before. We're just getting wrong side of the line there and missing out on a scoring option there.
Comes back, it makes it all the clear that he did just play around it. Maybe would have wanted to present a fuller face of the bat and played it straighter. However, that does bring in the captain now into strike. Last time he donned the Sri Lankan A shirts was when they played against Afghanistan in that 5 unofficial ODI series that Sri Lanka won 3-2. Scored 164 runs in 3 games, that Surya Bandara. Top scoring with an undefeated 84.
Me and Gert were obviously speaking about that partnership batting and going along until the 35th. As we see Andile. Oh! Interesting. Inconsistent bounce, which the Sri Lankan dugout will be happy to see when they come out to bowl.
100%. They'd hoped that would have happened with more runs on the score, but first signs of inconsistency, rocketing onto that back foot. If it was any straighter, Surya Bandara would have been in quite some trouble. Not the first ball you want to face, ideally.
Beautiful, well bowled. Andy, I think, has found a good little length here where he's hitting the wicket really hard, a hard back of a length, especially to the new batter, very hard to score. With cover up in the ring as well. Extra cover really tight on the one, not giving him the easy one.
He's just been on it ever since the beginning of the day, hasn't he? He's just been there, Now he's bowling to the captain, who averages nearly 35 runs. Surya Pandara.
Yes, again, good dot. Really, really good dots at the stage of the game by South Africa. Andile doing a brilliant job for South Africa. Yeah, he got the wicket. He's just strung up 3 dots now all of a sudden. Pressure on Sri Lanka.
Captain's 17 runs from 1,500 list A runs in his 52nd innings. Oh, that best score of 98 must have been painful in his 1250s.
Bowled there by Andy. Andile, like I said previously, has found a beautiful line and length here to string in a few dots. He's got 4 dots here, and as I say that, he has dropped extra cover down or cover sweeper down onto the boundary. Just to protect that over.
It's at these stages of the innings where he then starts bowling much straighter, Petluwayo, saying, hey, if you miss, I will hit. That's where we then see more of all of his off cutters, his leg cutters, back of the hand, the wide Yorker that's often so hard to get away. And then it's the normal conventional delivery that becomes the surprise delivery and gets the wicket.
And the normal delivery, and what's really kind of shies to the non-striker and try to catch him off guard. As we see the end of the over, end of the 35th over, Sri Lanka 173 for 3 after 31. Andile gets the breakthrough for South Africa at a crucial time, because there was an innings and that partnership was obviously building for Sri Lanka, and he's come in and he's broken that partnership. He's done a very, very good job, and I just feel Andile, that's his speciality. Whenever a team or South Africa needs to get the breakthrough, Andile is always the one that always comes on, and he's got that magic arm that always gets the breakthrough for South Africa. Beautifully played by Fernando down the ground.
It's funny, the name Andile means expand, growth. It's 2 Andiles who are in the game here, Andile Mohakan and Petluwayo. We saw in the dugouts just before Motsusami Bowl, Andile, Simelane. 3 Andiles in the team here for South Africa. An expansion on the name, and Blair's Andile.
Sen comes into the skipper and knocks it in. Oof! Knocks it in. Cover sweeper on the boundary with Tony Dezorzi sweeping up. A lot of Andiles in the team.
If you want to use the word in context with that single, it means with Andile, Amaruns for Sri Lanka. The runs have grown for Sri Lanka.
Fernando down the ground. Fernando has played that shot beautifully today.
But on top of that, it's just if you want your child to play for South Africa, name them Andile. That's first and foremost. Secondly, though, all 3 skilled players here for South Africa, all 3 all-rounders. Andile Simelane, the youngest of them. Ooh. He applies his trade at the Dolphins, Andile Simelane. Played for the under-19s as well. Big hitter, great fielder, and a good-looking bowler.
I'm a big fan of Andile Simelane. I think he's got a bright future in South African cricket, and he's got a lot to offer to South African cricket. He bats, he bowls, and he fields. Complete cricketer.
It's just a matter of time until he develops fully into his role, Andile Simelane. It seems as if, especially with his batting, the Dolphins are just sussing out what he really brings to the table and what his best powers are.
As Fernando hits it down to long on with ease, as we see the end of the 33rd over, and Sri Lanka is 178 for 3 after 32. Going back to Andile Simelane and Andile Petluwayo obviously leaving the Dolphins as well, which gives him a bigger role and a bigger job in that environment, which I'm really looking forward to see him fulfill that role. I definitely think with that responsibility is going to up his game as well. I saw a little bit of a glimpse of him when they came through to Potchefstroom in the winter with the emerging side as well. His ball striking is unbelievable.
The fact that now he's getting into these setups, into these national setups, shows the faith that the management of Cricket South Africa have in him.
Beautifully bowled by Andile Petlugwaya as Fernando knocks it down the ground once again for a single. I think it's rebuilding time for Sri Lanka once again, and I'm not saying they're not in a good position. I still think they're in a dominant position. I don't think Fernando will take that risk anytime soon. If he loses a wicket, that 300 is out the window, I think.
He now has to take it up till the very end here. Fernando had a gingerly start in the beginning of his innings, but he steadily worked it very well. We saw they were bowling it very wide for him at the beginning, leaving them, and then he started making a connection. The straighter ones were giving him a bit of a problem, but he seemed to have dealt with that well. And since then, hasn't really found much problems up to 73.
Yeah, I think South Africa now feels they can string in a few dots here to the skipper. As you can actually see, the field is very, very tight here, and I sense there's going to be a risk taken here by the skipper. Some beautiful dots here, beautifully dots, and Andile Petlugwaya is bowling up for South Africa, and you can actually sense that even the fielders around them have got a little bit more closer in. There's a lot more chatter as well, because they probably sense that there's going to be a chance that's going to come, and if the chance does come, they've got to take that chance. As we speak about it, he's delivered once again, and it's those dots that he's obviously bowled. Andile Petlugwaya with the golden arm once again for South Africa.
It is those straight deliveries from Petlugwaya that are causing so much problems for the Sri Lankans. Basindu Surya Bandara chopping it back onto the stumps. Did he, or did it just cut through the gates? But whatever the case is, Andile Petlugwaya was able to dislodge the bail. He continues with that full length, doesn't he? Right up there. Seems like he had no idea what to do with it. Surya Bandara chipped back into him and castled him for just 2 runs.
Andile Petlugwaya take a bow. He does it time and time and time again, and I've even seen it, and I'm pretty sure many people have also seen it for the Proteas as well. He comes in with a golden arm and he delivers when the team really needs him to deliver. He's come on and he's got 2 wickets in 2 overs once again to just slow things down for the Sri Lankans.
Not only is he the most wicket-taking bowler right now, he's also the most economical bowler, going at under 4 runs to the over. So he's piling on the pressure, and then he also gets to reap the rewards of the own pressure he puts in. As we see Sonal Dinusha, who comes in now, his 41st time coming out to bat, average just under 40. That best score of 93 all out, supported by 850s. He comes in here with Sri Lanka just losing a couple of wickets in quick sequence. Like you said, it's this point now for them to try and build it up again so that they have a solid platform for the final 10 overs.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka were thinking that they would carry on batting and they would take 2 down, if anything 3 down, come the 35th over, so they could obviously have a dip at the end with wicket in hands. But Andile Petlugwaya has come on and he's just slowed things down now. So they've got to stop again, they've got to reset again, they've got to build another innings again, which is going to take time out of the game as well, and slow down the scoring options as well, which is exactly what South Africa needs. Wickets, wickets, wickets. It always slows down the scoring rate.
Lesotho Pamla still has 3 overs to go, which we'll most likely see in the back end of the innings. Tristan Lewis, most likely we're probably going to see him more with 4 overs to go. Ethan Bosch, surprised to not have seen him return. He's been bowling brilliantly, going around the 4.5 runs to the over. Arandile Petlowayo getting full reward for his consistency with his 2 wickets. Look at that economy rate, 3.7, as Sri Lanka batting at 5.5. So he's drawing it back for the South Africans, not only with the economy but also with the wickets that he's taken. Now we're into the all-rounders with Sonal Dinusha. "23-year-old from Colombo, Sonal Dinusha."
I think South Africa will sense that there's a little bit of a window that they can maybe be a little bit greedy and try and push for maybe 1 more wicket. If not a wicket, strangle a few dots in here, just to bring that run rate down as well.
But South Africa have had a very decent past 10 overs here, Brady. 2 wickets, and that partnership between Fernando and Arakchige grown to 50 odd in really quick time, and it was the perfect successor to the Fernando and Mishara partnership that went over 100 runs. And all of a sudden Sri Lanka have a stumbling block here. Dinusha will need to put in all of his skill. Fernando's already in there to build it back up, because that 300 is slowly running away from them.
Beautifully. Good dot. Well ball, Andy. Like going back to what you're saying, I think Fernando's the key for Sri Lanka, with him obviously getting to that 300 mark. As you see, the end of Andile's overs, he's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 22. He's done a splendid job for South Africa. We see Sri Lanka 180 for 4 after 33 overs.
It's the wicket again of Surya Bandara. Ball just straightened by Andile Petlowayo, clattering those stumps. That's all he needs to do. These are the moments where he bowls straight and he gets purchased for his work. 2 for 22. In returns, Tristan Lewis.
Yeah, we see Tristan Lewis getting brought back into the attack. Skipper probably thinks I can maybe burgle another wicket here, because he's obviously, like I said, he's our enforcer. And if they get another wicket, and the big wicket of Fernando, and that's probably what he's thinking, if I get Fernando, we can restrict them to 250, 260, and that's a chaseable score here in Potchefstroom. As you see Tristan running in.
Tristan playing for the first time in the South Africa A shirts. He's going step by step. They're praising him very nicely. Under 19 World Cup, which he wasn't selected for initially, and then he did come in and then performed well. The Dolphins giving him a contract, and he performed well for the Dolphins. Now going for emerging. All of a sudden now, Brady, he's just one step closer. A couple of seasons of good consistency, and we might see him break through.
You just never know and you just never know as a player, and you don't know how close you actually are to that call-up and to playing to South Africa. You never know, you could have a good series, yeah. Next minute, he gets the call-up, and we saw it with, as you see Tristan running in here to Fernando. Wide full outside off stump where he's been guided down to third man. And like I said, as you could see it with Mapaka as well, where just last year he was playing, or this year actually, he was playing SA under 19. A few months down the line, he's making his debut for South Africa. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and you just never know when it could happen for you.
It's the faith that South Africa are putting onto their youngsters as well. That is lovely to see. Gwanamapara is only 17 years old, just barely turned 18. Tristan Lewis is just turned 19 in June. He's also a young one. So a big prospect to look forward to here, Tristan Lewis. Was big talk coming into the World Cup even.
Yeah, big talk. That's a oh, and just wide of point for 4 runs. Chance created by Tristan Lees, but unfortunately just wide of point.
Interesting here from Tristan Lewis. In his first couple of overs in the beginning of the match, he was rather back of a length and hitting the deck really hard. And all of a sudden here, he's much fuller. That one being punished for also being wide. So now Dinusha will be happy for receiving those. Carved it away for 4.
As you see, Tristan short. Just wider down leg side. You could see the plan. They try to probably go short, but unfortunately just got the direction and the line wrong.
If that previous delivery was at just a better length, just pulled back a little bit, might have been a different story. So
beautiful shot down to extra cover for 1 as Mukukane cleans up. And that's the end of the 34th over. Sri Lanka 188 for 4. Like I said, they would have taken 2, if anything 3. But this game is still set up for a really, really good finish in the back end.
16 overs to go. Just under batting at a run per ball. Sonal Dinusha, the new man in. He's going to be on strike, having to face Andile Petluwayo. Seems like might be a good idea for Petluwayo to just keep going until the end of his overs here. He's in a really good rhythm. And how often is it when bowlers are in a good rhythm? They find 2nd and 3rd levels of wind. Can't take that ball out of their hands.
The old saying of 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 4.
Cliches are cliches for a reason after all.
Oh! And he just beats the outside edge. I just said it. 1 brought 2. And hopefully 2 is going to bring 3 for him.
It's good bowling here from Andile Petluwayo. It's the areas just outside that off stump. Fidgeting with it is Sonal Dinusha. It's already gotten the wickets off a left-hander in Sahana Rakchige with Andile Petluwayo.
Oh! Very, very straight that. And you could also see by Andy's facial expression that it was quite close at that delivery.
You know, it's like you have a leg spinner who changes and has their stock balls as a googly, like Piyush Chawla did. And then it's the leg break that is the surprise delivery, and it seems to be the case here with Andile Petluwayo. Mama Peter's walking around. There he is over there in his cool little shades. Another great breakthrough for the South African.
Oh, as you see, Andy running into Fernando. Fernando just knocks it down the ground for 1 once again. I think Fernando's setting up really lovely for the back end of this innings. He's knocking it. He's going at a runner ball, which is really, really good. Risk-free cricket at this present moment. I think it's a little bit of a build-up phase in the game for Sri Lanka now. They can go like this until probably the 42nd over. And it's so good to see that they haven't panicked at all. They've set this game up beautifully well. Yes, they've lost those 2 wickets at crucial times in the game, but they're still in a very, very commanding position to put a good score on the board.
So what you say, after the end of over number 10, the game really takes a different gear from over number 11, where the singles that you take during the over accumulate over time. The one thing that the Sri Lankans never failed to do is take those ones and take those twos Gers has been talking about the idea of the field now very into the square. They are about 10-15 yards from the inner ring to avoid those singles. But still, Sri Lanka are able to find them, and that has been what has been the main key in keeping that run rate at around 5.5, leading to over number 40.
Especially to the new batter, you can actually see that the field is a lot more tighter. And there we go. To cancel that drop-in run, as you can see the end of the 35th over. Andile Petlugo has done a fantastic job for South Africa. And as it stands, as from the 35th over, 190 after 35 overs, my correction, with 4 wickets down.
Sri Lanka have really set themselves up pretty well. Nwanindo Fernando still strong on 75 from 79. His second over, Kamil Mishara, who both of them put on a 100+ run partnership for the Sri Lankans. Sahana Rakjige, he came in for that 15, supporting Fernando well for their 50-odd run partnership. The bowling for South Africa now, they've taken only 4 wickets. They need more. They need to slow down the rate. And they try the magic hand of Dewald Brevis with his wrist spin.
Good to see Dewald getting thrown the ball. He's got the knack of picking up crucial and important wickets, and we've seen it with the Titans when in the T20 challenge. And as we speak, he's just dropped it short and has been dispatched.
Easy pickings for Fernando. That a true loosener from Dewald Brevis. Halfway through the track, he has all the time in the world to just rock it back into his back foot and smash it into the open area in the cow corner. Only a deep mid-wicket is out. It seems like it's actually a deep frontwood square, barely a mid-wicket.
Yeah, reason being probably mid-on is up in the circle as well, so...
Dewald Brevis.
Bowled by Brevis. As Fernando just knocks it into cover for 1. You really don't want... I'm a big fan of momentum in a cricket game, and momentum was obviously on South African side for a period of the game. And as we see Dewald's figures as it comes up here, 15 matches, 2 wickets, average of 97, economy rate of 6.72, and the best of 1 for 19. Oh, reverse sweep to point for no run. Good dot for South Africa. And as I spoke about it earlier with momentum. I'm a big fan of momentum in cricket, and momentum was on South Africa's side for a period with Andile picking up those 2 wickets. And it's been worked to show 45 for 1. And Brevis, obviously they're bringing on Brevis now, and he doesn't want to release that pressure to shift momentum back onto Sri Lanka's side.
But that's the thing with him being a part-timer. The Sri Lankans will think that they now have an opportunity to actually score runs. Just like that, they'll feel like they have an opportunity to go all out. Same as the first delivery from Dewald Brevis, where he'll give you those 1-2 looseners. And it's great here that Fernando's punishing them thoroughly.
Yeah, Fernando's really latching onto those short balls that Dewald is delivering. I really think, okay, as I said, we see a field change with square leg coming up, long on down at the boundary. And he has looked like a googly for a dot. Expensive over for South Africa.
10 runs from it. It also brings up the 200 runs for Sri Lanka A. That pull shot from Nwanindo Fernando going all the way to the boundary. Dewald Brevis just pulling it a little bit too short, a little straight. Just see all the time that Fernando had to place it exactly where that previous boundary went in the over. Two, great batting from the Sri Lankans. 200 in no time, and with 14 overs to go, you can't help but feel like that 300 is certainly on the horizon.
Yeah, the 300 is definitely on the horizon with the important batter of Fernandez. We see a bowling change with Ethan Bosch coming into the attack. As he delivers, starting around the wicket, beautiful line and length to start with. He gets a dot that South Africa needs. They can really squeeze here now. They can really squeeze with this new batter. He's not really to take. Doesn't look like he's going to take any risks, so he can actually squeeze him and just starve Fernando a little bit with the strike, because it looks like Fernando is just scoring really freely at the moment. Catch it! And that's your wicket, and he's brought the edge. He has got the edge.
Fantastic bowling from Ethan Bosch. He fended at it, Sonal Dinusha. Ethan Bosch has been brilliant to the left-handers throughout the whole course of the day. He probes that off stump when he's coming around the wickets. More often than not, getting the ball to just move away ever so gently from the left-hander. Sonal Dinusha didn't look comfortable at all, and you can see it just jag away from him. Fantastic carry, great bounce. Sonal Dinusha could have felt like can't do much with him just fending at that.
Yeah, I think it looked like a bit of a slow ball there by Ethan Bosch, which just climbed a little bit on the batter. Good take by the wicketkeeper Mikhail Prince there, because the ball was dying on him as well.
It's a big break, but it's still Fernando who's there on 84 from 83. The new batter comes in is Chamindu Wickramasinghe. Averages 31. We are definitely into the tail end of the batters now, with the all-rounders coming in. Did represent Sri Lanka in the 2022 World Cup in West Indies, did Wickramasinghe, alongside also other players like Waniju Sahan and Dinura Kalipahana, who represented Sri Lanka this year. But right now he needs to push for Sri Lanka for them to get close to that 300 mark after just losing that wicket. His average would be good at that rate. If he just scores at his figures, they'll be happy.
Very, very crucial. This looks like that's the end that always brings a breakthrough for South Africa. As you see Boshi running in here. And it's been tucked away down to fine leg for one, as Tristan Leach picks up and gets the ball in.
It's been a pattern throughout the whole innings for Ethan Bosch, especially to the left-handers, where he'll bowl one brilliant outside the off stump, which will beat their bats, and then the next one will be right on the body, right on the stomach, where they can easily just tuck it away from a single, releasing that pressure. I said this to you before, and he's doing it again there.
As you see Boshi running into Fernando, and he has just pulled it over mid-wicket, or just right of mid-wicket for a single. Boshi doing a job for South Africa. So it's going to be very, very crucial. As long as South Africa keeps taking wickets, that 300 mark is going to become less and less and less. So I think the key here, right now, yes, they didn't get the start that they were looking for in the power play, with them picking up the wickets that they wanted to. But during the course of the innings, at crucial times in the game, they've managed to press the brakes on by taking wickets. Boshi will be really upset with. He's bowled 2 balls to him, and he's given him 2 easy runs there, down to fine leg, which he probably thought I could get maybe 2 or 3 dots to the new batter.
It's just ever so drifting to the leg side. More preferably would want him to be on that off stump. First straight as can be his middle. The moment you go any further, he's given those 2 runs away to Chamindu.
and almost looked like a slow ball by Ethan Bosch, and it's been crossed better down to square leg by Fernando. Fernando's really, and I keep saying it, he's the key for Sri Lanka.
He's on 86 from 85 deliveries. That century is looking ever so deliciously close for Niwanindu Fernando. Sri Lanka on 204 for the loss of 5. Still 13 overs to go. And with 3 overs left in his spell, South Africa A and Matthew Britska bring back Luto Sipamla, hopefully for just a quick strike that he can get in there.
Luto Sipamla coming back. He's had a good day so far for South Africa, and they really think that he can knock Fernando over here. If they knock Fernando over, that's a massive wicket for South Africa.
47 wickets in his 38 games. He's already taken 1 here today. That of Lahiru Udara. Bowled a straight one to the pads, and it was flicked to Tony Dazorzi standing at mid wickets. A good catch. David Beddingham's catch was rather ridiculous though.
Oh, well, good start, Luto. Great start by him. Good lines, good lengths. Fernando just knocked it down the ground for 1.
He's carrying on exactly where he left off, Luto Sipamla. He was bowling mightily full in his first spell. Seems like he's continuing with the same job here. Maybe now we're going to see more of his variations, like some of the short stuff. We hadn't seen any of that. Some of his slow balls, some of his Yorkers, which he does possess. The man from the Eastern Cape who now plays for the Lions.
Beautifully bowled by Luto. Yeah, I don't think at this present moment now, especially to the new batter, I don't think he needs to go to these slow balls or obviously look for that Yorker. I think if he just runs in and he hits top of off with a hard length, I think it'll be more than enough for him to string up a dot or even get the breakthrough as well.
Andile Petluwayo exemplified that spectacularly, because that's what he did.
Oof, beautifully bowled. It's a beautiful line that he's bowling at this present moment to the new batter. Not giving him width at all. Really straight at the stumps.
It's forcing the batter to play shots he doesn't necessarily want to play, but at every single delivery forcing them to play at him. It's exactly what you want to do to a batter who's brand new.
Lovely, beautiful. This is really good dots at this time of the game as well for South Africa, as we see the run rate dropping down to 5.4 now as we speak.
It's going to be important for Sri Lanka to soak this up. They can't really afford to be losing any further wickets, especially now that Matthew Britska has brought in his strike bowlers. Both these batters know exactly why Sipamla and Liss have been brought back into the attack, trying to fend that threat away and turn the tides towards them.
This is so good by Luto. This is really good by him. He has been really good today. And by him doing this, it's just creating extra pressure for the Sri Lankans. And hopefully, we are hoping for Fernando to play a rare shot. But you got to create that, and he's obviously creating that as well, which is really good.
Luckily, though, it hasn't come to that point where these dot balls are going to start crumbling and crushing Fernando to do something.
Shot. Beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful fielding by Tristan Lees. Beautiful fielding. He has definitely saved an extra 2 runs there.
That was destined for the boundary. Little bit too full that time from Sipamla, latching onto it very nicely with Ramasenge. But geez, the fielding from Tristan Luce, 19-year-old, you can see the spring in the step. That's why he has those sleeves on, so he can throw himself around. 38 overs gone, 207 for 5. Remember, it's just the beginning of the cricket season. The 27th of September, it all begins with the CSA T20 competition. We'll be starting off with the Yuxgate Derby in Johannesburg. The Wanderers Stadium, where we will have the Bidvest, or rather the DP World Lions, take on the Momentum Multiply Titans. Make sure that you get your tickets. Ticketpros.co.za.
Bosch to Fernando. It's a beautiful line, beautiful length. I even got Mikael Prince. Tricked him a little bit there, but that was a beautiful line, and I still feel there's something in this wicket still, eh?
It's just hitting those areas. Hart spoke about it. There are certain spots in the pitch which just give you still that assistance. We've been seeing the ball jag back in from a length for the bowlers coming from the university ends, just jagging back in ever so slightly. It's a great wicket prepared here at the JB Marks Oval, which gives both the batters and the bowlers something to work with. No one ever feels completely out.
Yeah, the groundsman, Louis Creer, he's been around the block for many years, and he knows when it comes to preparing good wickets, he's up there with probably the best in the world. Whenever you come here, you're always going to get good wickets. Oh, inside edge, and just missing the leg stump.
It's a loose stroke from Wickramasinghe. He just popped his bat out there, and worse at all, he popped it out horizontally, just allowing for that inside edge. Could be a top edge, could be an inside edge. Lucky not for his stumps to be dislodged there. But again, it's Ethan Bosch to the left-hander who's creating those issues coming around the wicket.
Oh! I don't know if they bounced short or there was a drop catch. But there is something, they are creating chances as we speak. And chances at really good time in this cricket game right now.
So these are the times that Sri Lanka need to start thinking about putting pedal to the metal. And they're just bouncing short of Ethan Bosch. Seems like the ball just stuck up a little bit on the crease, on the pitch for Wickramasinghe.
Another dot by Ethan Bosch. These are some really good dots. He's really put the brakes on now in this 38 over now, which has been really good by South Africa. They've strung up the dots.
His economy has just been consistently good. Ethan Bosch has not gotten over 5 runs to the over. Currently going at just under 4. 22 runs. And it's 4.4.
Short ball, and it's gone up, and it looks like it's going to fall safe. This has been some really good bowling here by Bosch. He's created chances. He's created 2 chances now as we speak. He's hogged the strike from Fernando. And if you're doing that, and if you're taking strike away from the in batter, chances of them getting to the score that we spoke about is getting slimmer and slimmer as we speak.
It seems like Fernando hasn't batted in a really long time here. He's just been laying dormant on the other side. Sri Lankans will be hoping that he hasn't gotten cold.
Oh, it's a really good over by Boshi. He has bowled really well. It's bad fielding. Really bad fielding from Tony Dezorzi down there at square leg boundary, but good running as well from the Sri Lankans.
Covered his distance, Tony Dezorzi, but then just was a bit relaxed on his retrieval and getting the ball back in. See, just went there, covered his ground really well, popped in, relaxed a little bit, Great awareness from Nuanindo Fernando to get 2 runs through there. It's 39 gone now. Sri Lanka 211 for 5. Fernando looking closer and closer for those triple digits on 89 from 88. Chamindu, he is looking to find his feet here with Kramasinge.
Yeah, chipping along here, Fernando is. He's just holding this innings together at the present moment, Fernando is. If he wasn't at the crease, I think that scoreboard would have been looking different at the present moment as we see Luto running in. As he cuts it down to cover sweeper down at the boundary for a single to bring Fernando onto strike. Will be interesting to see how Fernando goes about these remaining overs and these remaining balls, especially of Luto as well, as Luto has bowled well. They probably don't want to give him another wicket as well, so they'll probably see him off. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business now with facing Supamla. Good line, good length, but oh no, and it's a no ball. Criminal. And it's not a front foot no ball. It's a no ball because there's 5 guys out in the circle, outside of the circle.
Poor awareness from the South Africans.
Murder.
They did it 1 over too early. It's only in the 40th over that you start having an extra 5th fielder out on the ring. Just lacking judgment, and now Lusosipamla must suffer. Free hit to Fernando.
Definitely looking at the cow corner area. Well bowled. Very well bowled by Lusosipamla. Very well bowled. He has been brilliant today.
Brilliant work. And Matthew Pritzker, the captain, who should have made sure that there's only 4 fielders in the inner ring, making sure that that free hit doesn't cause too much damage. Great fielding at mid-off because Fernando had a good connection despite the great delivery from Lusosipamla. Full outside that off stump, Yorker outside that off stump, which are amongst the hardest deliveries to hit.
Well bowled, Luto. Even though with the no ball and the free hits, it's still been a good over so far by Luto.
He's controlling it brilliantly well here, Sipamla. He's giving them Luto. Nothing. Keeping it dry. Sipamla. 3 overs to go until the end of this, until the start of the final power play, where South Africa can reinforce their boundary with a 5th extra man.
Very well bowled. No, that's unlucky by Luto. That is really unlucky.
Seems to just go over with Kramasinge's back. Feel a little bit tough call, but the umpires called it. First time we're seeing true short stuff from Lusosipamla. He's on his penultimate over. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to bowl the final 4 overs for South Africa here.
Ethan Bosch really good at the death. I think he'll finish off as well. We got Andile as well, which is also good in the death. As you see, Supamla, good slow ball by Supamla, good change up for that dot. He's bowled really, really well. I've been so impressed with him today. We spoke about him coming back from injury. He's come back from injury and he's been brilliant.
His first game back from injury was a first-class game against the Titans, a must-win game for the Lions. I believe he took 3 or 4 wickets in that particular first innings of the game before taking 1 wicket in the second innings of that particular match. And ever since then, his consistency has just been brilliant. Seems like he got some extra juice from that injury.
Oh,
That time, just going down the hips.
just got the line and the length wrong there.
His praises, our praises landed on his shoulders, weighed him down. Pushed that one down the leg side, did Lusosipamla. seemed like he slowed it down as well, just a little further from Wikramasinge's bat.
Yeah, I think it's always going to happen, especially I think with the line and length. The lines that he obviously wants to bowl is going to, he wants to hit that straight line. So sometimes you might leg side, and with fine leg up, oof. Beautifully bowled. He's knocked down too long off for a quick single through. As you see the end of the 40th, 220 for 5. Sri Lanka are final 10 overs here, and I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Fantastic insight here from Brady Barons. But the batting from Nwanedu Fernando has been phenomenal for the Sri Lankans. He's really held up this innings. Batting at a run per ball. Taking on from Kamil Mishara, who both he and Fernando put on an 100-run partnership until Mishara fell. Andile Petluwayo, though, has been the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 24. Not that the other bowlers haven't been bowling well. Ethan Bosch, he has a wicket for 25, and here he comes, bowling to Wikramasinge. And it starts well, back of a length, and it's defended from Wikramasinge. Proved a little bit problems, Ethan Bosch, to the left-handers. Gers returns commentary with us at 2:20 for 5 after 40 overs. Last 10 to go.
Yeah, you and Brady have slowed things down. The run rate.
Oh! Seems like it's a good stop, that from Mikhail Prince. From the angle, it thought it was an edge and it was going to carry, but Mikhail Prince able to judge the bounce and stopping it.
Yeah, just not the carry that they were hoping for, the South Africans. See the replay, Wash coming in, steaming in. Soft hands, must be credit given to the batter there as well. He didn't go hard at it. See a change in the field as third man comes up for the man that's in his 90s, Fernando.
It actually seems like Wikramasinge was looking to just guide that down, third man actually, playing it as late as possible. However, Ethan Bosch not offering him the room. Here's Fernando on strike. Walks down the track, takes a couple of steps, and it's pushed down to the deep cover fielder in Andile Mokhakane. They take one.
It's been the earmark of Fernando's innings, and we've seen the wickets slowing down the scoring rate as the new batters haven't found it easy to come in and just score runs freely.
The truth is, even in that partnership between Fernando and Mishara, they took their time with it. They were really patient with how they built that innings up. They started at their strike rates being in the 60s, with the run rates being at under 4. A couple of overs later, we look up, it's at 4.5. They're striking at 80. Next thing we look up, it's 5.5, and they are striking at 100 prior to the wicket of Mishara. So it shows that it's a wicket that just doesn't give you the runs the moment you walk in. Given the good bowling by the South Africans, you need to work for your runs, and then eventually you're going to start scoring.
Now we just saw the screenshot of the bowling of South Africa. So Pamela having 1 over left.
Bosch pops it down the pitch, just not reaching Fernando in time. It hits the toe end of the bat.
Especially from that end that Bosch is operating on, that's been the one they've struggled to really pull the ball. We saw one from Luther Pamela being dispatched over the fence. Not a lot of maximums in this match. We see that one just dug in and threw the shot way too early, and he Q-ended. 8-ball corner pocket he went for there.
And that's And that's where Kamil Mishra was actually gotten as well. A short pitch delivery from Tristan Luce. It was a great shot from Kamil Mishra, but he was not ready for what David Bedingham had under his sleeve with one of the best catches you'll see. It's the end of the over. 41 gone, 224 for 5.
224 for 5. It is 92 for the set batter, Fernando, who's just dropped under 100 strike rate. His career strike rate is only around about 70, so he's really up the ante. Going very nicely after 93 deliveries. He'll eye up that 100, and I get a feeling once he's gotten there, a few more wickets lost than they would have liked in the last 10.
The thing is, it's the even distribution of wickets for South Africa. The 5 wickets taken by 4 bowlers. Lusosiphamla going into the block hole, looking to take an extra few. So this means that the threats for the Sri Lankans is just coming from all different sides of the South African bowling lineup.
Yeah, we see Tristan Lee still has got 3 overs remaining, as well as Ethan Bosch. Mutosame still got 4 left, and Andile Petlokwaya will most likely close out the innings. He's still got 3 up his sleeve. Mokhokane, who's bowled brilliantly, in my mind, still has got 6 overs left, and we only saw the one of Dewald Brevis, who didn't go all according to plan.
Spinner's not really having a good time here today. Heavy seam attack from South Africa. Seems to be the saving grace in not going for more runs. They push for 2.
Realizing that Sipamla has been bowling well, he had a great comeback, and apart from that 1-6, he's bowled brilliantly. And I think they might be happy just to see him off. Know that he is one of the spearheads in this attack. Brings a bit of experience in, got a bit of zip as well, and he's got those lovely change-ups as well.
Was being naughty with that 6, dropping it short. It was being uncharacteristic from the innings that he's been bowling here today. The whole day he's just been there. It's been so good. Tough for the batters to work with. Ultra disciplined from Sipamla.
Ultra disciplined, I think, by all the bowlers. We saw that there was 1 over from Tristan Lees as well, where the one ball delivery went for a 5 wides. There was 1 over where it was a bit wayward and then brought it back nicely. But as I said earlier, Andile Petlokwaya, he will most likely finish up the innings for us, bowling that last 3, and most likely the penultimate over as well. So we'll see him shortly into the attack. But it is Lito Sipamla closing out his 10. 1 for 45 at the moment, 3 deliveries left.
Gives it a big heave, does Chamindu Wickramasinghe. Over the cover's head, over the boundary, bounces a couple of times for 4.
Wickramasinghe was almost eyeing up that extra cover region. You could see him just back in his crease and just lofting it over. Sipamla just angling it into that leg side, and just open up that front leg, and I'll take that. Thank you very much.
He's offering all of the stumps to Lusosiphamla to open up that offside so he can just swing his arms. Relatively big outfield here at JB Marks Oval. Hitting to the offside requires somewhat of a hit. But a great change up from Lusosiphamla straight into the feet of Wickramasinghe. They go for 1.
And it has been a fantastic display by the 21-year-old Wickramasinghe. He's a left-handed bat, also has got a bit of a right arm, medium arm around him as well. So we'll see him later on. That he's one of those that's just been talked about a lot. He's made his T20 debut as well.
The only thing that will be dampening his hopes or dampening his shine is the fact that he plays for Colombo in the National Super League, and The National Super League in Sri Lanka has 5 teams who play. They think of it as the franchise system of Sri Lanka cricket, where they take the top players in the club system, which is also formatted as a List A. So the club competition in Sri Lanka is quite strong. Best players are taken into 5 teams, which will be the National Super League. And Chamendra Kramasinghe plays for Colombo, which unfortunately finished last of those 5 teams. So of course the shine won't shine as much to the team at last. And the shine won't shine if you're standing in the shades, just like our fans are here. They're coming in their numbers actually for this South Africa A series. It's free entry here at the JB Marks Oval as well. So if you find yourself around the Northwest, you're eager to see what the fringe players of South Africa have to take quality cricket to, make your way to the JB Marks Oval.
Yeah, as we see, Andile Petlakwaya going to entertain that crowd that's sitting in the shade, hopefully warm them up. Students awaken here in Poch, very much known as a student town.
One of the ends is literally called University End. Here's Petlakwaya. Aye. Wayward start.
I just see him trying to bowl that leg cutter. Maybe just would have done, maybe just get one over. Andile Petlakwaya just warming up. He'll most likely bowl out his 3 from the varsity end.
No one is perfect. He's bowled 7 perfect overs. Every now and then, it's just going to let one loose. He's already taken 2 wickets for 25 in 7. He's been bowling it like that throughout the course of his innings, and this is why he is the pick of the South African bowlers.
He does bring that international experience as well. He's been bowling well throughout his career, and he can do it with the bat as well. It gives you so much in that middle lower order. Hits a very long ball. He can spank it.
And on top of that, the fact that he can bowl for you at the back end of the innings as well. Look at that good change up, rolling his fingers, and Tristan loose with great fielding efforts.
Yeah, the big fast bowler getting down, just helping his side up, because that was racing to the fence. That would have been a boundary, no doubt. Field changing for the left-hander.
Fernando's getting closer and closer to that 100 with that single. He moves to 97 from 99 deliveries. It has been an absolute fantastic batting display from Newanindu Fernando. He's in good form. Kramasinghe now seems also to have found his areas of scoring. His options are being useful. Gets the single, brings back Fernando in strike.
He was on 97 of 99 deliveries, the 8 4s and the 1 mammoth 6. And just put it in perspective, he's faced 99 deliveries with 36 dots and still managed to score at almost a runner ball.
Good expensive drive straight to Senoran Mutusami. We'll be hoping for a better outing in the next 2 games. The left arm spinner really didn't have a good time out here today. The thing is, the Sri Lankans have an abundance of spin bowlers in their lineups, only 3 pacers, so the other 20 overs at least must be spin bowlers. Gone! Andile Petlakwaya goes pashalala. His 3rd wicket. He has been bowling like a bank on the money. Everything has been cash bang, and again another clatter off the stumps.
And how, my word, how heartbreaking it is for Fernando, going at 97. He was there, he just needed to knock this one into the gap. Just try and play this one maybe too fine, and we see the inside part of that with that leg cutter just coming into him. You can see the frustration and how sad it is, but he'll get a warm applause fantastic innings. He kept it together for Sri Lankans, and now South Africa must feel that, oh, we can keep them down to that, maybe that 270, 260 mark even.
Especially with losing Fernando. He chopped himself into a real mess there. But it's testament to Andile Petlugwayo, who rolls his fingers off that ball. Man, oh man, sometimes this gentleman can just whip out that clutch gene that he has. And he whipped it out here today, which brings in Dushan Hemantha into the attack. Is the batter at number 8.
And the batter's been around for quite a while. He's 30 years of age. You can just see his figures there. Average of only 21. He's very much the bowling all-rounder for Sri Lanka. He does have a best of 100 not out. Striker of only 84, and for South Africa it's great news because he comes in at the back end of the innings. For Sri Lanka, hopefully we can push on.
Comes in, especially in replacement of Fernando, who was on form. First ball in, almost a replica wicket for Andile Petlugwayo. Fending for it is Hamantha, but he survives his first ball. 43 gone. Success for Andile Petlugwayo. They only take 5 runs from the over. 237 for 6.
Another successful over for South Africa and Andile Petlugwayo, and very, like you mentioned, nearly carbon copy of what happened. A bit of a lazy shot there to start off with. Hamantha. And now we're getting to the business end of this inning. 7 overs to go, and with the amount of wickets that they've lost, they'll start slowing up the run rate where they actually need to kick on. Just see that wicket again. Set batter. Oh, sorry, that is the one previously. Like I said, nearly carbon copy of the wicket that fell with Fernando.
Petlugwayo still has 2 overs to go. He's going to bowl us over 45 and 47.
Big man Tristan Lees, who still has 3 overs to go.
"19 years old, Tristan Lees there. Doesn't pick up as much. Ooh, not good signs if you're watching on as a South African batter.
I had one just kind of died. It didn't look like a change-up. It just looked like it died outside the off stump. We haven't seen any booming drives. It might be ominous signs. Tristan Lees will look to pick up another wicket or 2. He's gone at 7.4. Like I said, it was that 1 over where he was a bit wayward.
Coming around the wickets. Bowls it nice and full. Good stop from Mutsusami, but it still allows the single. It's good running from Hemantha and Wickramasinga.
It's been an earmark of their batting. The said batters have understood each other. There's been no miscommunication running between the wickets. It's been a fantastic outing for the batters thus far, starting off this series.
Good fending off that from Hemantha. Plays for Dambula, who are the defending champions of the National Super League. 4 players actually play for Dambula here in the Sri Lankan team, alongside Sonal Dinusha. Pavan Ratnayaka, who's not playing in this particular game, most likely going to see him in the next one.
Mantha making his debut for Sri Lanka as well. He's played 5 matches. Striker of 100, only a 20 average.
Ooh, almost saw that average go down. Nearly edging it past to Mikhail Printer. Wild swing. But we are reaching those ends of the overs where gonna have to start seeing those boundaries just push up a little bit more. You don't want as Sri Lanka to waste such a great start that you had.
Now those wickets just cost them, because at the 30 over mark you were looking at 320. If you double up the score there, 166 for the loss of 2 back then. And great bowling by South Africa. Pulling it back shows you're never out of the game. Pick up a couple of wickets, a couple of dots. It just stems the flow of runs.
It's crazy that when it happens at the right time, it swings the momentum of the game. Sri Lanka were dominant for the first 30 overs of the match. They look to carry on dominating now at the back end of the innings with Wickramasinghe pulling it in front of square, and it runs for 4 runs.
Just finishing up the over with a 4 hit. And a strong hit as well in front of square once again. So it just shows you that the pace is not in the wicket. Their spinners, Sri Lanka might just have a big call in this game. It's going to be very hard to hit through the line. Wickramasinghe picking up a boundary. Scoring at around about 90 strike rate.
So that means when they come, we're going to really see if it was South Africa who went on the mark with their slow pace bowling, or if it's really the pitch that's not effective for slow bowling. Now Anidro Fernando gone for 97 of 101 deliveries. That was just a painful one. Andile Pehlukwayo, the bringer of despair for the Sri Lankans, having taken 3 wickets for 28. He comes in for his penultimate over.
Just a bit of late encouragement there from the bleachers as he came in. Just a bit of encouragement for Andile Pehlukwayo.
The tennis player stops dead on his track there. Chair umpire, save me. But it's dealt with by Hemantha. He's on 2.
What a lovely vibe here in Poch. A lot of sport happening around us as well.
Like you said, we are in Student Central here. To our left, there's football. Behind us, there's rugby. To our right is the student village or sports village. And then on the other side, residential houses. People sitting in their balconies can sit and watch the game with us. It's really is a community affair here in Potchefstroom. Nandile Pehlukwayo is just coming in and raising the vibe for the South Africans here. Won't be the case once the Titans come and visit. They run back for 2 though. Great running between Hemantha and Wickramasinghe.
Yeah, great running. 246 eyeing up that 250. 3 deliveries to go, and then there's only 5 overs left. So we seem to have lost our big scoreboard.
Just seeing people in the YouTube comments, they are throwing their own predictions. 260 is the latest prediction we saw. There were 320s at one point in time, given how everything was going. Now it's down to around 260, which is still a little bit too low. Maybe 280, 290 is where they might end up with 5 overs to go. That is, if there's no wicket to fall.
Saw a comment there that was pleading for 180 at one stage. But with Andile Pehlukwayo bowling as well, only 3 conceded in 4 deliveries. Will Wickramasinghe take him on as well, the back end of his over, like he did with young Tristan Lees?
It's proven to be a little bit more detrimental to take on Andile Pehlukwayo in this particular match. He's running in smoothly, hitting his mark, and is not floating the ball there. He's actually hitting the deck hard, which speaks to good rhythm. Here he comes. Oh, big appeal. He's asking. Off cutter, which spun away from the bat. It's not out.
Oh, tell you what, that was a closey. That was a close call. And Andile Pehlukwayo had 3-4 looks at between the umpire and the stumps. You can just see him just bowling that off cutter. Oh, that was umpire's call at best. Close one. Nearly picking up his 3rd, but another dot for Andile Pehlukwayo.
I'd say just going slightly down the legs, if anything. Ooh. Again, toying with Wickramasinghe now. And it is Sri Lanka who need Wickramasinghe to fire. It's 45 overs to go. Now more than ever, Sri Lanka needs to kick up a gear. 247 for 6.
So we just see the bowling stats there. Pluto Sapamla, 1 for 51. And then also Tristan Lees, who's going to come into the attack now. Bowling is 9th, 1 for 59. And the other wicket taker is Ethan Bosch. Still has 3 overs left as well.
Still waiting to see what he's going to bring in the picture, Ethan Bosch. A player of that skill, he can bowl at the back end of the innings. Right now being trusted with Tristan Liss. Wide, gets the edge. Tristan Liss strikes and gets his second.
Fantastic job done. The last ball of this previous over went for a boundary, and this time just went a little bit wider. Not the best of delivery, should be said. It was wide, it was short, had a big flash at it, and just managed to get the edge. The Damantha, and another wicket for the South African A's. See Tristan Lees charging in. See the open stance already waiting for the one. Just have a big flash and a big outside edge, and Mikael Prince just says thank you very much.
Not his greatest delivery, but he did adjust for the movement of the batter who shuffled across to the off stump, pushing the ball a little bit wider, making it harder for him to reach with the meat of the bat. Gets a slight edge. Mikael Prince, who has been taking great stops behind the stumps, won't get a much easier catch than that. With that wicket, it brings in Wanuja Sahan for the Sri Lankans. 21-year-old left-handed batter coming from Colombo St. Peter's College. Represented Sri Lanka in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2002 for the West Indies.
It's always nice to see the youngsters coming in.
Lewis starts off really well. Mutusami throwing it with his offhand. Again, good stop from Mikael Prince. Off the mark instantly is Sahan.
That's kind of what their earmark has been. They wanted to get off the mark very quickly. Those are Sri Lankans. And it is a great testament to them, because the run between the wickets has been good. It's been fantastic. But now they need a couple of boundaries. Still under the 250 mark. You got to feel, as the deck has gone on, we just see a discussion between the umpire and the striker. 21 innings, only an average of 26, very much a bowling all-rounder. Strike rate of 76. Oh, they wanted a little bit more in the back end of the innings from him.
Wickramasinghe on strike. Very wide from Luce. He's saying, Ampi, come on. No way. But clearly it was.
It's one of those where you just hope that the umpire looked away for a second.
Just the thing, you speak about the boundary count and the running for the Sri Lankans. They get another boundary with this feather. Liz trying his much to dampen the scoring, pushing it wide outside the off stump. It gets the edge of Wickramasinghe's bats, which brings up 250 runs for Sri Lanka A.
That's 250 for Sri Lanka, and coming up in the 46th over. So now the discussion is, we only have 3 wickets in hand. When are we going to start targeting the boundary? Are we going to go up till the 48th and maybe get those last 12 deliveries away? Just keep milking it, get up to that 260, maybe 270 mark, 265, and then fire from there. It's very much going to be a chess move for Sri Lanka when they're going to risk those 3 wickets. And also for South Africa, what are we happy chasing?
We're seeing the pitch also starting to act up a little bit with the bowling. Variable bounce, two-pace nature of the pitch as well. So South Africa don't want to put themselves in a position where they're facing too many. The sun is out, it's quite dry as well, so expectant for the pitch to dry up even more, which will make it even slower.
No real lateral movement that we've seen today, so with Sri Lanka being spin heavy instead of the pace. That might help. It's warmed up a tad as well. The wind has died down, so the cold wind is gone with Tristan Lees coming in.
Nice and full. Just past Senoran Mutsusame. Sipamla comes around from long off. They come back for 2, which has been the hallmark of their innings. They've only scored 104 runs worth of boundaries. Only 104, which means 151 have been from 1, 2s and 3s.
And just shows you, as soon as a wicket falls, coming in as a new batter has not been easy, because every single batter that's come in has struggled to get to that 100 strike rate. Once they face about 10 deliveries, it's around about that 60, 70 mark. So there is something in for the bowlers once the new batter comes in. Very difficult just to come in and start firing. With the ball being a bit older, being a softer as well.
If anything, when South Africa had won the toss to bowl first, they hadn't warranted the great partnership between Fernando and Meshara, and sure, they had done their work to try and stop all of the running between the wickets, but it's just been so brilliant from Sri Lanka, given with that juice they just finished.
Now that doubling up on that one, going to the bigger part of the boundary, and they never had a doubt that they're going to come back for that second, even with the big arm of Ethan Bosch down there at deep backward point.
Possibility of seeing him come back, Ethan Bosch with the ball. Overs are running nigh for the bowlers, and they continue running with Tristan Lees getting a reprieve, a good ball just running over that red line. The umpire has the call and he says it's good. 46 done, 257 for 7.
4 overs to go. And again the question comes in, what would South Africa be happy chasing on the wicket, knowing that in the past South Africa's not been the best players of spin, and Sri Lanka's got a lot of spinners in their team that's going to take the pace off, a couple of left arm spinners as well.
With 200.
Now the question is, Andile Petlekwaya finishing up on this 47th over. Who's going to bowl over 49 at penultimate over?
That's where you look at your Ethan Bosch and you trust him and you say, brother, take me through, take me home. Andile Petlekwaya now is about to bowl his final. Andile Mokhakane still has an over under his belts as well. 6 to be exact. Petlekwaya, who's been bowling fantastically, gets punished for good bowling. Gets a thick outside edge. It's in between the wicketkeeper and the man standing at short 45, Lutso Sipamla. 257.
You can just see the look there at the batter there from Andile Petlekwaya. Not too impressed. Thought, hey, I didn't pick that one, and all of a sudden just steering it. Very deliberate shot through that vacant slip cordon. Wanuja Shahan playing at a mammoth strike rate, just over the 200.
Definitely did nothing wrong, Petlekwaya. Matthew Britsker has decided to keep Sipamla at deep third man, should any of those coming. It's not as if when he was standing at short 45 he was an attacking option. So now moving him to a straight up defensive role.
Yeah, protect the boundary at the back end. That's what you want to do. Picking up wickets is great, but you want to protect the fence.
That's exactly what Sipamla is there for, being guided down. They take one, and if he was at short 45, that might as well would have been 2 with him having to run back and retrieve, possibly even 3.
And this outfield being so quick, and the timing that we've seen from the previous one, it might have even been a bit more. But South Africa just noticing that they want to see out Petlekwaya, so they're not going to take risks against him. Already picking up 3 wickets and conceding 5 in this over already.
Petluwayo conceding 5 in the over in today's game is a rarity. It's a poor over. Conceding 5 runs really wasn't. That first ball just getting an edge. It's just a testament of how well he has been bowling here today. He's been very stingy, going at under 4 runs to the over.
It just shows the experience that comes with him. 2 deliveries to go in his 10th.
Bowls it beautifully straight. Just rolling his fingers over the ball. Keeps the batters guessing at the back end of the over.
That teapot might have suggested he previously said, come on, hit me for 1. Try and go over the fence at least once. He might feel left out. Doesn't Andile Petluwayo?
Manuja Sahan is still trying to find his feet here, but he has no time to do that with overs running out quickly for Sri Lanka A. This one to end. Petluwayo gets another thick outside edge. Very good move to put Siphamla deep, that man. Very good move. They've saved probably 6-7 runs with that shift. And Andile Petluwayo ends his shift. A mightily impressive one for South Africa A. 10 overs. Only bowler to bowler made an over. 38 runs. And the key thing is the wickets that he got. Andile Petluwayo. Nwanindu Fernando gone for 97. Sahana Raknika gone for 15. And he also got the captain's wicket of Pasindu Surya Bandara.
And this is now where it comes in as we see Ethan Bosch coming into the attack. We're bowling over 48 and most likely over 50. Then the question still is, who's going to bowl that over 49? Are they going to change it into Tristan Lees, or maybe give Mokhakane a go, because he's been bowling brilliantly.
Just getting a little bit of tap, Tristan Lees. Bosch has been in control. And he starts in control. Very good against left-handers today, Ethan Bosch. We'll just reiterate that for you. Signaled by that ball. Could barely get good control over it, and it's licking lip time for Ethan Bosch with 2 left-handers on strike.
Yeah, he kind of enjoys bowling around the wicket. Great control. He's got that ability to straighten it up from around the wicket to the left-handers.
Seen him beat the outside edge every now and then. Actually get a wicket. Big heave over the top. Long on has no chance. Neither does the boundary. It's over the top. Big hits by Wickramasinghe. 6 runs.
That part of the innings where length is going to cost you, because he's just hanging back in his crease. Open up that front leg and just absolutely four-handed it down the ground. You can see the replay there. Just deep in his crease. Shimmy bin. Wow. Forehand, sixer for Sri Lanka. Only the 3rd maximum for the day.
The length certainly could have been better. Just set up for Wickramasinghe. He couldn't ask for a better invitation for a 6. Goes to the mid-wicket side now. Over the cow corner. This is massive hitting from Chamindu Wickramasinghe.
Again, a bit of commentator's curse. They couldn't have had a better invite. Then he had a long off. Spanked him over mid-wicket. That was stand and deliver stuff. You can see him just going back into his crease once again. And just thumped him over mid-wicket. And that's doubling up the 6s for him. He only had 2 before this dozen. And changing the angle against the left-hander for the first time is Ethan Bosch coming over the wicket.
The issue here for Bosch is not necessarily the line, it's the length that he's bowling, allowing the ball to stick up. And they are putting on more pressure. Are the Sri Lankan batters running 2, testing Siphamla in the deep, and they win.
That's fantastic running between the 2. Again, one of those scenarios where there was no doubt that they're going to come back for that second. 2 was called as soon as they crossed one another. And an expensive over. 15 coming from it thus far.
Bang over the top. Great hitting this from Chamindu Wickramasinghe. 3 6s in a row, or 3 6s in the over. Takes him to 50 runs in no time.
Wickramasinghe, fantastic striking down the ground. This time not trying to overhit it, just getting the elevation. Looks like pace on from Bosch, and you can just see the little bit of a short arm jab. It is 6 run. That absolutely sailed over the fence.
He's unafraid to take it on here. Bosch has been off for quite a while. And his planning just going into tatters, being torn apart for 23 runs. What an over by the Sri Lankans. And all of a sudden they have reawakened their dream of 300 with 2 overs to go.
Even if they go run a ball now, they should reach that 300. And as we suggested, Tristan Lee's changing ends. And oh, how would you feel as a bowler? All of a sudden, you see a bit of a senior partner going and fetching. And then now you give him the ball and says, you try and do better.
Worse when you are also going for a taps. And all of a sudden, right at the back end of the innings, Wickramasinghe salvaging those couple of wickets that fell after Kamil Mishara. Surya Bandara, Rakchike, Denusha really didn't contribute much into the score. Neither did Dushan Hemantha. But all of a sudden, Wickramasinghe says, I'm here. All that needs to happen for Wanuja to just pass the strike back and for Sri Lanka to maximize these last 2.
Yeah, fantastic batting, and what a hitter to have coming in at the back end. Talking about strike rates, he's lifted it up to about 144 now.
Liz straight in, confusion. David Bedingham decides to hold on. Would have been overthrows with such a big field on the leg side and everyone on the boundary.
With the way he's been hitting it, it's not surprising that most fielders are on the fence. He's got that deep square on the fence, deep mid-wicket, as well as a long on and long off.
Really good control this from Tristan Lees. It's just going to be a single. It's hardly the line. It's the lengths that are key.
Yeah, going length at this back end is not an issue. You want to get it right up in the block hole. So Bosch tried it. You can just see Petlakwai making a suggestion on what the field should look like.
Great shot, inside out. Oh, an even better catch! Djurvald Brevis. He flies across the air, over his right shoulder, and gets the wicket of Chamindu Wickramasinghe, who was looking to pile on more runs for the Sri Lankans, and it's a big blow.
Timely wicket for South Africa, and you got to feel that's what they needed to maybe get the score under 300. You can just see Tristan Lees digging this one in. Much better length, aiming it at the pads, and a great catch. Lovely hands getting those big mitts around the ball. And it's wicket time for South Africa.
Oh, it's great stuff from Djurvald Brevis. Tristan Lees gets wicket number 3, and all of a sudden those runs he's conceded are justified. He's on 3 for 70, and in comes batter number 10, Mohammad Shiraz.
He definitely want to continue the great work that was done by Wickramasinghe. And Sahan also not really set at the crease. He was happy just feeding the strike to Wickramasinghe. And I think Ethan Bosch will be happy to see the end of Wickramasinghe coming in around the wicket. Just look at this, angling it into the pads and trying to hit it inside out. Just a great catch.
The idea looked good from Wickramasinghe, the execution falling short. Tristan Lees on South Africa A debut gets wicket number 3 under the bag. He now bowls to Mohammad Shiraz.
He's got a high score of 27. That's Mohammad Shiraz, not out. If you look at the strike rate of only 55, you've got to feel there's more of a supporting role than anything else. Did go for the big lofted drive first up. Nice lanky fast bowler for Sri Lanka.
Very much in the team for his bowling prowess is Mohammad Shiraz. But they need his batting right now. Oi! Nearly chopping it back into his stumps. They take a risky single. Good throw from Mikhail Prince. Quickly ran, though, from Wanuja Sahan.
That's almost exactly what South Africa would have wanted, is that single. Hopefully getting a dot ball now would be the plan against the Wanuja Sahan, as we just see this one nearly getting chopped onto the stumps. Oh, I just wanted to guide that one down to that vacant third man on the fence.
Bolt full from Tristan Luce.
No intent of staying up up the non-strikers. Was Sahan, he wants the last over. Most likely going to be bowled by Ethan Bosch, who took to the cleaners in that previous over, conceding 23. He would have loved to see the back of Wickremesinghe.
It's 290 for the loss of 8 with 1 over to go. And remember, these teams are playing in preparation for a summer of cricket that is yet to come. Sri Lanka bound to come back in December to play the Proteas, and the Proteas will be in action again versus Pakistan for a full-blown tour, which will include the Pink Day special, which will happen on the 22nd of December. So come and watch full South African cricket, full summer of cricket. City Wars are now at CSA. Get your cricket tickets. Visit cricket.co.za for more information. Don't miss out on the summer of cricket. Ethan Bosch now with the final over. Starts off with a wide one.
You know it's why when the bowler doesn't even look around. He's not even answering or questioning the call. Two more. Beg your pardon. Two more dates here in Potchefstroom. It's coming Monday and then also next week Wednesday. Potchefstroom. Then we're off to Kimberley for a 4-day match, and then also Benoni.
Wild swing, big top edge, coming under it is Tristan Luce. You cannot take him out of this game. 19-year-olds taking 3 wickets, stopping diving boundaries, and now taking running catches. Wicket number 9 gone for the Sri Lankans as Wanuja Sahan is dismissed for 10.
Great result for the South Africans, and not just the wicket but also the dot that comes with it, especially after the wide. You see him just standing outside the crease trying to access that leg side by moving way across to that 6th stump, and just managing to lob it up for a decent or relatively easy catch for Tristan Luce. His first catch on his debut.
It's good stuff from South Africa. Ethan Bosch, after going for 23 in his previous over, will just have a big weight off his shoulders gone after getting that wicket. And in comes the final batter for the Sri Lankans. It's going to be Eshan Malinga, who has no relation to Lasith Malinga. And he starts off with a big slash, cut away. Oh, it's a tough grab for Senoran Mutusami. Needed to dive forward. Just need to see if it bounced or not. But either way, great save, a boundary, because it was going to go.
291, you feel it's a great score. See him just hanging back again, going deep in his crease and just having a big slash at that one. Just looked like it carried. Did great work to get there. Definitely saved the boundary for his team.
Opens himself up again. They take a quick single. Is able to make it home.
So far, apart from that wide, a decent last over from Bosch. One big blow away from the 300, but only 3 deliveries to go. South Africa desperate to keep it underneath. And yeah, like you mentioned, no relation to Lasith Malinga, but another Malinga for Sri Lanka. And hopefully not the same headaches for the South African batters as the great Lasith proved to us.
Well placed. They run for one. Ooh! He was going to see the heavens, Mohammed Shiraz, if Ethan Bosch was able to smash those stumps.
He's playing a bit of tip and run there. Was Shiraz. That was actually not badly timed. Look at that. So close to Ethan Bosch, and this was gone for all money. He even gave up.
Had given up for everything. And it's 2 balls to go now for Sri Lanka. That 300 just creeping its shoulders, piercing through the clouds. Oh, just controlling the over now are the South Africans. They are fine with these ones being taken. But what we're seeing here is an increase of balls just getting that inside edge. Something for the South African batters to really be wary about with 1 ball to go.
Yeah, 1 delivery to go. 296. 1 blow will take them to that 300, but it's still going to be a big chase for South Africa, especially with the amount of spinners that Sri Lanka's got in their camp. Only 3 seamers playing today.
Last ball for Bosch. It's straight onto the middle stump. Swinged off the legs. They're coming back for number 2. Fantastic running. This has been a display of excellent running. The final over. Those 7 runs were earned. They pushed the score to 298 for 9 for Sri Lanka. Given how well they started, they feel like they left a couple of runs out there.
Yeah, definitely left, I think, about 20 runs from where they were after 30. But nonetheless, it's been one of those seesaw matches, hasn't it been? They're off to a great start, a fantastic 100 partnership. They never looked like going out. Then all of a sudden losing a couple of wickets in clutters. And then just that continuous taking wickets. Wickramasinghe coming in, and all of a sudden it momentum back to Sri Lanka and then pulled back again by the bowlers. I personally think that it's 50 overs that's evenly poised. We kind of figured they're going to finish up between that 280 and 300, closer to 300 as we see the scorecard there with Pendulo, Camille Mishara and Fernando doing a fantastic job in that 100 partnership.
It's what set them up. It really drained a lot from the South African bowlers, but the way that they were able to come back right at the end is commendable. Until Chamindu with Ramasinghe said that I'm going to take it on to Ethan Bosch, taking 23 runs from his over, and therefore it leaves Bosch with those figures of 6.67 in terms of economy rate. But Tristan Lewis was able to bring it back after getting a good smacking in the beginning of his spell and then taking those 3 wickets. But definitely the pick of the bunch, Andile Petlogwayo.
Andile Petlogwayo, the pick of the bowlers, picking up the 3 wickets, and Ethan Bosch also picking up 2. Very surprisingly that South Africa did not give Mokhakane another over or 2. Bowled very well for his 21. He was very difficult to pick as he was hitting the seam nicely, moving in and out. But SAA coming in with a plan, and that's kind of the build-up and what they want to see from their fast bowlers. Just a summary there: Fernando 97 of 101, as we see Camille Mishara 71 of 75, Wickramasinghe 55, and then the pick of the bowlers, Andile Petlogwayo with 3 for 38 and Tristan Lees 3 for 72.
We will be coming back for the second innings, chasing 299 for the South Africans. But don't forget, this is only the first of 3 games here in Potchefstroom. On Monday, we come back for the second game. And if this first innings is anything to go by, you do not want to miss what will be happening on Monday. And then it will all come down to Wednesday until we move to the Diamond Oval in Kimberley. Be watching those 4 days go on until this series closes off in Benoni. All of it, ball by ball, action by action, call by call, live on the CSA YouTube channel page.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the second innings, and Pendulo, can't wait for that run chase.
299 to win, 300 balls to go. What's going to happen? Stick with us here on the CSA YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Potchefstroom. It is a run chase of note for the SAA, guys. It is 298 for loss of 9 wickets. Sri Lanka A doing a fantastic job. And with me in commentary, myself, Gert Maloney, greeting you on this lovely afternoon in Potchefstroom with a man who just woke up this morning. I think it just knocked his knee. Bit of a sports injury for the next couple of days of work. Brady, welcome.
Thank you, Gert. Yeah, I just hit my knee so hard there, but thank you very much. This should be a wonderful run chase that we could witness here with these two batters at the crease, David Bedingham and Tony De Zorzi, both international cricketers and both obviously trying to still establish themselves in the Protea lineup.
And we've got the Sri Lankan starting off with a bit of pace. It is Sahab coming in. Oh, inside edge found very quickly there. Hitting the lines, hitting the lengths. They've been on the pitch, so they know exactly where to bowl.
Yeah, it looks like he's just bringing it back into the right-hander to Bedingham, which they've probably analysed Bedingham as well, and he doesn't really get forward towards the ball, so probably just going to try and run it back into him. Don't give Bedingham width. Don't go short to him because he will capitalise on it. So probably done their homework with him.
Just leaning back on that one, definitely just cramping him for room, as you mentioned, coming back in with the angle. Mohammad Shiraz, not lightning quick, but he does deliver from very high. He's a very strong bowler, big shoulders, hits the deck very hard. Clicks in around about 135.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of shape that he's getting in. Back into the right-hander. Yeah, like I said, obviously bringing it back into the right-hander. It'll be interesting to see if they get anything out of this wicket. I said earlier this morning that it was maybe a little bit too cold for the ball to obviously shape. That's just my theory about it. Let's see if the Sri Lankans get it to shape in this power play. Yeah.
David Bedingham, we see his record there. Striker of 105, 39 innings, and 950 and 500 to his credit. 152 is very best. Lovely shape into the right-hander. Fantastic start. South Africa yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries faced already.
Yeah, hitting really tight lines. And like I said, they've probably done their homework with David Bedingham about giving him width. He'll thrive on width and he'll hurt you with width. So they're running it back at him to actually cramp him up, make him try hit down the ground. Good start so far.
His partner on the other end is Tony De Zorzi. He's trying to find his feet in national career. Oh, a bit of width there. Yeah, good pick up and throw. Would have been very close. Getting off the mark and getting South Africa going is David Bedingham. Bringing the left-hander De Zorzi on strike. And that's the first runs for South Africa.
Yeah, first runs for South Africa. Was a chance if he picked up cleanly. I think it would have been touch and go. It'll be interesting to see now. He's obviously bringing it back into the right-hander. Let's see if he gets it to go away from the left-hander to bring those slips into play.
Batting very deep in his crease is De Zorzi there, as we see him. Front foot on that popping crease. Oh, there's the shape you were talking about. Just nipping away and making life very difficult. Tony De Zorzi just to finish up the very first over for Sri Lanka. It is 1 after 1.
Yeah, run chase underway. 1 for 1. Good start by the Sri Lankans. Obviously setting the tone with that over. Only 1 off that over. From what I've seen with him, he's obviously getting a lot of shape. Both back into the right-hander and away from the left-hander, which South Africa didn't do.
There wasn't a lot of lateral movement in the air. There was 1 or 2 that nipped off the seam, but that was about it. Hear the music, just everyone on the grass embankments just getting into the game. So you see another Sri Lankan fast coming in. It's again one of those bowlers, not very a tall, lanky bowler. Seen past the umpire there, but he does have a bustling action. He can be very skittish, Ken Malinga. And as we mentioned earlier, no relation to Lasif Malinga, but as a South African fan, you know that the surname Malinga has normally been very detrimental to us.
Yeah.
And one thing we haven't seen either is 2 slips in for the start of Malinga's over. Just shows you that he might take the ball away from the right-hander. And he does just that, takes the ball away as it squirts down to third man from the outside part of the bat.
That's the way shape that you're also talking about. A little bit of a round arm as well, so the shape will probably come from the hand, but probably looking to bring those 2 catches in behind. They'll definitely be looking to get 1 to 2 wickets in the power play, Sri Lanka.
It looks like a true swing bowler, does Malinga. Even for the left hand, it still has those 2 slips in. Might be trying just to get this one to nip away from the left-hander. It's going nicely across him. That shot looked better from Tony de Zorzi. At first one, he looked very uncomfortable, getting the outside part of the bat.
Yeah.
How would you approach this run chase, Brady?
You know, honestly, I think similar to how Sri Lanka obviously went about their business, they really looked after the power play, where they didn't lose wickets in the power play. So I think that's also very, very vital and very, very important with this run chase.
This one just squirts it down to fine leg. You can just see his hands on head, swinging it back into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think he's getting a little bit of shape. But as I was saying, with this run chase, I think it's very important with wickets in hand in order for you to chase down the score of 299. But what's really, really important is in that power play that you don't lose a lot of wickets. But what's extra important is how do you play outside the power play? How's your rotational strike with obviously your boundary option as well, and where your boundary option is going to be, you know.
Big shout, and David Bedingham almost halfway down the track. Everyone got very excited there, but no real conviction.
Not real conviction there, but what's interesting to see from both these seamers, they're both getting good shape on the ball, which maybe yes, different type of bowlers, where we've got bowlers that obviously run in hard and hit the deck really hard, not look to shape the ball, where they probably running in shorter in stature, looking to shape the ball. Great shot.
Lovely shot through mid-wicket, straying onto those pads of David Bedingham, and that's one place you never want to be.
You don't want to be bowling on the legs of David Bedingham. Very, very strong on his legs and off and width as well, as you can see. Straight into leg stump there, and he has just leant onto that and
sublime timing.
Beautiful
by David Bedingham. He's known for the timing. He does have a bit of a power game as well, but his timing has always been, from a very young age, been his key. Just leant into that one and just played it through mid-wicket. The first really off-target delivery Sri Lankans have bowled. Great work into the gap. They'll definitely double up on this one. They might even look for the third. Is Tony de Zorzi coming back? Yes, he is. Lovely running. And it's tripling up. On that, it is a 4 and a 3 as we come to the close of the first Malinga over that went for 9 runs. South Africa up and running. Double figures, 10 without loss.
Yeah, good start here by the South Africans. After that first over where it didn't go for much, but the second over, they capitalized and they're away with the run chase here.
And as you mentioned, that breaking down the run chase is very important. Where you want to be after the power play, not just the runs, but wickets in hand as well. Do not lose too many, but also don't let the run rate creep up on you. try and keep up as far as you possibly can with low risk cricket. Don't take too many risks. Mohammad Shiraz just finding that gap and getting that movement into the right-hander, and this time beating the inside edge, but not for the first time getting it into the right-hander.
I think it might be a threat here he might be a threat to David Bedingham here with running the ball back into him. Personally, I feel maybe he shouldn't be looking so square of the wicket, probably hit it straight down the ground. With a longer bat for as long as possible there. Beautiful shot.
Yes, just leaning into that one. That was much better, and exactly what you said. He looked to play a lot straighter there, and he made contact. Shape better, a lot tighter line, batting within the bubble, within his block.
I think that's where David Bedingham is just so good, like where his contact there and where he obviously hits the ball. It's next level where he hits the ball. You can always see when he does make contact, it's into the ground first before it obviously makes its way to wherever it has to go to. So his timing is just next level.
Oh, this time just leaning back and on the up. Not even interested in a run there. What a lovely shot off the back foot on the up. 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot by him. It's he's coming off from a few runs that he's obviously scored in the county championship, in the white ball stuff as well in England. So he's coming off from a lot of form. If he gets going here, I'm pretty sure that 299 wouldn't be much.
That's kind of the earmark of also.
Beautiful line in length.
Fantastic bowling. Mohammad Shiraz closing out a fantastic over. That is now 3 overs gone. Mohammad Shiraz 1 for 5. And that over included a fantastic shot. And also the big wicket of David Bedingham.
Yeah, even though he went for a few in that over, I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with the wicket that he got, because it was quite a big wicket there.
Yeah, South Africa losing their first wicket. And it's 4 runs. His first boundary of the day.
Beautiful shot by Tony de Zorzi. He just leant onto that beautifully. Came across him, I think Malinga looking to swing the ball back into him. Obviously just holds its line and it just goes across him and it just leans into it and plays a glorious shot for 4.
Fantastic shot. And again, that shot has just made them take out that second slip now for de Zorzi. And just reinforcing that offside field with a backward point. And a normal point in position. Just coming in a little bit closer to the batter there. Also changing his line of attack, coming around the wicket to Tony de Zorzi. They obviously have done their homework on him. Don't want to give him any room outside off stump.
Probably by the looks of it, they probably looked at how Andile and everyone that came from the top end, where did they come to the left-hander? They came around the wicket to all the left-handers. So probably trying to do the exact same, tuck them up, don't give them width, and make it really hard for them to score.
Oh, what a delivery that is. We didn't see that in the first innings. Angling like it was going to come back and then all of a sudden just straightening up on the left-hander. What a delivery that is.
I kicked off Valente that delivery, which was very interesting.
The 27-year-old de Zorzi didn't have any answer to that one. What a fantastic delivery that was. This time round, waiting for the ball to come right underneath his eyes before making contact. And Tony de Zorzi, one of those players who's made his Test debut and also his ODI debut with a higher score of 119, an average of 69, and a strike rate of 98. So he definitely doesn't like hanging around. Likes getting on with it. Does take a little bit of time to get going though.
Yeah, probably, especially in this run chase, he'll probably give himself the best chance. Obviously kick on
Oh, just as we say that, hello and welcome. Pitch anything in my half, and Tony Dazorsi says thank you very much. 2 bounces into the fence.
Yeah, beautiful shot by him. Obviously overpitched by Malinga. And if you are overpitching, you can literally play through the line here in this, especially in a run chase in the afternoon as well. It'll probably be true. Beautiful shot. Beautiful, beautiful cricket shot.
We saw that in Ethan Bosch over as well when Vikramasinga took him downtown as well. As soon as you pitch it up, it's just easy to hit through the line. It's those back of the length deliveries that makes life very difficult for the batters.
Yeah, like we spoke about in the first innings with South Africa bowling, that you want to try and hit the top of the bails there.
Oh, and nearly chopping it on. After a glorious shot down the ground, you can just see him signaling that one kept a tad low. And it's another over gone. It's 4 overs gone. South Africa has moved on to 22 with the loss of 1 wicket of David Bedingham. That went for only 13 runs. And it's a great start here by Sri Lanka. Although 1 or 2 boundaries have flown, they look threatening, these 2 seamers.
Yeah, they're literally challenging the South Africans, especially in their defence. They've hit their lines and lengths, which is really, really good and which is really positive.
Hitting their lines and lengths. Mohammad Shiraz continuing. Oh, just trying to free up those arms. Matthew Breedsky.
Shiraz probably going to be running in here too. Fancying to knock Britsky over here. With the ball, he's still looking to bring it back into him. As you can see, but it's really, that previous ball just looked like it held a bit in the wicket there.
Yeah, nice high elbow. Not able to penetrate that blue wall that they've set up there. Boundary fielders are very standard for this time of the innings, start of your innings. They've got a fine leg and third man out on the fence. Nothing fancy, nothing strange, especially with the wicket of David Bedingham. 2 slips. Very happy to let that one go. And again, you see the keeper taking it around about the bootlaces.
Yeah, like I said, probably different bowlers compared to the South African ones that look to hit the deck a lot more harder than what the Sri Lankan bowlers obviously do. Sri Lankan bowlers obviously looking to swing the ball, looking to shape the ball. But it'll also be interesting to see if they do pitch it short, if it's still going to hold up like how it was in the first innings.
Oh, straying on to the legs of Matthew Breedsky. They'll look to double up on this. He's coming back for the second. And 2 runs. Just to get him going, he's faced 6 deliveries now, and he got off the mark with a double.
Yeah, nice little volley on his legs there to work away down to fine leg. Square or fine leg, actually.
That's kind of what you want as a new batter coming in, is just get me off the mark, bowler. Yeah. Come on, just give me something like a nudge around, get off the mark with. Nerves are settled. Oh, lofted. You saw backward point, making an attempt. Thought that it was closer to him than it was. And it's Matthew Breedsky hitting his first boundary for the day.
Yeah, once again we speak about width, and these batters thrive on width. If you give width, they're obviously going to punish you, which Matthew Breedsky does. So, as you can see, he even opens up the face to beat point, and he beats point beautifully.
He's got a very high backlift as Matthew Breedsky. Full flow of the bat. Another man that's made his ODI debut for South Africa. Oh, what a shot that is. Going through covers this time round. Pitching up, looking for that swing. And Matthew Breedsky says, thank you very much. We'll close off the first over that's gone for double figures. 10 off it.
Yeah, as we see looking probably Shiraz looking at to shape the ball, and it obviously doesn't shape over pitching, and it's just an easy shot if you over pitch like that. Really, really easy shot in the power play.
Then it's also easier to hit through the line when it's pitched up. We saw that in the Sri Lankan innings. As soon as it's pitched up, it is just a lot easier to hit through the line. So we got a bit of a party starting up in Potchefstroom. And we might even see the first change in bowling as they going to bring spin in within the power play. Wanuja Sahan coming into the attack. It's going to be the first over, and you can just see the brain trust having a chat there between the captain and the keeper. Just getting the angles right, because this is a big field. I think everyone realizes how big JB Marks really is. It is a vast amount of land, a lot of ones, a lot of twos, and easy to turn those twos into threes sometimes.
Yeah, it's a really big field, especially now that you've got the short side, you've got the big side as well. But even though the short side is still big. You know what I mean? So it's going to be very hard to obviously get the angles right. That's why your wicketkeeper is really, really important to get the angles right.
And this is going to be the important part for South Africa. How do we play spin? The Zorzi facing up to Vanuja Sahan. Going back, happy just to knock it around for the one. Brings Matthew Breedske on strike, who made his debut for South Africa in 2023. That was against Australia back in Durban.
A well-deserved debut for Matthew Breedske. He's always been a promising cricketer, and it's good to see now he's obviously getting given the opportunity to show his talent.
25 years of age, already made his debut back in 2017. It's his first class debut that he made back in 2017. So big prospect, big things expected from Matthew Breedske. Went to Grey High School. Lovely shot, picking the gap. Tony Dezorsi very quick between the wickets, and he will come in. Lovely stuff.
It's going to be interesting how they're going to play spin. Sri Lankans probably also did their homework with regards to the South Africans and the way they play spin and how they play spin within the power play, outside the power play. That's why they probably threw spin now, early doors, and they probably realized that there's not much lateral movement for the seamers.
Vanuja Sahan doing a decent job thus far. Halfway through his first over. Oh, short, and Matthew Breedske very happy just to rock on that back foot, open up that front leg. That's 4 runs. Not a great delivery.
Yeah, not a great delivery, but you'll understand if a wrist spinner pitches the ball short, but a finger spinner to pitch it short, that's criminal.
Yeah, it's criminal. It's not what you want. And immediately brings a change. They've almost been doing a bit of ball chasing after Sri Lankans. As soon as the ball's been hit, taking someone out of the covers and just reinforcing that mid-wicket. Deep square going out to the fence.
Oh yeah.
Much better. There's a bit of kick in the deck. So you see the reaction from Matthew Breedske. Brings the over to a close. 7 runs coming from that. South Africa 39 for the loss of 1 wicket, that wicket of David Bedingham. And it's after 6 overs. 4 overs to go into power play, Brady.
Yeah, 4 more overs to power play, and I think South Africa's got off to a good start here. Similar to where Sri Lanka was at the same stage in the game. So at this moment, I think South Africa will be happy with where they actually are right now. Haven't really taken risks, didn't need to take the risk.
Yeah, it's a low risk cricket at the moment. Apart from that edge that flew into that slip cordon from David Beddinger of the bowling of this man, Mohammad Shiraz. The man who scored 97 behind the stumps, taking the catch there, Fernando. Oh, just on the hip of Tony de Zorzi. Will definitely go back for the second. Very good runner between the wickets is de Zorzi and Breedske.
Extremely quick between the wickets, these two. Especially Breedske. He puts people and fielders under pressure. Whenever he runs extremely hard. Which he always knows that, if a fielder fumbles or whatever like that, he can always turn around and come back for the second.
Changing the line of attack to the left-hander, coming around the wicket for de Zorzi.
Once again.
Just angling into those pads, and looks like double up. Did he time this better than we think? Just the two. Great work done there on the outfield. That was a mammoth chase for the man down there at third man. I beg your pardon, fine leg. Played this one behind square, and easy two for South Africa.
Just straining line there, but Shiraz, I think he just needs to just get back to the lines and lengths that he hit early doors. The widest he should be going is obviously looking to hit off stump, especially to bring that slip into play.
Oh, that's exactly what you're calling for. Tony de Zorzi just moving across to that off stump. And just a little shimmy towards the bowler there. Just making sure that he puts him off his line.
Probably just walking into his channel there, hoping that he comes into his channel and he can put him away, but unfortunately Shiraz obviously hold his line there.
Oh, big appeal. This is going to be very, very close. Might just hit him outside the off stump, but I'll tell you what. If that was hitting in line, I think that was cluttering into the stumps.
Yeah, very, very close that. The only thing is probably hitting him outside the line, yeah. That's probably going to save him. As you see Shiraz running in here. Yeah, good call.
Fantastic call by the umpire. That was cluttering into stumps, but hitting him outside the line. I think Tony de Zorzi saved himself there by actually moving on to that fourth or fifth stump. Mohammad Shiraz, after those two doubles, adjusting his line, getting it on that fourth, fifth stump with the angle coming into the left-hander. Oh, just as we sung his praises. Going a bit round arm, a bit of slinging action there.
Probably a variation by him. But he shouldn't be carried away here. No, Tony de Zorzi is trying to put him under pressure, trying to walk into his channel, trying to do a lot. He just needs to hold his line. He needs to figure out what his line is and keep holding that line and back that line.
It's all patience. Patience. Cricket's very much a patient game.
There you go.
Fantastic bowling. Good comeback after the wide. Just going back to what has worked for him thus far. And everything very evenly poised. At the moment, required rate is 5.9. We're going at about 6.4. So very much evenly poised.
Steadily.
Oh, this one. Tony de Zorzi just setting up maybe for that shot over mid-wicket. You can see him practicing it there. And that ball maybe just jagged back off the seam. Hitting him high up on the flap. Ray, just this one, just hitting the seam and just a bit of movement again.
Like I said, he's obviously, if he just holds his line, Tony de Zorzi could be moving laterally or towards him and in his channel, and There's a lot of movements from Tony Dezors. If he just holds his line and his length, I think he'll trouble him.
Absolutely, he's got natural movement in his action. 21-year-old Sahan continuing. He's been around for a while, although he's very young. He's played 26 first-class games. Bowling average over. Doing good things with the ball. Just watch his delivery, left armer. Gently pushed in the offside, just for the one.
Beautifully played down the ground.
He's got best bowling figures of 7 for 59. Does the left armer. Average of 18.22.
It's more than decent figures, those.
He's a definite wicket taker. Economy of 3.17. So it does show that he's not used to going for 9 or 7 in his first over. Again, just pushed down the ground. I mentioned it before and I'll say it again. I think it's going to be the difference between the two teams of how we play spin. We know Sri Lanka's got a couple of mystery spinners. The seamers have been doing a great job. They've been troubling us more than their 1 over of spin thus far. Brietska just leaning back. Great fielding. Diving away to the right, preventing the one. You can just see the Sri Lankans on attack because they got a slip for the left armer. Again, rocking back. Did he pick the gap this time round? Behind backward point. That's going to be Matthew Brietska's second boundary. 4 runs, and it's also the 50 up for South Africa. Great job, great work done, and it shows that once you're in on this deck, you can actually score runs freely, Brady.
Yeah, Matthew Brietska there just getting onto the back foot there. I was really impressed with the feet movement and how he obviously generated space for him to open up the onside, which is really, really well played. Because it looks like he's not giving him any type of room, and he's created that room.
And immediately another change in the field. As you see, that slip was in attacking, and now they've moved in between a gully and a backward point. Especially for that job, that means that their extra cover's moved around.
And he's probably, I've seen them taking out square leg. Probably know that he's not going to sweep.
Nice bustling action. Nice quick through the air. It's 50 for the loss of 1 wicket. Matthew Brietska is on at 21. Tony Dezors is on 15. And the only wicket to fall for South Africa today is David Beddingham. Fell for 13 runs. And again, very evenly poised. Required rate is 5.9. We're going at 6.7 is the South Africans. So as a South African supporter, you're saying we're right up there. Another couple of overs to go, another 2 overs to go in the power play. Just don't lose another wicket.
Yeah, I think if they don't lose a wicket in the power play, another wicket, they will take that as a huge positive for themselves. Going into the run chase between overs 11 and 40, which is going to be very, very crucial, especially with the spinners coming into play.
Oh, on those pads of Tony Dezors, he just leant on it. Not crisp timing. There might be a third in this one. Dezors says no. Brietska lifting the thumb and says good call, only doubling up.
I think that's where Tony's been looking for that area and to score in that area, even previously as well. So I'm pretty sure he's pretty glad that he's hit that gap, and obviously got himself 2 runs there.
Mohammad Shiraz doing a great job with the ball. He's got a bit of movement into the right hander, and he's troubled Tony Dezors with 1 or 2. That's just straightening up on the left hander. As you can see on your screen there, Dezors very deep into his crease. Again, just leaning onto this one, hitting the one through mid-wicket. Is the fielder going to run this in? Oh, fantastic work done on the fence there. Great job by the fielder. And that is the captain, Surya Bandara. Great job. And you can see that was a big chase. Just look at the hands on the hips there.
Yeah, the air is also not the easiest up here in the IFL. So I'm pretty sure they're struggling a little bit as well, but there was a good run chase. And I'm not forgetting, obviously, the shot by Tony De Zorzi there. He's lent to it, and that's the second one in a row now that he's timed through that area pretty well. So if batter's hitting it through that area, probably it's a sign that his balance is actually quite good.
Yeah, head going over towards the ball. And this time had an opportunity to get the third run in. Shiraz, 29 years old. Coming into Matthew Brzezinski. Oh, another shimmy down. This will be 4 runs. No need to chase that one. Just walked into the bowler. Lovely timing.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful by Matthew Brzezinski. And that's something that they can actually do, because these, no disrespect to these seamers, but there's not a lot of pace. So they can actually walk down at them, because majority of the times they're obviously going to be pitching the ball up a lot of the time. So they can actually walk down to them and create that half volley or that over pitch ball that they can put it away for 4.
And also eliminating that movement, the little bit of lateral movement that these two bowlers have gotten. Just a lovely shot. Matthew Brzezinski, oh, how positive has he looked?
He's looked very positive. Since he's come to the crease, he's been very, very positive and very busy also.
Oh, that ball just died on him, looking to play that one on the up. You see him just walking down to the crease, just saying, hello, what was that? And Sri Lanka will tell Mohammad Shiraz, that's where you bowl. From now on, pick that spot.
It looks like it's just dying. It'll be interesting to see how it obviously plays if it carries on dying like that towards the course of South African's innings. Old.
Very well played underneath the eyes. Look at that weight transfer. Posing for a bit of a photo there was Matthew Brzezinski. And I've been asked, why do batters do that? And sometimes it's just to prove to himself, listen, everything is in place. You just assess yourself in that moment. Where's the ball? Where's the bat angling at? Where did the ball go? And where did I hit it? Just maybe just self-assessing at the moment. 1 delivery to go in the 5th over for Mohammad Shiraz. Started off very well, and then this over just a little bit expensive, going for 9 with 1 delivery to go. This just worked around, and that short mid-wicket coming into play. No further damage for Sri Lanka. South Africa, a great over for them. 59 for the loss of 1 wicket, and there's 1 more over left in the power play. This partnership has gone up to about 45 now, and that 45 has come off 39 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership so far after losing David Bedingham early doors. They'll be really, really happy if after 10 they haven't lost a wicket, and that's a tick in the box for the South Africans.
So it looks like there might be a change in bowling, as their third seamer is going to take up the mantle. Tony De Zorzi going to face the music. Chamindu coming into the attack. So Wickramasingo played a fantastic knock of his own, scoring a 53 in a very quick time. See his bowling average there, a good economy of 6.66. Not a great best figures of 2 for 31. Average of 32, most likely more of a part-time bowler than anything else. Looks like a very smooth action that he has through the crease, as this one is worked by Tony De Zorzi just for the 1, and very interesting, he stayed over the wicket for the left-hander.
Yeah. Looks like he's a lot of the Sri Lankan bowlers will naturally be a lot more slingier than what we are, because of their conditions and where they come from. A lot more slingier in order waiting for that reverse, or looking to shape the ball, especially early doors, because that's where majority of the times, probably the best time to obviously bowl. and then after that, it's the spin comes into play. But it'll be interesting to see. And obviously, I've seen these 3 bowlers now, very slingy arm actions.
Again, very smooth action. He looks very compact. Only a 21-year-old. Very nearly 22 years of age. The 6th of September will be his 22nd birthday. Vikramasinga got an early birthday present today. 50 up. He's made a T20 debut for Sri Lanka. Picked up a wicket there as well. Oh, just straying on to Tony Zorsis and Matthew Brzezinski sending him back and very nearly. The first bit of miscommunication we've seen all day from both sides, and came in the form of South Africans, who's normally very well good between the wickets. And a bit of ball watching there, I feel, from Tony Zorsi. He just went off and thought that's an easy one.
Yeah, probably went off on it thinking that it's easy one. But it was good movements by the fielder at mid-wicket to obviously get around and pick up and have a shy, which was very close. If it hit, could have been in the game there.
We'll just see the replay. Just not going to look at him, not even looking up to his partner, and oh, very nearly. Oh, close one. Powerplay hit through on the covers, but easy pickup. It's on the bounce. It really does look like a very young, good prospect, all-rounder for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, most definitely. He's got a good, strong action as well. He's not bowling slow as well. Bustling in, running in pretty hard, looking to hit the deck pretty hard. There's always a plus if you have a seamer that can also bat as well in your team.
Oh, this is a lovely shot. A bit of whip there. Tony Zorsi says, thank you very much. I've been waiting for something I can throw my hands at. And that's also the 50 partnership coming up. It is 51 of just 44 deliveries. And just like we saw in the Sri Lankan innings after a wicket, great consolidation by these two batters.
Yeah, they've been really, really good to bring that 50 partnership up. They've summed up conditions. They've played the situation really well, but as well also scored as well. So it's always a positive. They've been really, really good and really, really proactive as well.
Oh, squaring up Tony Zorsi, and again the yes no's. As a cricket coach always told me, yes no means no, doesn't matter what language you're talking about. That's the end of the power play, the end of the 10th over. South Africa 65 for the loss of 1 wicket, as I make way for our own man with the magic voice, the golden voice. It is Pendulo Makubane.
It's been really, really good so far. As you can have a look at the scorecard on it, David Bedingham 14 for 13, Tony Zorsi not out on 25, Matthew Brzezinski on 20, not out on 26, which has been a really, really good start by South Africa in this power play. They've got the runs on board. Only managed to lose 1 wicket. It's going to be very, very, very important. It'll be very, very important for them now just to see how they play outside of this power play, because I'm pretty sure the Sri Lankans will throw the spin at them.
No.
Beautiful shot there by Matthew Brzezinski that finds extra cover.
Now we're going to see that barrage of spin that the Sri Lankans hold in their arsenal. Another one here, Sahan Arakchige.
Beautifully bowled. Like I said, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they play this middle phase of the game, which is a very important phase of the game. beautifully knocked down the ground by Matthew Bretsky. I think, if anything, he's probably got to be key to taking on the ball turning back into him. It's probably the safer way as well, better option. Whereas Tony Dezorzi can sit back and obviously just play from the crease with the turn, if there is any turn, with the offie. So it'll be interesting to see how these two go about their business.
It helps as well that Matthew Bretsky is in top form with his batting. Just take a look at what he did in the Vitality Blast. It's all there to see.
Yeah, he's been in sublime form at the present moment. Him and probably David Bedingham have been the go-to guys as well. Even saying Tony Dezorzi comes off some runs in the test as well in the West Indies. Beautiful, beautiful shot. He comes down the wicket and he dispatches him onto the bank for 6. This is really good batting by Tony Dezorzi.
Like you said, he's coming on good runs is Tony Dezorzi. He wants to show that he belongs with the big boys, and he takes a big one down the ground, dances down the track, overpitched by Sahan Arakchige, and he gets the punishment he deserves from Tony Dezorzi.
Oh, good follow-up ball here by Sahan. And that ends the 11th. So Africa 72 for 1. Well underway and well on par to get the score.
Very well dealt with by Tony Dezorzi. Slippery delivery from Sahan Arakchige. Carrying on with the arm, targeting that middle stump. Tony Dezorzi sharp enough and quick enough to cover that with his blade and preserves his wicket, and he's been looking really good. Key now is for him to take this start of 31 from 27 and convert it into something strong. Fernando showed how it can be done. It's just slow, just so close to making it into triple figures until Pen Andile Petlugwayo cleaned his pegs. But here comes Chamindu Wickramasinghe.
Beautifully bowled. He's one of those seamers that he's quicker than what you think he is. He bustles in hard. He looks like he's a big boy as well. Bustles in hard, looks to hit the deck just like similar to what our bowlers are like. If anything, like we said, probably look to hit the wicket a lot more harder than the other ones where they try to obviously swing the ball and pitch the ball up. I still believe the short ball is still a wicket-taking option here.
And speaking about that short ball, Brady, when we saw how that final couple of overs came about in the previous innings, the batters were having a little bit of a trouble of gauging the bounce of the ball because it was a little bit uncertain given also the two-pace nature of the pitch. So we saw a lot of top edges being hit, a lot of bottom edges more importantly as well, with batters trying to play with a cross-bat shot. Some wickets falling in that nature as well, just like Fernando's wickets where he chopped it back onto his own stumps.
Chance. The run-in has just not been really on sync with these two. This is the second chance now where it was a close run-out. So I think probably communication just needs to improve with these two. And that's something that they probably need to discuss at the end of the over. But in saying that and going back to, as you look at the chance here.
Just going for it.
Oh, Dezorzi gave up. He was he wasn't even in picture there. But going back to what you're saying about the lengths that they need to obviously bowl and what we saw when South Africa was bowling, that was really two-pace. So it's really hard to obviously play those cross-bat shots, especially to the long boundary and to the big boundary as well, which will bring in guys chances. And I'll keep saying it, is that those are still catching positions and very, very important positions. And if the Sri Lankans want to make inroads, they need to really, really focus on those areas. Oh, it's a beautiful length, beautiful length. Beautiful length, beautiful line. And if he can hold that line, can consistently hit that line and length with a bouncer, I think he'll be very, very threatening.
Left Tony Dazosi in a bit of limbo there. Regardless of the fact that you are 28 balls in, pitch still gives something to you as the bowler if you are able to hit the correct areas. Tony Dazosi playing the shots and just losing his shape entirely there. Props to Wickramasinghe. He really is bowling in top form and in top rhythm.
Beautiful, beautiful shot by Tony Dazosi. Good fielding down at the boundary there. Beautiful. It's good cricket all round that there. Good shot by Tony, good fielding out at the cover sweeper boundary there. Cutting it down to 1 where it could have been 2.
Wanuja Sahan running quick as lightning. He is left-handed, so the ball was on his favourable side, so it was an easy pick-up and fling as well. Fielding has been rather impressive from both sides, actually, throughout the course of the game.
Oh, that's the length that we're talking about. Really, really tough to get that length away. And especially if he gets it a little bit more higher as we end the 12th over. So having a 74 for 1 after 12, still in control of this run chase. Run a ball, don't have to take any risks at all. Run rate achieved, they're going at 6.2 and run rate required is 5.9, so no need to panic at this present moment.
It's an eye for an eye right now by these two batters. Just like in the Sri Lankan innings when they lost their first wickets in Lahiru Udara, it was Mishara and Fernando who stabilized the inning with a triple-digit partnership. Right now, South Africa in Matthew Bretsky and Tony Dazosi, they need the same kind of stabilization job. And so far, so good. But these cross-bat shots are just proving a little bit problematic now.
Great shot. Great shot by Tony Dazosi. Quick onto his back, quick with his feet, and get it onto the back foot and dispatching it onto the bank for 6. Like we said earlier, it's going to be really, really important on how we obviously play the spin in the middle overs because they are going to come with spin. But Tony Dazosi has been really, really proactive when playing spin.
Rockets back, gives himself extra time to assess what the ball is going to do. Lovely open space for him at the cow corner. Had all the time in the world, the ball in his arc, and he takes it away over the top for 6. It's 219 to win.
Inside edge. Luckily didn't go on to the stumps. It's going to be also interesting to see what lengths and lines that the Sri Lankan spinners obviously bowl it. Are they looking to bowl it into the wicket? By the looks of it, it actually is. And I think Tony Dazosi has summed it up that maybe let me just sit back a bit. Bowled. Very well bowled. Very well bowled. So like I was saying, he's probably looking to sit back and wait for anything short to open up that cow corner area. Beautifully bowled.
This is the length that they want, isn't it? The one that draws the batter onto that front foot that might make him make that mistake.
Beautiful. Unlucky.
Then I love how Tony Dazosi is also manipulating that good bowling as well. See, just opening up that front foot to open up that offside, but he slashes it straight to the man at extra cover. It's 13 overs gone. It's 80 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think Tony should get despondent by that. I think if he's hitting it any more right of the fielder, he's probably getting 2 or 4 for it. So I think that's a good option for him. because if they're going to probably persist with coming a little bit fuller, they'll probably want him to try and slog sweep, which is going to probably bring in LBW or bold, so that he doesn't. So Tony's waiting for the short ball to open up Kaukura area.
We saw how he used that short ball to his advantage, smashing that 6. It's a game of patience after all.
It's good length there, good length. Forcing Bretsky to play cross-bat shots, and we spoke about the cross-bat shots. It's really hard to score off that length. Very easy if you overpitch, extremely easy to score. But the ones that are hitting the top of the bails or hitting your navel area, it's very hard to score with the bouncer as well.
Just hitting the top half of Matthew Bretsky's bat as well. Had to play that ball on the up too. Couldn't really get in full control of it.
Good wicket keeping there. Good stop by the wicket keeper. Beautiful work by him.
Lanka A couldn't make up the runs today. He is a top-notch batter, of course. Now showing his class with gloves in hand. And Chamindu Wickramasinga wants to be the prize package here for the Sri Lankans. He only bowled 6 overs in the National Super League. Wasn't really used much.
It's interesting because he's actually quite a really good bowler. That he hasn't been used quite a lot, but he's really doing the job for Sri Lanka as we speak. And he's chopped on, and he has chopped on, and as we've spoken about him doing the job, he is running, and Bretsky tried to run it down to third man, but it runs back onto his stumps and knocks the bells off. Unlucky, but fortunate, and really, really happy for the bowler right now, because obviously he's running and he's looked to hit the wicket and hit the wicket extremely hard, and he's obviously been fortunate now to knock Bretsky over.
Really getting it on a good length. Ball jotting back to the right-hander. We've seen every now and then when he's trying to play forward on those straight balls with the ball coming back in, just hitting the inside of his bat, but getting enough of the bat to push the ball onto the leg side. That time, just not enough. Chopping it back on. It's the importance of the length, because even though Matthew Bretsky walked down the track for a couple of steps, it was still not enough to make the length full enough. And so he loses his wicket. It brings in Dewald Brevis.
Interesting player, really good player with, as you see his numbers, 15 innings, 619 runs with an average of 42.12, strike rate of 96.71, 250s, 200s, and the best of 116. I think he shows massive potential, he does, Dewald Brevis, and he's slowly but surely finding his feet. He's going to need a really good knock today to take the South Africans over the line, and he's really capable of doing it.
Very impressive average, 42. That is accompanied with that strike rate of 96. And he's here because Matthew Bretsky was undone by Chamindu Wickramasinga. Going onto that front foot. Couldn't get good connection inside half of the bat, and the bails were dislodged.
Looks like the Sri Lankans have put a slip in here. They're on the tack. Wee. And Brevis is off the mark.
So a little puff of dust off the pitch as the ball bounced there from Wickramasinga. Extra bounce as an effect. Ball coming back, you can see Dewald Brevis signaling that was the fact. And to receive that for a first ball and be able to shepherd it as well as he did is off the mark.
Yeah, this looks like Chaminda is obviously looking to hit the wicket really, really hard. to get that inconsistent bounce, which he really is doing. For his 2.4 overs that he's bowled, he has done a splendid job for them. Oh! That is an absolute peach of a delivery. He has been so unlucky not to get a wicket there. That was an absolute peach. And like I said, he's been bustling in and looking to hit the wicket. As we have a look here.
That is a boss delivery from Wickramasinghe. Hits the deck hard. It just jags away from Tony Dazorzi. He needs to heed Dewald Brevis's warnings. He told him that the ball is doing that. Hitting it at the correct length where Dazorzi doesn't have time to react.
Probably trying to overcompensate there. Trying to look for the same delivery, but unfortunately the ball doesn't do as much as what the previous ball did. Important thing is just for him just to keep holding that line and keep holding that wicket. As you can see here, it opened him up all angles there. Tony actually did really well not to nick it.
It had wickets written all over it from Chamindu.
Great shot. Good fielding. Good cricket.
Sahana Rakchenga says you're not going through there, Tony Dazorzi. Clipped it well. He's been looking good on the pads. He's been looking good everywhere, Tony Dazorzi. Currently on 38 from 36. Good positive start at the top of the order. South Africa on 82 for 2 after 14. Remember all of this in preparation for the tours that will be happening at the end of the year. Sri Lanka will be returning, playing a 2-test series. Then on top of that, Pakistan will have a full-blown tour. Christmas will be sweetened up by a little bit of Pink Day cricket, which will be happening on the 22nd of December. Make sure to visit www.cricket.co.za so that you can get your information about the tickets and everything goodies about the international season, which will be kicking off right around the corner. Here's Sahan Arakchige.
It'll be interesting to see how Dewald Brevis plays spin as well. He's a very attacking guy when it comes to spin. And as I see, first ball up, he reverse sweeps. Like I said, very, very positive when it comes to spin. He's going to look to score.
Doesn't want the spinner to settle around him. And it is also the spinner almost bowling him around himself. Turns his sweep into reverse.
Oh, finds the outside edge and it runs away down to the vacant third man area for 4. Lucky.
And Mother Cricket smiling upon Dewald Brevis. The shot he was looking to play before was targeting that exact area. Very big open space because there's no deep third man on the ring, then a deep backward point. So a reverse sweep would have gotten that, but Mother Cricket says, here's an edge for your efforts. Take one. And it sails down to the boundary.
Sometimes, you know, when players opt for the reverse sweep, a lot of the times it's just for them to change the length in order for them to open up a scoring option that they think it's a lot more easier for them to do it. So there's nothing wrong with him playing that reverse sweep because he probably thought, I can beat, because he only had a slip. And he said any bat on that, he's beating backward of points, and that's 4 because that point is very straight on the boundary. So oh yeah, that kept a little bit low, but like I was saying, that point is very straight. So a lot of the times when players and batters play a shot, it's just to change the feel around for them to open up an area for them to obviously just score at ease. Sometimes maybe just dragging their length back, which maybe it's a little bit shorter that he played. Beautifully played into the cow corner area by Brevis. But like I was saying, he's probably looking for the spinner to bowl it short so he can pick it up and put him on the bank. So yeah.
And on top of that, just to add on to your point, as we see the end of over number 15, it's 87 for 2. That slip fielder now was removed because of his shots. He moved to the short third man. That allows him to just have more carefree batting around him, minimizes the risk of getting that edge with some of his shots. And it even opens up the area where an edge can run down for 4 because now the slip's no longer there. Is that third man. So it's small nuances like that these players are looking to use to gain that advantage. And South Africa, because of that, are ahead in terms of runs at this stage. Sri Lanka were on 81 for 1. However, South Africa have lost an additional wicket.
Wait on!
Very well bowled. Very well bowled. Like I said this morning, cricket is a game of chess, especially when it comes to spin, to block out an area or to open up an area. You've got to play a certain shot to open up an area for them to obviously score, and that's what it is. Especially when batters sweep and reverse sweep, it's to bring a guy maybe from the leg side to open up the leg side because the ball's turning into me, to knock it into a hole for maybe 2. So yeah, it's very, very interesting, and it's really lovely to obviously watch how these guys go about their stuff. As we see the physio running on now to the field, I think we've got a bit of an injury, and I think we're going to take, that's obviously going to bring drinks as well along with it. So
Genuinely love this point that you're bringing up, Brady, about how the batters see the field and therefore how they can use it towards their favor and force the bowlers to play in their arcs and where they can score. And with that, South Africa, the ability to do that, have moved themselves to a decent rate to 87 after 2. Tony Dozorzi is still there, 38 for 37. He really wants to convert that into a half century and to something bigger. Matthew Bretsky was looking good until he chopped it on. But this chase is on because of what the Sri Lankans did.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans have really bowled really well. South Africa, yes, like we spoke about it in the first 10, they look to minimize their wickets and their fall of wickets, which they did, but straight after the power play they lost another one, which yes, it's a bit of a downfall because they were obviously building a partnership, but other than that, the Sri Lankans must give credit to them where they've really bowled well. As you can see, David Bedingham falling for 13, Tony Dozorzi still at the crease for 38, Matthew Brexy unfortunately falling for 28, and that was a partnership that we spoke about.
South Africa, though, do bat down to Ethan Bosch. Andile Mokhakane set to come in next, who had a breakthrough season last season with the Warriors. He's always had the talent, Andile Mokhakane, but now it's blending in with all of the experience, all of the hard work and the environment that he finds himself in. It is broken through. The bowling from the Sri Lankans sees Hamad Shiraz with the wickets, and Chamendu, who's bowling fantastically here with really good control and is causing a little bit of problems for the South Africans.
Yeah, he's been the one exciting bowler, especially from a seamer's perspective and from a seamer's point of view, is that he's running really hard and he's looked to hit the wicket extremely hard. And he's got assistance from the wicket because of that.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, the players are taking a drink, but do not forget, on the 5th of September, next week, just around the corner, not too far, set it on your calendars, Cricket South Africa will be hosting its annual awards. For those of you who have access to SuperSport and MultiChoice, it will be live on SuperSport 212 on the 5th of September. Some of the players taking part here also have been nominated to win some of these awards. Matthew Brietsky, he's been nominated. Dewald Brevis, he's been nominated for ODI player of, or rather 50 over player. All your favorites, young exciting talents coming through the pipeline of South Africa, also going to be nominated and voted for and crowned as some of South Africa's best. So set it on your calendars, the 5th of September, Cricket South Africa's annual Cricket Awards. We'll be shining the light on the country's finest, those who did the best. But we shine the light back here in Potchefstroom, 87 for 2.
Wide on.
Brevis sort of felt that he missed out on that. But going back to my discussion with regards to chess and playing with the field and opening up areas where you obviously want to play as well. So Brevis now is probably seen middle and mid on up. So if he over pitches, and he's trying to hit him straight back over his head to open up an area for him to hit down the ground. As I speak of it, we see a slip going into mid wicket. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm pretty sure Chimenda will probably look to hit the wicket extremely hard and hit back of a length with the short ball. He's not looking to pitch the ball up.
Wide on, yeah.
Good shot by Brevis into cover sweeper boundary for one off the back foot.
It was going to be an interesting ploy seeing Sri Lanka bowl without a mid-wicket on a short boundary to Dewald Brevis, who has that ability of just moving around the crease to create space where there isn't and create angles that you didn't see. So giving him a whole leg side area to just score, not a smart idea. So it was a good move to just move away that slip field and reinforce
There's a short ball we spoke about, which was well dealt by Tony De Zorzi, especially to the long boundary.
He's been looking in supreme control, Tony De Zorzi. Ball is picked up by Sonal Dinusha at fine leg. Dewald Brevis for his 7. Those 10 balls have been looking rather clean. But it's just the foundation. Now it's going to be that transition into pushing that score for himself. Can he keep his shot selection as sound as it has been so far?
I was spot on there when you speak about the foundation for the rest to come. And there's a short ball we spoke about, and the inconsistent bounce that we keep speaking about, which is going to make this run chase even harder for South Africa, because it's not obviously true and it's not coming through. But going back to your point where you mentioned laying the foundation, this partnership is very, very important to lay that foundation for the rest of the guys to come in, because the rest of the guys that are coming in are good ball strikers of the ball. So naturally they'll be able to score, but the foundation needs to be set now.
And right now, if we take a look at the equation, the balls have crept below the amount of runs needed to win.
False start.
South Africa, as it stands, still have 205 balls to go and 210 runs to win. And a good way to just see how you are in terms of your chases by looking at the DLS pass score. There's no rain coming here, but the pass score says
Touch wood.
right in front of us. But the pass score just say it's 94. So South Africa are 5 runs behind where they'd likely want to be.
Very well bowled. But in saying that as well, it's really, really, really important not to look up as we see the end of the over by Chimenda. Good over there. The end of the 16th, which are 89 for 2, South Africa are. But in saying that, it's very important not to look up to the scoreboard and panic, because you've got more than enough balls in order to catch up. Even with the Duckwood Lewis as we speak, they're not really behind the 8 balls, so they're smiling.
The fans understand that as well. Look at them, they were just relaxing there in the main stand, some music pumping. It's something we said when the game began here, Brady, that 50 overs is a deceptively long game. You're batting for 4 hours, give or take 3 to 4 hours. And once you've set up that first 10 overs, the next 11 to 40, those 30 over periods is where you really accumulate the runs that you need to score at the back end of the innings. That's where you need to preserve as many wickets as possible, because so many things can crumble if you are not guarding those 30 overs in between the first 10 and the last 10.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. Great shot. Dezozi square of the wicket, beats backward of point. Good fielding by the boundary sweep, covers boundary sweeper there by Chimenda. And as we speak, it's been a bowling change, and we see Malinga back into the bowling attack here. Obviously the skipper looking for another breakthrough, and obviously turning to Malinga for that.
23-year-old Eshan Malinga. Our information tells us that hasn't played competitively since the end of July. He comes back to find his feet here. He's gone for 19 runs in his first 2 overs.
Short, bustly guy runs in. Probably now also looking to hit the wicket really hard, and especially with these short guys, the minute they try to look to hit the wicket hard, that's when the ball starts squatting as well, because of they are short and not as tall as the South African bowlers. So it'll be interesting to see how the wicket plays now with the bustling Malinga coming in. Oh, change up. Good change up.
Yeah.
And they've comfortably come back for 2. Good change up by Malinga, and it's interesting to see. Almost brings the inside edge, just missing the pad and squirting down to the square leg, in between deep square leg and fine leg, sorry. And they've turned around and come back for 2. But like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see how this wicket plays now. There's a short ball. Oh.
Must say that Diavolt Brevis is very fortunate to keep the crown of his stumps after he clipped that inside edge so easily. Could have rolled back into the stumps. We've seen already casualties to that sort of wicket. And especially if you're bowling at this pace that Eshan Malinga's bowling at, Andile Petluwayo is around the same pace, and we saw how effective he was bowling at these areas Malinga's hitting right now.
There's a short ball we spoke about, and there's a chance, and it just bounces short for 1. Very clever, very clever. And I think the Sri Lankan sense that could be a wicket-taking option there.
No, you starve a stroke maker, a big hitter like Diavolt Brevis off boundaries, and then you dangle one in front of him. Give one that just is halfway down the track, and you keep getting these 1s and 2s, and the man at deep backward square is already in the game. Just bounced once.
Change up by Malinga, which has been worked down to fine leg, and it looks like they're turning for 2. Good running by the South Africans. Really good running by these 2, which is going to be very important as we come to the close of the 17th, where South Africa is 97 for 2 after 17. And as we speak, we see the physiotherapist running onto the field to have a look at, looks like Tony Dezozi. That's
Diavolt Brevis has responded really well to the running calls, and that was the difference maker in that innings for Sri Lanka. It was the ability to call between the runs. Like you said, barely any communication. There was barely any miscommunication by the Sri Lankan batters. They were able to run through and induce more pressure to the South African fielders. But all of these players, remember, just playing to get a nod into the respective national teams. Tony Dezorzi with his foot in the door of a half century. Matthew Brietsky was tagging along with Dezorzi pretty well until he knocked his own crown off the stumps. David Beddingham, he was out earlier on, 13 from 13.
Back to the run chase here, where I think Tony Dezorzi had a bit of a medical checkup. You know what they always say about breaks, with a break?
I don't
won't
know
say.
what they say. I have no idea.
I won't say anything.
It's 97 for 2.
As Brett gets onto the back foot, my beg your pardon. Brevis goes onto the back foot and just knocks it into extra cover. I think it's very important that we maybe change the topic about the break.
South Africa about to break into triple figures, 97.
And it's brilliant fielding at extra cover. He has just stopped 4 runs there.
That is sensational work from Sahan Narakchige. Reflexes like a cat. Symbolic of the lion on their flag.
Really good over this has been so far. 3 dots in this over. You sense something might happen here. You might sense that Brevis might try and take him on here. Sip went out, Slip went back in. They still feel they can nick him off.
Brevis mindful that he was able to get out of that little trap they sent with him in the previous over. We hit it far deep into backward square, but it dropped short.
Yeah, good. Pretty sure he'll be happy to get off strike there at Brevis. After dotting up for the first 3 balls in that over. Let's see how Tony Dezorzi goes on about this over. Do they look after it? Do they still feel they can get a boundary?
Feels like Wanuja Sahan has earned their respect. Really, really good over. 4 consecutive dot deliveries. Very tough single for Devil Brevis to actually get through. Short extra cover right up to long on, and they end that over on 98.
Yeah, very important that, especially if you do dot up, and we see it a lot of the times in cricket. A lot of batters dot up, and in that very same over, they still try and take on whatever bowler it is, and they get out, which sets the team back. And I feel sometimes it's okay to dot up, just knowing that you can always play catch up, especially if you're a natural ball striker of the cricket ball. Oh yeah, that's a good length. It's a very good length. That's a very, very good length by Malinga. Really hard to obviously get under it. Really hard to play a back foot punch or back foot drive.
And you see now, because of that over, it feels as if Devil Brevis will be looking for a release somewhere. And Eshan Malinga, he's gone for 25 runs in his first 3 overs. He has been the expensive bowler, eyeing him maybe.
If there's no bat, that could be. If there's no bat in that, I'm pretty sure that was stone cold dead.
Not much protest from the Sri Lankans as well.
Nah, I think it was some bat in there. Just this period right now where they've just gone, these last 3 overs, they've strung up a few dots as we have a look at Malinga and the shout. Yeah, a bit of an inside edge on that. There's your release. Beautiful. Very, very well played. And that's something that the Sri Lankans were hoping it didn't happen. where he's overpitched. Where he's overpitched and he's put him over his head for 4. And that brings up the 100 for South Africa. 100 runs of 82 minutes, 113 balls, 12 fours and 2 sixes. They're going along nicely now.
Kind of couldn't help but feel like Brevis was getting a bit restless in this over. First ball was looking to cut it away, but cuts have been very dangerous to perform on this track as the day progresses, and he gets one right on his slot.
Beautiful. So this is where batsmanship really comes into it, where I think he sensed that there was a period where it was dry and runs weren't really coming, and he probably believed it's still okay. And the art is obviously not to panic and take a risk, knowing that there will come a time where he's going to be able to score freely. The Sri Lankans will maybe dish out a bad ball or two, and that will get him going again. It's a nice little slow ball that's been worked in between fine leg and deep square, and it beats both of those men and runs away for 4. And this is the flow that we're talking about all of a sudden now, where we've got 2 boundaries after all those balls that we've obviously dotted up, and look now all of a sudden he's getting going now all of a sudden.
And just when Malinga thought was in a tight corner, the angle becomes more acute. He bowls a brilliant delivery. It's a really good slow ball. This it fooled Dewald Brevis. He got no timing behind it, but he got good bats through the ball, and the placement, because of that, worked in his favour.
Beautifully played. That's your line. That's your length. Well played, but Dewald Brevis as well. Good cricket all round.
Brevis taking 8 runs from that over after being bogged down to 1 in that previous over, and all of a sudden South Africa make up 4.5 runs in a 2-over period where the previous over was just so tight and so constrained. It shows the importance of bowling in partnerships just as much as batting in partnerships is important. One end holds up, you want the other end to also continue applying that pressure so the batters feel like they have no escape.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. And also with regards to batting as well, batting doesn't just flow in a one-way direction. You always have periods in the game where you become stagnant, and then you might have a dip, and then obviously you got to believe that you're always going to go on the incline. That's a good shot and a reverse sweep that obviously beats backward of points. Great shot by Tony De Zorzi.
This is exactly what you're talking about here, Brady. They had that couple of overs, stretch 4 overs where things are just going down to the trough, and all of a sudden when it starts going up, it starts going up. So you just have to hold on and the flow will break through. It's all of a sudden 3 boundaries in 1.1 overs.
No, spot on with that. And that's just the understanding that probably these two have got. And there we go. This is good batting by Tony De Zorzi and Dewald Brevis. They really, yes, it's at high risk, but they back themselves to obviously execute with high risk to open up a scoring option for themselves.
And as much as the shot is risky to take, it looks so good when it comes off the reverse sweep.
It's always such a good shot, especially if you know that the spinner's obviously not hitting the wickets and you're getting outside the line. If you're getting outside the line and if you do miss it, and it hits you, you're still outside the line. But if you get any bats on it, it's still 4 runs, you know.
Reminds me of that conversation of Harsha Bogle and Kevin Peterson.
Good shot, great shot. With the back foot there down the ground. It's a long on for 1. They're really batting well here, these two.
Tony De Zorzi comes on strike, is on 49 runs. Hit that gorgeous reverse sweep.
This partnership has slowly just got to 32 runs. He's been so good in that mid-wicket region. He has saved so many runs at this present moment.
Sana Rakshike. Keep hearing that name over and over again.
Been a good over this.
He's returned well. Wanucha Sahan It took some ingenuity from Tony Tezorzi to dispatch him away for 4. Apart from that, the rest of the 2 runs that he's conceded alongside the 1 run over he got in the previous one means that South Africa on 112 for 2. Brady Barons takes his leave. He'll return after 10 overs. Voice brimming with knowledge, voice brimming with energy, joins us in Gers Maloney.
That energy is called caffeine. You drink enough caffeine, anyone can sound alive.
Some electrolytes.
Yeah. Northwest Dragons always look after us very nicely. Tony Dezorzi is looking after us. So some runs. 1 away from his 50.
He's looked really good, playing it at a good tempo as well. He's playing it at a really nice tempo at 49 from 46. But Devil Brevis is on strike, 20 from 28. A tough cut as Sri Lanka bring a bowling change. It will be Fernando coming in to bowl. Devil Brevis takes him on. However, a fielder right there for the Sri Lankans coming across. Sonal Dinusha prevents a good looking shot from going to the boundary.
Yeah, Devil Brevis looking good on his feet. Normally is someone that takes a couple of deliveries just to get set, but once he gets that feet moving, he can be destructive. I was getting one who watched his displays in the Under-19 World Cup.
Tony Tezorzi just works his wrists, open up the face of the blade. It's running down as they return for run number 2. Camille Meshara cannot reach the ball though. Make that ×2. Tony Tezorzi with some deft batting brings up his half century.
That's in over number 20. Tony Dezorzi doing a fantastic job, and he's quietly gone about his work. He's striking at over 100. Doing a great job with Devil Brevis. He's been part of a couple of partnerships already. Matthew Brzezinski, and now Devil Brevis.
He's working that leg side well, but he's getting his left foot dead. Poor calling from these two, because Tony Tezorzi is left in the middle of no man's land. He can't make it back, and just after celebrating such a well-crafted half century, it's thrown away by a run out.
But it just looks like Tony Dezorzi is struggling as he's walking off. He's walking off very gingerly, and not for the first time. You can see him playing the shot and just doing ball watching, not noticing his partner whatsoever. Immediately setting off, and he was out by a country mile.
Somber end to what was a sobering innings. Beautifully crafted, putting all the right ingredients together, but then just spills the jug. Tony Tezorzi has gone for 53 from 47. 2 good sixes, 5 fours.
It's one of those where you just notice something was happening. It happened with Matthew Brzezinski as well. Him just setting off for a run without even looking at his partner, doing a bit of ball watching. And there was never a single there. In fairness, Devil Brevis tried his best to send him back in time, but you could see Tony Dezorzi as he walked off. He's very gingerly walking off. There might be a bit of cramp settling in.
Devil Brevis didn't even set off. He just stood his ground. And that dismissal brings in Senoran Mutsusami. Had a tough time with the ball. But that's the beauty of being an all-rounder. If the ball withers, you can bring yourself up with the bat. Comes in at number 5.
One left-hander replaces another. Some respite for the Sri Lankans. Dorsorchi was looking phenomenal.
Was really imposing himself.
Nice in.
Ratchige shows Mutusami that runs won't come easy with his stop at extra cover. They really won't come easy.
Fernando tossing it up nicely. Not scared to give it a bit of flight. Enticing the drive as we come to another end of a Fernando over. It's 117 for the loss of 3 wickets. We just saw in the previous over that run out from Tony Dorsorchi.
Just really caught himself ball watching there. And you see, there was not even a complaint looking back to the Brevis. You know when there's a miscommunication, it's like, ah. However, feels like he owned it, he knew what it was. It doesn't change the fact that he played a stunning innings, though, at the top of the order, setting a really good platform for the South Africans. Brevis goes downtown, up and over the top, into the castle corner for 6.
I'll tell you what, he didn't get himself in a fantastic position, but all those hands of Brevis that he knows he possesses. Just a nice thump on the bat in the middle of the bat found, and that sailed over the rope.
Beautiful shot. Vanija Sahan, just spongy little bounce, moves away. The fact that he gets such a connection with the ball spinning away from him, it's as if the ball just landed itself into the middle of the bat.
Ominous signs for Sri Lanka. Brevis want the wicket they want to be. Mutusami having a quick look there at the bowler, says, this is not rugby. That happens in about an hour's time or so.
Rugby's across the road. Another miscommunication here. They are saved by Dushan Hemanta's stop. If he had that in his hands, it would have been serious problems.
Yeah, it's a bit of miscommunication. You see the batters just meeting each other in the middle. So, okay, hold on. Let's just make it whose call it is. Nice, clear yes or no. Let's leave the maybes out of the equation.
Senuran Mutusami assuring his guard. It's gonna be the first time he's facing Vanuja Sahan. He goes reverse.
Very innovative batter is Mutusami. Just enjoy working it around.
Ooh. They were hoping that there was going to be some sort of stumping. Lahiru Udara with sharp hands, but Mutusami keeps his ground.
Well, that spun. That really gripped and turned. We'll have to see the replay on that. That just kind of took off and might have hit the seam as well, but oh my word, did that turn.
We saw that as well from that shot that was hit for 6 by Devil Brevis, that it just stuck and gripped and turned and bounced. Oh, gone! Cleans up the wickets. Vanuja Sahan dismantles the wicket of Senuran Mutusami. And that is wicket number 4 crumbling for South Africa.
Not an opening there. It was a big gaping hole. Big barnyard door went through there. And you can see the stump hitting the middle peg. Just see the delivery. Mutusami just never looked comfortable against this big turning left armour. Coming in and oh my word, another one that spun and turned, hitting the outside part of middle stump. Fantastic delivery. That's the third one we've seen that really grip and turn.
All of a sudden the spinners are finding something here. They're finding a lot. Senoran Mutusami ends with no runs on the board after 4 deliveries. And this brings in Andile Mukhakane. Oh, this pendulum now swinging back to the Sri Lankans with this wicket haul that they're getting.
Now it's 2 overs, 2 wickets, the run out of the Zorji, and now this one. Mutusami letting one slip through, and my word, what a good bowling that is. We did say as the innings started, how South Africa is going to play. The spinners is going to be the big factor here as we look at the record for Mukhakane. Averaging just 17 is a lot better batter than that suggests. Best of 78, he's got 250s to his credit and strike rate of 67. But most of that bulk of that 450 runs actually come in the last season, where he's really put up his hand as a better all-rounder in that middle order. Also gotten his bit of a boost as he was pushed up the order once or twice. Let's see how he does against this left-armer. 1 delivery to go and a big turner of the ball.
You'd expect that batters will come in this time of the innings, have better control of what spinners bring to the table, because that's what they more often than not face, coming in at number 5, number 6. So now it's going to be a showcase of Andile Mukhakane's skill, and if what you've just said really shows off that, okay, this was the season where he broke through, can he showcase it here, Andile Mukhakane? South Africa need 174 from 168.
Sri Lanka very happy to give the spinners a go. We felt from the beginning that most likely 30 to 35 overs will be bowled by their spinners. And if that last over is any indication, we're in for a bit of twisters. There's going to be a bit of turn.
And they don't stop. They bring Dushan Hemantha, leg break spinner. There's Dushan Hemantha. He plays for the champions of the 50 over competition in Sri Lanka, Dambula. And in the final game, he took 3 for 63. Actually was the guy who broke the big partnership of Udara and Mashara. It was on 149 runs and the chase was looking good. It was looking really good for Candy until this man showed up into the picture. You can see 109 wickets. Very good average. 24 for a spinner. Economy rates at 5.2.
At 30 years of age, he does have a wealth of experience. He's played 93 List A matches and 53 first-class games, 60 T20s to his name as well, and he's also made his ODI debut for Sri Lanka.
And may he get another one here. It sails over the head of Nuanindu Fernando, who's standing at a long off. Cracking shots from Devon Brevis. Moves the score to 131 with that 6.
Tell you what, Devil Brevis is a totally different ball game when you bowl at him. When he's hitting down the ground, I don't think there's a field big enough who's going to contain him. Look at that, just lovely hands through the line of the ball, making sure he's got the elevation.
Deliciously full from Hemant at that point. The ball also spinning away, so Devil Brevis hitting with the spin. He thought he was in the game for a moment, Fernando, until he saw that, oh, the ball is playing with the banks.
Yeah, it's one of those teasers. But it just sounded good from up here, didn't it, Pendulo?
Now Andile Mukhakane, he comes in. Played rather decently in the finished T20 competition earlier this year. In Zimbabwe, he scored a 45 against the Zimbabwe emerging. That is to side on with the 5-wicket haul he got in the 2 one-day games that he played in there.
Very decent all-rounder for South Africa.
Ooh, gets a thick outside edge, but the hands are soft and the angle of the bat pushes the ball down. It's running down to the third man boundary, but it will be brought back by Wanuja Sahan. It's great running as they come back for number 3.
Great running, and Devil Brevis actually called him back for the third one. It just shows you the awareness. I think after that run out from Dezorzi, he had miscommunication between Mutsami and him as well. He's just said, listen, I'll take the senior role on this. I've been there for 36 deliveries. Let's kick on.
Also, you don't want it to be that every time there's a run out, so there might be another one. It was returned by the captain, Surya Bandara. And just as I was speaking about it, you don't want it that every time there's a run out, it's always you who's on the other end.
I've never run on a misfield. That's what nearly happened there. Saw the misfield there by the captain and thought, hey, let's sneak one. Luckily, they didn't go for it. It's the end of another over and a better one for South Africa.
23 gone, 135 for 4. This is the curtain raiser for the Cricket South Africa season, officially beginning with the T20 competition, the CSA T20 Challenge, the 27th of September. The Lions and the Titans will be battling the Yaxkay Derby. Visit cricket.co.za for more information. Here's Wanuja Sahan. Oh, Mokakane gets a feather off an edge. It took 2 tries for Lahiru Udara to snap the catch, but it's job done. Mokakane is gone for 3.
And it's spin once again, and it's left arm spin once again for South Africa, doing the trick for Sri Lanka. Just getting a bottom edge, and a nice grab there by the keeper. At first one he grabbed at it with the bottom edge and just popped it up in the air, and then had a second bash at it. And oh, Mokakane can't capitalize on the start. He's had 3 from 3. And Sahan causing all sorts of havoc on this deck.
This is not the spin that the South Africans were receiving. This is not the spin that all the other spinners were getting. He's bowling on his own different surface here, Wanuja Sahan. Bounce, spin. Great reflexes from Lahiru Udara. And that brings in the man who had the golden touch with the ball. Can he carry that gold and that shine on to his blade? It's needed here for South Africa A, halfway through the order, and they haven't even chased down half the runs that they need. They need 164 from 161.
Again, spin being the determining factor in this innings. "100 runs, the best for Andilo Petlokwayo."
Also a very healthy one-day international record. Coming in at lower down the order, number 7, number 8, averaging 25. Andile Petlokwayo, 850 one-day international runs. He's playing to bring that up to 1,000 one day. That will need him back into the main squad.
Oh, South Africa being blessed with a wealth of all-rounders. At best of 100 not out. Aiming double quick time as well.
Certainly will need more than that 25 here. Andile Petlokwayo. He will need to start this rebuilding campaign with Dewald Brevis. It's not T20 cricket where you have to go. Can really take your time here, a couple of overs to get yourself in, and then start your stride in. However, get those ones when they are possible to not feel like you're getting bogged down.
And also we saw new batters coming in. It's not easy just to start striking the ball and timing it. You need about 15 to 18 deliveries just to get yourself going. We saw that in the Sri Lankan innings. So it's not going to be easy for a natural striker of the ball like Kandile to come in. We saw with Brevis as well. He's taking his time to really settle down. And then when the opportunity is there, he takes it.
Oh, he's gone! Big spinner! Massive spinner! bamboozles Andile Petlugwayo, who stands for a moment to consider what has just happened. Very few know, but the end result is the Pales going for a dance.
It just looked like a little bit of a lazy shot, to be fair. Just pushed at that one instead of maybe just keeping it nice and tight. And again through that gaping hole between bat and pad. Look at that, just a lazy shot, just trying to get the bat on the ball. And it was that big barnyard opening that was there. And Sahan says, thank you very much, I'll take it.
This is big spin from Manuja Sahan. It's big spin. It is unseen for all 73 overs we've played in the game so far, and it just comes in now, right at the dying embers of the day. Like we said, it's gonna dry up a little bit, but that doesn't explain the facts why it's only Sahan. It surely must just be a matter of skill right now.
And it's very strange to see a finger spinner turning it this much. We didn't see any of the wrist spinners turning it that much. So it is a massive talent, as we see Mikael Prince coming in to bat, and he's going to be joining Deval Brevis, who's kind of been watching on the other side since the runner from Tony De Zorzi. He's just seeing carnage on the other side.
Well, Manuja Sahan has new prey to stalk. Mikael Prince, handy record for a man who's just started off, averaging nearly 40 at a run per ball. Here he is so needed, but the threat is mighty, the threat is dangerous. He needs to be so wary with Manuja Sahan prowling for more wickets.
Oh, comes back to our discussion the whole day. How's South Africa going to play the spin?
Prince handling it well on his first ball. Remember that Candy were in the finals of the National Super League, the franchise 50 over competition in Sri Lanka, and Manuja Sahan was in that Candy team. Was very useful with the bat in that particular game as an all-rounder. But then also the club competition is a List A formatted. So it's held in high regard, but now it's might be another run out, but the throw goes to the wrong end by Sonal Tinusha.
This time around, I think Deval Brevis was the one doing a bit of ball watching there. I think that it was a run on offer there. Mikael Prince very keen to get down to that end, the big turning end.
Well cuts from Brevis. He pierces the inner field. However, Chamindu, he comes around and he keeps that to just 2 runs. Deval Brevis dancing with his feet a little bit here to upset the bowling. He nabs in a couple of runs to end over number 24. 138 for 6.
Oh, more than half of the South Africans back in the hut. Only 4 wickets to get for Sri Lanka. Ominous signs as more spin continues. It's just going to be one of those innings from one of these players. They need one of these two to put their hands up and say, listen, let's go deep. Let's take this as deep into the game as we possibly can. We're still right up with the run rate. The required rate is 6.2. We're scoring at 5.7, so rate is not a problem. But those wickets in hand, it's what Sri Lanka did brilliantly. They kept the wickets in hand. Lost a few as they went to the close of their 40. And then just kept going, kept nipping away at that score.
But what they did well is that whenever that new batter came in, they were always rotating that strike. Always rotating that strike as much as possible. However, the Sri Lankans didn't have to deal with such big turn that just popped out of nowhere. Let's see if it's done on this end. Dushan Hemanta, he's going to come in now with the wrist spin.
Yeah, that one wasn't fired in nicely. Got extra pace on there.
Right up in the face of Mikael Prince. is also getting some good turn is Hemanta.
Sorry, Pendula, wrist spinner is normally known for a bit more turn than your finger spinners, but at the moment, Sahan is just giving us a display.
Well, after all, subcontinental countries known for their production of spin bowlers, it's no surprise that the team only has 3 seamers in it. It's no surprise that they're able to generate some good turn, but the fielding at short extra cover, goodness me, is lightning quick from Sahan Arakchige.
Arakchige is going to feel that one. That was hit hard by Devil Brevis. It's going to leave a mark in that hand.
The way he has been operating his work feels like he's resistant to those, and finally it goes to the leg side. They're going to come back for run number 2. It slips under Arakchige. Devald Brevis denies the overthrow run.
Yeah, he's got that mind. I think that run out from the Zorus is still fresh in his mind. Don't want to take the risk of losing another wicket here. It's Devald Brevis.
At the end of it all, Khartse, there really is no rush at the current moment. It's a matter of composure, just building it up slowly and slowly. Both these fellas can bat really well. Mikhail Prince has shown his prowess before. Devil Brevis needs no introduction.
I'll bet you'd like to introduce himself to some of these Sri Lankan bowlers. Oh, a bit of turn there, just that one. Just as we mentioned, the wrist spinner earlier, just getting a little bit of extra. And we also see the wrong one that he bowled to Mikhail Prince. It got the inside part of the bat. And, the spinners just shifting the momentum into a favourable position for the Sri Lankans as we reach the halfway mark.
They're really controlling it, and there's more of them to come. Wanuja Sahan being the chief destructor, 3 for 31 in 6. Chamindo Wickramasinghe, he hit really good areas. Seam bowler, in as much as we're talking about the spinners, the seam bowlers also have been effective alongside Mohammad Shiraz. 6 wickets down for South Africa. Here is Sahan. Devald Brevis is really being cautious now, very much so.
Yeah, I think he just wants to get a feel to it, just want to get a bit of momentum swinging back into our favour. If you're a South African supporter and then from the Sri Lankans you want to swing it back into yours.
Right on.
So it's a seesaw ride all the way, it's a roller coaster up and down. But you've got to feel one more wicket here, and South Africans are deep in trouble.
Ooh. Ball just bouncing in front. Short extra cover. South Africa lose another wicket here. Ethan Bosch will be coming in. Can hold his own for a little bit. But if Ethan Bosch is to make his introduction to the batting crease, he'd want to do it much further down in the innings after both Mikhail Prince and Devald Brevis have constructed something solid here.
Yeah, you don't want to hitchhike halfway, rather go 3/4.
Rushed delivery. Good variation from Sahan.
It looked like just was a slider, just angling with the angle around the wicket, the left armour back into the right hander.
Well played from Mikhail Prince. Good wrists. Good hand speed as well to be able to react to all of these subtle changes that Wanuja Sahan is throwing at them. He only has 3 more overs to go. It's the end of over number 26. 146 for 6.
As those subtle changes that makes him so dangerous, that I think it's one of those where they would just want to see those 3 overs off that he has left. Make sure there's no more change in the wicket column. As we just look at the bowling, Mohammad Shiraz started off with Malinga. Two of them went nicely. Mohammad Shiraz picking up a wicket, Sahan picking up 3, and the other wicket taker is Wickramasinghe with a run out of Tony de Zorzi, making up the 6 wickets for South Africa.
Continuing is Hemanta. Pushing hard. Quick dab as they return for 2 more runs. Mikhail Prince reaching for that one wide, and that has been the ploy here from Hemanta, just bowling it so wide.
Yeah, trying to get as much turn as he possibly can.
A little bit threatening when it comes straight. Mikhail Prince needs to throw in a dive to make it home. Ooh, the running from South Africa is on very slippery ice.
Yeah, and one has got to mention that Devil Brevis has been part of that calling the entire time. So it also in his action just goes very flat. It's almost like he's falling into the wicket.
Extra turn. Oh, what a catch! He has been phenomenal at that short extra cover, Sahan Arakjige. And he takes a diving catch. Blazing shot from Dewald Brevis. Required superhuman reflexes. He is distraught, Brevis. He cannot believe he just threw it away. And it's 6 wickets gone, or 7 wickets gone now. It's even darker than it shows.
Yeah, we're struggling to keep up to it. But Devil Brevis working so hard for that 39. And then this one just played uppishly, and oh, that run out opportunity was there, and then the very next delivery, just look at that, Spank just played it right into the hands of that short cover, who's been lingering around that area the whole entirety. 1 run shy of 150 as we see Ethan Bosch coming in. Decent with the bat, but oh my word, as him and Mikhail Prince has got a job to do now.
It's so tough. Dewald Brevis would have wanted to stay there for as long as possible. Now Ethan Bosch is exposed to the fire bowling of the Sri Lankans and the intense fielding. At short extra cover, Sahan Arakjige has saved piles of runs and now gets a really good catch in that position.
Piles of runs in quick time as well. We know how destructive Devil Brevis can be. But they kept him quiet through good bowling as we look at Ethan Bosch's record there. Strike rate of 82, and I'll tell you what, he's a big fella. He'll clear the fence very easily. That 68 was last season as well. 1 run shy of 500 runs.
Woo. Probably what's happening in his head right now. Whew. What a situation. He's gonna need to compose and gather his thoughts. Gonna need to clear their head as they press on. Good press running, very good running, putting Sonal Dinusha under good pressure. Good calling.
For a big guy, I'll tell you what, Ethan Bosch is pretty quick between the wickets as well. He's got long legs. Mikhail Prince has got to work twice as hard.
They bring up the 150 to the South Africans, and they almost bring it up and lose another wicket. No touch from Ethan Bosch.
And one just sliding on to the right-hander.
Google. What a googly is. That's what you will see. Turning back with the hand, comes back to the right-hander. Dushan Hemanta ends the over. One that brings a wicket of Dewald Brevis. South Africa, they were looking on his shoulders, Brevis, and it was a good catch from Arakjige. It's 27 gone, 152 for 7.
Oh, fantastic work by the Sri Lankans. I think if you're the Sri Lankan camp, you'll be the happier of the two. Doesn't matter which way this match goes. Scored great runs, a couple short of 300. Got 3 players in their 50s. 26-year-old Ethan Bosch. Plays down in the Dolphins here by KwaZulu-Natal.
The Sri Lankans extracting more from the pitch than the South Africans did clearly. It's provided by the fall of the wickets here. 7 down already within 27 overs.
Ball.
Andile Petlugwayo was phenomenal with the seam up, but here the Sri Lankans showing that such a well-crafted pitch, it also caters for us with our slow turners.
Bowling now, Sahan is a big turner of the ball.
Just going down to that leg side, Mikhail Prince able to deal with it. That's what they just need to keep doing here, these South Africans. Sri Lankans are chattery. Their energies are up. Oh, hitting it over. There's enough bat on that by Ethan Bosch. Like you said, big fella. He needs to come up with the big runs, and he gets 4 for that one.
A little bit across the line. I think he knew the ball was going to turn away from him. He just got himself in a position where if the ball's going to turn, it's going to turn right into that middle of the bat. Look at that. Coming from wide, that swing, and going over that vacant deep mid wicket.
Kamil Mishara not tall enough to stop that. Ethan Bosch consolidates his boundary. Easy push down to long on.
Coach's dream at the moment. Big shots, take the single. And again, run rate not an issue for South Africa. It's that wickets column, that 7 down, that's a problem.
And how good will it turn out to be if both Ethan Bosch and Mikhail Prince are slowly get their rhythm? They're not able to fight back just for a bit. Keep the Sri Lankans out there for as long as possible. Might turn the fortunes of how this game is looking, because right now South Africans need 140 from 132, which is good, but the issue, 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, and it's 3 wickets of the gentleman that would consider himself should be batting in the top order, but not known for their batting. So Bosch is most likely the last of the all-rounders that can take the South Africans home.
The chaps that pull the ball through the covers. Here's Hemanta. Good lines. Right straight up there. The lengths have been impeccable as well.
Ethan Bosch his shape has been phenomenal. And even that one, there was no gap between bats and pad. Nice firm push.
Reading the line and length pretty well. Arachige can't stop that one. So it runs down to the long off fielder in Wanuja Sahan. The big turner does the job in the field.
And double good work there by the big South African. Let the bowler on the other end run a bit. Tire him up as much as you possibly can.
That would be excellent awareness to just keep using that at the same time. You keep snatching up runs up and up and up, down at long on long off. Forcing them to play square off the wickets. You'll see there the backward point is rather short, and they have the third man right side by side over his left shoulder. They work it down to Kamil Mashara.
It's been very difficult to score square off the wicket. Down the ground's been a lot easier. You can just see every now and again Hemantha just tossing it up on that offside.
Oh, that's what he does now. Lahiru Udara asks the question, but it calms the team down. Great take, brilliant ball. Exactly that ball you're talking about.
Just easing him into that shot, making him lunge forward, and this time not getting that foot out of the crease. See, just going a little bit wider with a little bit of turn. Past that, and great take by the keeper Udara.
good variations of speed here, but it's well dealt with that time by Mikhail Prince. Sees the end of over number 29. South Africa requiring a strong resurgence, but what you'd say is their last recognized batters in Ethan Bosch and Mikhail Prince. Partnership right now on 14 from 15.
Has been a problem for South Africa is the partnerships. First wicket falling on 14, then we had a bit of a partnership between Matthew Brzezinski and Tony de Zorzi, which notched up a 50. And then from there, regular intervals of 20 and 30 runs. There's been fall of wickets the entire time. And even if you look at the overs, not a 10 over space between fall of wickets, apart from that Brzezinski and de Zorzi partnership. And that's what you need in a 50 over match. Even in the T20s, partnerships are so crucial. You need to milk as much as the bowling as you possibly can. Make sure you go deep into your 50 in a big chase like this.
4 wickets in 6 overs is never a good thing. Tantamount to a collapse. That's what South Africa experienced in those overs. Sonal Dinusha now comes into the attack. He's been taken apart. Over the top. Cracking strike from Mikhail Prince. Welcome to the game, Sonal Dinusha.
Yeah, something to shout about for this home faithful in Potchefstroom. You could hear almost a bit of a sarcastic applaud here from the bottom. Enjoying that one. Lovely feet movement, and he'll know the situation and the conditions very well here at JB Marks Oval.
Impressive hand speed from Mikhail Prince. We've talked about that now. That on full display. The Sri Lankans reinforce that deep square boundary. They have a deep backward square. They push another man at deep mid wicket.
Right on.
Risky work from Mikhail Prince. But that 6 just takes off the pressure from the South Africans just slightly now in their work for this over.
But it's true what you're saying. It's just that 6 have just allowed the double up again. Now 8 runs in the 3 deliveries that they face from the new bowler. The one thing they want to make sure is not another left armer settles into a line of length here and hopefully turning the ball as much as you possibly can. So if you're South African supporters, you would want a complete consolidation here. The 1s, the 2s, the 6 and the 4 every now and again. And if you're Sri Lankan supporter, settle to a line of length. Make it as hard as you possibly can for the batters coming in and the batters that's at the crease at the moment. You can just see a bit of laughs, a bit of playfulness from the Sri Lankans on the field. They are enjoying their outing here in Poch.
And in those 4 wickets in 6 overs, Dewald Brevis was, of course, the big one. But another major thing is the fact of the number of balls faced within those wickets. 4 by Mutsusami, 4 by Mukhakane, 2 by Pehlukwayo. Rakchike, who was the cause of Brevis's wicket with the stop and the cause of many of the runs being stopped there at short extra cover. Those fall of wickets in the amounts of balls faced. Now me sees Bosch facing 11, Prince facing 20, a little bit of an establishment. Now they need to just put on more bricks on this foundation to see it push on. And after 30 overs, it's what, 71 for 7.
171 for 7. South Africa trying their hardest to chase down this mammoth total. 120 deliveries left, still 128 to get, but that 3 wickets in hand is the crucial factor for the South African supporters. Sri Lankans must love this. Their spinners coming into their own. Has a bit more leg spin, doubling up. Ethan Bosch, as mentioned earlier, big fella, long legs, as I'm joined by Brady, who's sit back, relaxed, and you've missed a bit.
I've missed quite a bit, yeah, right? I think I was the bad luck one by obviously leaving my seat with all these wickets falling.
So now I'm the bad luck omen coming in. Yeah, well, a lot of fall of wickets it was.
This is sweep shot. Oof, sweep shot by Boshi, which he beats backward square for 4 runs. A little bit of a partnership that these two are brewing. And let me tell you something. Don't write off this two that are at the crease as we speak.
Yeah, these two are very capable with the bat. They can take it in nice and deep, as we see a lovely shot here by Ethan Bosch. Fetch that one nice and far. Long levers. But this is the crucial partnership.
Definitely speaking, as Boshi just misses out on one there, knocks it into deep square leg for 1. Like you're saying, it's really, really crucial partnership, these. And I think it's the last partnership for the South Africans.
Yeah, the last recognised partnership. The rest will definitely chip in. There are no mugs with the bat. But these two are established all-rounders.
A few dots now that Mikael probably missed out on rotational strike, but good ball strike of the ball is Mikael Prince.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get bogged down.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That one looked like it just slid on with the action. A little bit quicker, a little bit skiddy off the deck. Great bowling.
Brilliant bowling by the... Beautiful. A few dots here. A few dots have been bowling up, but like we said, obviously, as you see the end of the 31st over there, or the 30th as I should say, is we see the score at 178 for 7 after 31. And we settle in now for a little bit of a drinks break and a bit of a pep talk. And talk me through all these wickets that have fallen down, Gert.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a clutter of wickets, and it's actually the left arm spin of Sahan that's just caused it. We saw a big turner that went through Andile Petluquaya's defenses. That gap just was too big for him, and then we had another one that went through the defenses of Mutusami as well. But as Pendulo alluded to, it's the amount of deliveries that was faced that was the bad part. After the run out from the Zorsi, it wasn't really anyone who stuck around. 4 deliveries for Mutusami. Andile only stuck around for 4 deliveries as well. Oh, sorry, for 2 deliveries. Mokokane stuck around for 4. So those 3 wickets that fell there only faced 10 deliveries between them.
Yeah, in a space, in a very, very short space, which is always going to set you back as you're chasing side, especially if you're chasing. And we spoke about it earlier on how the South Africans is obviously going to be playing the middle overs with the spin. As you look at the scorecard here, with Bedingham with 13, Tony Dezorzi with 53, Matthew Bretsky for 28, Brevis for 39, Sid Mutusami for 0, Andile Mokokane for 3, Andile Petluquaya for 0, and at the crease as we speak is Mikael Prince and Ethan Bosch. Mikael on 20 and Boshi on 19.
When you look at the bowling figures there, Mohammad Shiraz kicking things off. His 5 overs only going for 29, got a lot of lateral movement, and so did Malinga as well, going for 33 in his 4. But Sahan, as I mentioned, the big left armer, turning at a mile, went for 41 runs, but those 3 wickets was crucial. Wickramasinga also picking up a big wicket. And just getting back to the balls faced, as we just have a quick look at the Sri Lankan tour, the itinerary. This is the first match in the ODIs, and then we got another one coming up, Brady, on Monday, and then the 4th of September next week, Wednesday, we've got third and final ODI. Then we're off to Kimberley between 8 and 11 September for a 4-day match, and then back here in Gauteng and Benoni, 15 to 18 September for the second 4-day clash. And it's all live on the CSA YouTube channel. Getting back to our conversation about the balls faced, that means 4 wickets fell with that run out of the Zorzi. 4 wickets fell within a space of 10 deliveries. You just can't have that if you're chasing almost 300.
Yeah, you spot on there, and I just feel that run out with the Zorzi was obviously brewing, because prior to that there was 2 chances which the Sri Lankans felt that they missed out on a run out chance, and then the third time obviously we saw the back of Dezorzi, which is really, really crucial, especially in a run chase. You can't afford to be losing wickets at really crucial times in a run chase.
Especially when it comes via run out. Just to give you an update on what happened earlier in the day, Sri Lanka lost the toss and was put into bat and lost a quick wicket of Udara, but then a big 100-plus partnership by Kamil Mishara and Fernando, who got out just 3 shy of his 100. Sets up this mammoth run chase for South Africa.
Oh, good bit of turn there. Gets the outside edge of Boshi's bat there. Looks of it as it's taking a bit of turn, or we just playing the wrong line.
It has taken a bit of turn. Sahan has turned it miles.
Beautiful. Good fielding. Oh, that is brilliant fielding by Sahan.
That was brilliant fielding by Danusha.
As you see here, it's really good to be good off your own bowling, and he's certainly showing it. Unbelievable, and also run out chance that he had.
Yeah, that would have been a spectacular
Oh,
run.
and he gets the outside edge again. Good fielding there by the short third man, and it stops the extra one. But the looks of it, it is taking a little bit of turn, eh?
Yeah, it did take a little bit of turn. Does look like it's purchase coming from
Much better. That's beautifully played down the wicket by Mikael Prince.
also just a friendly reminder. Don't forget that the CSA Awards will be on your screens Thursday the 5th of September at 8 o'clock, Supersport Channel at 212.
Oi.
So who will walk in and walk away with the season's coveted Player of the Year? Don't forget, for more information, go to www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag be a part of it.
Definitely got to be a part of that. It should be a good party, number one, and also just giving credit to the guys that have done well throughout the whole season.
Yeah, and also you can be part of it. You can get involved in the CSA annual awards by voting for your favorite Player of the Year. Entries will close today at midnight. So get your entries in at www.cricket.co.za. Make sure you go on your phones now. Go vote for your player now. Don't wait till later. It is a Saturday night. There is a rugby on this afternoon as well. It might just become a very long Saturday and you'll forget to vote for your favorite player.
As you see, a bowling change here with Malinga into the attack once again. Probably looking to knock one of these over because there is a partnership brewing here. This partnership of 32 runs.
Keeping South Africans wondering, bringing in a bit of seam. I think they've seen enough from their spinners. Maybe want to see a bit more from their seamer Malinga.
Malinga into Boshi. Starts with a short ball, and I think it's a wide, and oh, could it hit the helmet? No, it doesn't.
You could just see the keeper gingerly getting up Udara. Something went wrong there.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of probably hit him just below his shins or his keeping pads there and hit him on the knee, I think. But it almost looked like it was also just died on him. His short balls today have literally died on the keepers a lot of the times, eh?
Yeah, just not the carry. And then those that is just pitched up really came onto the bat nicely.
You see Malinga into Prince. It's a very good length, that.
That is the length that you want to bowl on this deck, is just on that 7-meter mark. You can just see this. Sorry, Brady, just see the difference between the carry on that delivery and the short one that was bowled. Short one almost got a tennis ball bounce to it. This one actually spat off the deck.
Yeah, definitely. It almost feels as though. But also, in saying that, I'm not saying don't bowl it. Don't bowl the short ball as you see Malinga coming in. Change up. Their skills have been very good today. Where they haven't been consistently good with one line and length. Yes, they've been in the beginning, they look to pitch the ball up and swing the ball. They're over pitched at times. But in saying that, they went back and they identified what was the right lens with the change-up as well.
Yeah, showing great skill. Giving me the whole bag of tricks.
Oh, and that's the land. There we go. And you see how it dies on obviously Mikhail there. He probably thinks in any other wicket, that's probably getting up and he's probably pulling him there in front of square. But yeah, because of the inconsistent bounce with that back of a length, it's very hard to get underneath that.
Yeah, it's very hard to get underneath and really get a full swing on the bat. We saw in the Sri Lankan innings almost playing half jabs at the ball, not going all the way through when they're playing that pull shot in front of square. Vast open land, enticing that shot.
Well bowled, very well bowled. Unlucky.
Doubling up. And great awareness there. Almost made a fantastic save. Did Danusha.
Didn't deserve runs there.
Just creeped underneath him as it hit those wickets that he's standing on. A big playing surface we've got at JB Marks Oval.
As you see Malinga here into Mikhail. Probably looks to go short again here. Oh, and foolish length, which is a good length as well.
It's just that length that we don't have an answer for. We saw in South African bowling innings as well. As soon as you hit that length, it's just difficult to score off. But I think the patience between the Sri Lankan innings and the South African innings is another telling factor. Because they were patient, they never got panicky, they never had a yes-no moment when running between the wickets. They ran hard, they trusted each other in the calling.
Change up once again. But going back to what you just said now about them not panicking, and we're not forgetting that they also just played good cricket shots. Especially where you think in the morning might be lateral movement. They summed up conditions very early. They summed up how to pace their innings as well, which set them up to obviously get 299, which was, I think it was brilliant by them.
Yeah,
in conditions, in conditions that are completely different to what they're used to as well.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say it's a change of, not just a change of venue for them, it's a change of climate, it's a change of pitch, it's a change of everything on what they're used to playing.
Wide.
That one just sliding down leg. Protea's men will also take on Sri Lanka for 2 test matches and a full Pakistan tour this summer.
We see Sunil into Mikhail, yeah, good. He knocks it down to long off from in, sorry.
That full Pakistan tour this summer will also include a pink day that will take place on Sunday, the 22nd of December, starting at 2 p.m. So get your tickets now on www.tickets.co.za. #WarsAnawe. Be part of it. It's going to be another tour. Subcontinent team, fantastic, coming to South Africa.
Lovely. Down the wicket, good shot by Bashi down the ground. Love the fact, I think Bashi's obviously realised that if he stays in his crease, there's probably a ball that's got his number. So he's brought the outside edge twice on the while bowling to him, and he's just decided, I'm going to come down the wicket now. Oi, inside edge.
I think that just missed everything.
Yeah.
It missed the edge, it missed the off stump. Bowler walking back, asking the umpire, is that regulation varnish on that wicket?
Something's going to happen, yeah. You can just sense it.
You called
You
it.
could just sense that something was just going to happen. That was boring to happen.
And there's again that patience coming into play. They didn't need to do this. They were right up to the rate. Just carry on, knocking it over, making sure the spinners don't get inroads any further in the South African lineup. And it's 189 for the loss of 8 now with Mikael Prince, the wicketkeeper for South Africa A, going back to the hut.
For 24, yeah, unfortunately. Probably trying to look to target that cow corner area as we have a look here. Yeah, I try to hit, but actually a little bit too full to access that area that brings the top edge in. And unfortunately, we see the back of Mikhail Prince, which
They've been
brings to the
so successful down the ground, haven't they, Brady?
yeah, 100%. I think that's a difference. They could have kept knocking us down the ground for once, and just rebuild for a longer period, take it a little bit deeper to see what could possibly happen and where the game could actually take them to. But yeah, this obviously brings to the crease Tristan Lees to the crease. No smug with the bat. He can definitely hold a bat and hit a long ball as well.
Running.
Good start.
That's a hand.
And I feel that's what they probably need to do for a little period of this game, to obviously take it a lot more deeper and see what could happen, because you just never know what could happen. Give yourself a chance.
Go as deep as you possibly can into your 50. And the dot here and there is fine. They need 109 of 96 deliveries as we come to an end of another over for South Africa. It's 34 overs gone. And don't forget that our Protea women will take on England women in this coming summer for 3 T20 international matches, 3 one-day international matches, and a test match from the 15th to the 18th of December. Don't forget that website for all your cricketing information is www.cricket.co.za. Ozanawe, you've got to be part of it. It's going to be a fantastic tour. We got subcontinent teams coming to South Africa, the women playing England, another test match. Oh, so much cricket, and it's only August.
It's only the start of it, but you know what I love? I love how you emphasize on the Ozanawe. Oh, that is well bowled. Oh, that is very well bowled by Malinga. His Yorker is actually very lethal.
Doesn't that have a bit of a taste in your mouth of the Lasith Malinga that's been detrimental to South Africa with those Yorkers? You can even see his action there with that Yorker actually going a bit more slingy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And you can actually see that little tail back as well.
Oh my word.
Tail at the last minute, which is brilliant. Oh. They're certainly not happy with him obviously pulling the handbrake on that catch there.
Yeah, the parachute coming out there for Wickramasinga. You can actually hear the fielders on the field.
Really
just
not happy.
Encouraging him, say, come on, lad.
Looks like a change of field placing here, where we see fine leg coming off and long off down on the boundary. You see Malinga into Boshi. Oh, a little bit of tail back into the right-hander, yeah? He's getting a little bit of tail, and I think it's got to do with that action of his, which is a little bit side round arm.
Yeah, he does have a slingy action. I almost want to say to you, I think he's actually getting a bit of reverse swing going at the moment, because when he started off, his natural action was actually taking it away from the right hand, and all of a sudden now it's tailing in, and it's tailing in quite a bit.
He's definitely going to try and go short here, I think, to Boshi. Oh no, that should be a no ball. Oh, he got away, and it is a no ball.
No,
He has been called a no ball.
it's a no ball. I think they just had to reassess, the batter being much taller than the umpire.
Yeah.
And that's also a warning for the first
warning.
one. And as if he needs it, Boshi has got a free hit.
Let's see where he's going to be targeting. Wonder where he's going to be targeting here. What are you calling?
Yorker coming. Block hole, toes. I think he's going to go over mid wicket.
Slow ball. Oh, try to go for that block hole.
Base on, over mid wicket. Went for the block hole, missed his mark. And making use of the free hit is Ethan Bosch. And fantastic work done. And you mentioned it earlier, it's exactly what these two needs to do, is just consolidate, just make sure we get over 200, get over that 250.
Malinga running into Bosch. Another slow ball, well bowled. As you said, like, you know, it's just these guys are no mug with the bat, so they can hold an end, and you just never know what could happen. You know?
Yeah, that's
one of them get a good little score with someone else just chipping in with a young 30 with 2 wickets still in hand, take it really deep, 20 overs to win in the space of 4 or 5 overs, and you just never know, man. Shot, boy, great shot. It's a great shot. He is literally playing a good cameo here. Ethan Bosch's.
We mentioned that Ethan Bosch is no mug with a bat, and he does possess the power to clear any fence, but he does have a bit of finesse as well. That was just a lovely cricket shot. Long hop by Malinga, and he just stood up on that one. Definitely not short enough to bother Ethan Bosch, and look at that. Just a lovely flow off the bat through mid-wicket, and it's another 4 for the Proteas.
And with that boundary as well, it brings up the 200 for South Africa. 200 for 8 after 35. And just like I said, you just never know. If you just take this game a little bit deep, you just never know what could happen.
Important job for Lees, just stick around with Bosch.
Beautifully here by Tristan Lees. He can definitely hold a bat.
Oh, look, I'll tell you what, he's got lovely feet. He's got great hands, great hand speed as well. Does bat very high up, and he did bat very high up for his school.
Beautiful, nice, good Boshi. Just knocked it into cover sweeper there for 1, and that's all they need to do. Risk-free cricket. Obviously, the spin has been a threat. Maybe see the spinner off, and you know with the seam you could easily score. It's much more easier to score off the seam. Beautiful, nice, as he knocks it into the cow corner region for 1.
You could just see he looks so composed. He's trying to make a name for himself, the very young Tristan Lees.
Oh, good fielding. Good fielding, that extra cover there.
Great fielding there. It's exactly what is needed for the Sri Lankans as well, just to make sure that they don't get away with scoring a runner ball.
Sri Lankans have been good. Their ground fielding has been really good today.
Their ground fielding has been phenomenal. They've read the bounce, the spin. Again, conditions not what they would be used to.
Good. It's a really good over there, SNL, as he closes it off there. Only 2 off that over, which at this period you really don't mind, because you obviously don't want to be bowled out. You want to be batting out your overs. There's still 14 overs to go in this game. Just try and bat out these overs and see if you can bat out these overs to try and get as close as possible to that total that they're obviously chasing.
And don't forget about the exciting men's domestic T20 schedule that starts off on Friday, the 27th of September, 6 p.m. at the DP World Wanderers, where the defending champions will take on their Yuxkay rival, the Momentum Multiply Titans, with an essence of igniting the hometown pride. The season kicks off on the 27th of September. For more information, don't forget that website, www.cricket.co.za.
Oh yeah, he starts off with a googly. Read really well there by Tristan Lees, as we see.
Lovely bowling. It is one of those excellent bowlers that's just coming to this match, and the wrist has just turned. He's bowled a couple of brilliant sliders, googles.
That's all. This is good batting by these two. This is really good batting by these two, especially like if you take a leaf out of the Sri Lankan batting, that's all they did. They just knocked the ball down the ground, especially when the field was spread outside the power play, waited for the bad ball, put the bad ball away. Simple as ABC cricket. Didn't panic when there were stages in the game where they've blocked it out and they saw maidens or they only got one. They always knew that they could have played catch up and get that over back. So it's something that we could take out of their book and how to go about.
Yeah, it was only basically that 48th over that went big when Wickramasinghe took apart the man batting at the moment, Ethan Bosch.
Interesting call that there. Sure, looked like he even looked shocked as well. Looks like he's looking like he got a bit of bat on that. Very interesting to see on the replay what it obviously says and what it obviously hits as well.
I'll tell you what, two things to look at here. If there's no bats, I think he's dead in the water. But that sound very woody from the stump, Mike. Seen Tristan Lee's just standing there.
Looked like it missed. He definitely didn't hit his pad. I think he got a bottom edge on that one, but very hard to see.
Yeah. Very brave call by the umpire. But that means that Tristan Lee's stay at the crease comes to an end. Scoring 5 runs, 8 deliveries, and just halting the rebuild phase for South Africa. Still requiring 94. But now the problem is they're 9 down as Luto Sepamla comes to the crease. Strike rate of 57, the best of only 29. They would love to make that best maybe an 89 in this match. An average of only 14, not known for his batting. But I think the message there from Ethan Bosch would be, let's just stick around.
They probably stick around, give me the strike, I'll hog majority of the strike, get us as close as possible to the total. But personally, after seeing and watching so much cricket, I think it's tickets for the South Africans now.
Oh, you got to feel that it is all but done and dusted. Still 94 to get, 1 wicket in hand. Somewhere in this 80 deliveries, even if they go deep, a chance or two has to be taken. You've got to feel that Ethan Bosch got to face the bulk of this deliveries.
Oh no. And as we speak about it, he just tries to dab it into mid-wicket and he finds a fielder at mid-wicket. And unfortunately.
That was probably the worst bowl that Danusha has bowled, and you could hear the laughter from the Sri Lankans. That was a horrible ball and he just chipped up to mid-wicket. And that brings the match to an end. 205 all out. A huge victory for Sri Lankan A in this very first match. South Africa needing 299 but falling 93 runs short. Brady, an interesting contest. I think the patience from Sri Lanka was the telling factor. If we run through this list of Udaro that went out first, and Camille, Mishara and Fernando was actually the difference maker in this match, because that was that huge 100-run partnership.
Yeah, definitely. I felt Fernando for me was the pick, and how he obviously went about his business and he knocked it around, which was brilliant. He paced his innings extremely well, very unlucky not to get 100, but he batted really well and kept him in contention to get a really good score.
And his first delivery in the next match, which is on Monday, will be a hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball for him.
Yeah. Not often you see a hat-trick taken over 2 matches. We see a summary of South Africa's batting card, and just spells out what we've been saying is David Bedingham started off well, 13 off 13. Tony De Zorzi is 53, came off 48 before there was a bit of a brain fart with the running there. 28 for Matthew Brietsky. Deval Brevis 39, all starts but no one kicked on. And then from the run out from De Zorzi to the Munsame dismissal with Mokhokane and Andilo Petlokwaya, only 10 deliveries within those 4 players being or losing their wickets, and spin being the telling factor and detrimental to South Africa.
Yeah, as you can see when we speak about the spin, as you see Sahan with 3 wickets. Here's probably him and Dusan with the pick of the bowlers, obviously picking up 3, going for 35 for 3 for 34. and then 3 for 41 in 8, which was just closed the taps on that South African run chase. But unfortunately, I felt South Africa obviously got outplayed with bat and ball today, and hopefully they come back stronger on Monday.
Monday, the second of this ODI in the Sri Lankan A tour. Summary on your screen there. Fernando falling so close, 3 short of what would have been a magnificent 100. And Mishara, his partner in crime in that 100 partnership, 71 of 75. Wickrama Masinga put some impetus in the Sri Lankan innings, smashing 55 of 39. Pick of the bowlers, Andile Petlokwayo, 3 for 38, and Tristan Lees, 3 for 72. Luto Sapamla, 1 for 51, and Ethan Bosch, the other wicket takers for South Africa.
Yeah, and as for South Africa, Tony de Zorzi, top of the scores there with 53 of 48 balls. Deoval Brevis, 39 of 45. Ethan Bosch, 32 of 31. Matthew Brzezinski, 28 of 33. And like I said, obviously, Shahan, 3 for 41. Dusan, 3 for 34. But what a great day of cricket today. Yeah, in Potchefstroom, it started off really chilly, but it actually ended up to be a nice, warm, pleasant day.
Yeah, nice, warm, pleasant. Talking about warm and pleasant, Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women Professional League, made up of Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Hollywood Bets Pro 20, starting Friday the 4th of October. For more information, www.cricket.co.za, and not forgetting that it's the CSA Awards as well, Thursday the 5th of September, and you only have up until 12 p.m. tonight to be part of that and make your voice heard, as you can vote for your favorite player of the year. The entries will close today at 12 o'clock midnight sharp. It's going to be a fascinating season. It's going to be a fascinating tour. Ozanawe, we got to be part of it. Brady, thank you very much for joining us in Potchefstroom, your hometown. It's always nice to have some home flavor in the com box. Final words from you?
I just think really enjoyed my day today, which was really lovely. Good cricket all round actually, and it was extra special with 2 great individuals on the mic. So thanks so much.
Pendulo Makobane, his magical voice. Ladies, please line up in an orderly fashion. We'll make sure that we've got lines marked out for Monday. Thank you very much for joining us. The production staff, Leah and his team, you guys have been phenomenal once again as we see the trophies they're playing for there. Production has been fantastic. Thank you for joining us on the CSA platform. Have yourself a fantastic weekend. Have yourself a fantastic Sunday. We'll see you back here in Potchefstroom on Monday. From Brady, also from Pendulo, myself, Gert Maloney, have yourself a great weekend. Drive safe. See you Monday.
He has an injury, so he's still yeah. Must have come down here.
No, just tell him Fernando
I'm calling, yeah. I'm calling Bab. Bab says his phone is here. Because
order. 2004 Fernando's step. It's fine. Fernando's step. Okay, don't worry. Is that? I see that.
Look at this tsa Fernando. Eh? I get the man of the match. Remete on the Tokona announce, eh? Couple of photos on a phone.
Okay, fine, we got it.
All right. Thank you.
97
Thank
from
you.
101.
Thank you. 97 from.
Guys, can I just ask everybody to please gather around closer so that the match ref doesn't have to shout?
101.
No one balls. 97.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Match Ref.
Gentlemen, yeah, just a quick man of the match for today. Mr. Fernando, where are you?